Good evening, good morning, or good afternoon. Good evening, good morning, or good afternoon. Good evening, good morning, or good afternoon.
Hold on, let me get my audio.
Good morning. Oh gosh, everybody, hold on. Where is it at? Oh, there we go. I found it. I found it. Good morning, everybody. Let me turn my mic back. All right. We're live. We're here. Yes. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Why is it so early? Why is it so late? Welcome to the UFO hearing coverage, my friends. It is wonderful 6:38 a.m. here on the in the Pacific Northwest, waiting for this hearing to kick off. Oh, in about 23 and a half minutes. Can't wait to see where this is going to go. Lines are forming, or lines have been forming, waiting to get into the hearing room. The chat is here. We got some great people in the back today. Let's go ahead and see who's come around. Remember, this is the only live viewer call-in chat of the hearing that's going to be out there. Everyone's going to have their little groups, and everybody, we've got the community, which is the best thing. Welcome, everybody. Looks like there may be a little bit of people out there waiting for us right now. Let's find out. Oh, thank you. I will fix that, Gary. I have a Red Bull. It's too early. I'm used to getting up at 7, but it's just too early today. Microphone for the back. Oh, here we go. Is this better, Gary? Test 1, 2. All right, good. I'm seeing a nod from Rick Doty coming in. Yes, Rick is here as well. Let me go ahead and jump into the studio right now. Stuff covering our friends. Let's bring it around. There we go. The Mr. Rick Doty. Good morning, Rick. How you doing today?
Good morning, Thomas.
Yeah, I'm waiting for this historic hearing. Who else do we have in the back? Let me bring up the list. Even though I can see faces, I can't see them all. Let's go over here and flip it over to this interface. All right, we have alphabetical order. Casey, good morning, Casey. He's not there. Cosmo. Hey, Cosmo. How you doing? Morning. How you doing? Larry, how you doing?
I'm here.
Your hair is getting ready to stand up and take a bow. Who else? Michael. Good morning, Michael, from the great state of Canada up in Newfoundland, I believe. He hasn't woken up yet either. We know Rick is here. Swan Patel. Good morning, Swan.
Good morning.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, no, there's no sound from the back, apparently. Hold on. There we go. The sound from the back is now on. Good to see you, Swan.
Good morning. Yeah, good to see you as well.
Some person is here. Welcome, some person.
Thanks, Thomas. Hope you're doing good.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. All right. And then who else do we have in the back? Joseph Syracuse had just arrived as well.
Hey, sorry, Thomas. I had to go grab a coffee.
Oh, I know. My machine's warming up right now, too. The sound was off in the back a second ago. Our friend Rick Doty is also here, as we've got about 20 minutes before we start.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
If it starts.
Morning, Rick.
Morning, Rick.
Good morning. Morning. Good morning, Joseph, Michael,
Morning, Rick.
Swan. Some person, Larry, my friend. Swan.
Joseph, you're echoing.
Oh. I muted him. You're muted right now, Joseph, just until you get that fixed.
That's better.
There we go. Okay. Someone else is coming in. Some person is here. All right. So good morning, everybody. Let's take a look and see what's going on with the chat. We just had a super chat come in a second ago. I want to thank everybody for their love and support today. Started off again today with Maria. Time to make the donuts. No, it's time to put on makeup. It's time to dress up nice. It's time to get things started on the puppet show tonight. But Gary's not here. Wake up. Come on, eyes, work. I'll admit, yeah, it's early. Well, it's not too early, but...
Thomas, who was your favorite Muppet?
Oh, we're getting them. That's still going on. Andy is coming from the United Kingdom. UFO Majestic Q clearance. UFO story Majestic Q clearance. Good morning, everybody. Yes, coffee, please. Red Bull's working, but it's still not the same as a nice cup of coffee. On that note, I'm going to give the desk to the chat for a second. Oh, wrong one. There we go. Too big. Smaller. Bring it around here if I need to jump out and deal with Cupcake still upstairs in bed sleeping, the lucky girl. That's too big. I need to bring that up when I'm not here anyway. Okay, let's bring that up. Yes, it's early. I literally rolled out of bed, got ready, came down here. I left the computer on from last night after getting it all set. Look, Rick, it looks like you've got... all right, guys, I'll be right back. I'm going to get coffee. Talk to the audience. They're there. They're watching. They're waiting. We're all waiting for this one. I even need to say good morning to the people. There's a lot of people out there, I guess, this morning. 323 people already. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Who do we have out there in the chat right now as we let some people in? Jonathan is coming into the back as well. I want to welcome Ann. Joanna's here. Abrock. Amiga Rules. Anthony Mack After Death. Mr. Good Looking. Ant-Man is here. A-Rod. Good morning, A-Rod. Good to see you, my friend. Also want to welcome in and put myself back up when I'm doing this. Aubrey McLeod. Avi M. Thanks for coming in, my friends. All the way from India, Avi. Brian Beck, Buddy and Spiffy are here. Yes, our favorite two people. Welcome you two.
Right on, Tony.
C. Miltmore is also around. I want to thank Tony D. Singh. I hope all the disbelievers take their skeptical words and put them far up where the sun don't shine. That's a good one. Tia, right? All right, let's do this. JRD is here. Good afternoon, JRD. Good to see you, my friend. Happy, what do you want to call it? Election Eve, pre-election time frame. If we go ahead, we do have a video that was taken earlier this morning. That's not the hearing, but this is the outside of the hearing. Let's go ahead and bring this, make it a little bit smaller so everyone can see it. Good show last night. Great show, everybody. Unexpected to start early, get over early. Great conversation with everybody. Sad that Tim Burchett is not going to be over the heading this with Anna Paulina Luna.
You guys.
Well, that's Danny Sheehan.
What's up?
Yeah.
Hold on.
It's like a convention almost.
Oh, there it is. It's what's his name? It's
Jeremy.
Corbell.
No, that's Chris Little. I mean, Leto.
Leto and Corbell. Yep.
There's Corbell and it is Corbell. I saw the big thing of white hair and I thought maybe just perhaps it was Danny Sheehan. No, it's not Danny. No, it's Corbell.
Did someone say Corbell and Knapp?
Yes.
Were Corbell and Knapp supposed to drop something today? You guys said. Do we know about? Maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah, that's Knapp definitely in the back. That needs help walking, I guess.
I saw they were going to put something about something written. It's on.
No, I just meant like a news drop, perhaps, but maybe not.
For the skeptics, Schellenberger is going to post a massive article today, a bombshell article.
Totally, yeah. If I was a journalist, today would be a great day to drop something because of all the interest and all the Google searches. By the way, Burchett confirmed only 3 witnesses today.
Yeah, because he wasn't able to have his special guest. Thank God.
Everyone, please click Thomas's like button because this is the great moment.
This is the
he deserves
Super Bowl.
it.
Yeah, it's just a preview screen right now. Thank you very much. Now the super chat coming in from Buddy and Spiffy. Thank you very much. Appreciate that, Buddy and Spiffy. Just take this and get it around so we're all set. And I will be going full screen during this back and forth. There we go.
Hey, Thomas, I missed last night's show. Can you bring me up to speed? How come Burchett and the senator from Florida got pulled?
There's some kind of an ethics investigation going on.
Gotcha.
Yeah, related to the hearing.
Sounds like BS to me.
Oh, it is. It's complete BS. All right. I also want to thank Good Morning from Mind of Matram, as we're now about 15 minutes before we get this hearing started up. Thank you very much. Good morning. Good to be here with everyone. Thank you, Mind of Matram, as well. You remind me I have to close the camera. LCD. There we go. Making it. It's going to be live. We're going to make this happen today. See how long this hearing's going to go for. There's been people lining up since early this morning in Washington, D.C. to go ahead and watch this thing. I think we're all looking great here. We have 393 people in the chat right now. That's right. I was welcoming everybody in. Let me get my coffee. I'll put the chat back there. There you go, Joseph. I got to take my hands with me though. So.
Honestly,
I'm gonna say hi everybody and good morning or good afternoon, good evening where you are. Welcome to a new almost external part of my viewing experience today. Got the kids in house, so yeah.
Good morning, Andy.
Yeah, I'll try not to let the rain. We got a bit of rain come in today as well, so yeah. Hopefully it's not a foreboding of today what's going to happen.
It's good British weather.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, summer's here.
So, in terms of expectations, I'm not expecting any new information. I think that would be like the hopeful, optimistic view of this. But my expectations, I'm just kind of keeping them realistic. I just want to hear what we've already heard, only in an official setting under oath in front of Congress. I think just that alone will be impactful and significant enough for me to say that was a great hearing. If we get anything beyond that, then okay, I'm going to be, but I'm not going to set my expectations too high. That's okay. Just to get what we've already gotten in an official capacity to me will be significant.
Yep. I agree.
I agree, Casey.
Well, this hearing is for you, Casey. It's really not for the UFO people. It's for the normies.
Once again, Sawan, if I'm a normie, my friends and family would like a word with you. I'm a normie.
Morning, Rick.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Rick. Is your phone going off from your group right here? Are they all watching too?
Yeah, they are. I have a email. I have a signal on my other computer over here that they're sending messages. We have two representatives there in the hearing who will be in the hearing when they open up.
You didn't have any interest in going, Rick?
No. Well, yeah, I did, but I'll be at the Senate ones in September, definitely. But we're not as aligned to the House as other groups are. Like Lou's group is more aligned to the House. We're more aligned to Rubio's group in the Senate, and almost all of our contacts and coordination has been done through Rubio's group. So, I'm not. I probably could have gone. We have two people in there now aligned to the House. We're more aligned to Rubio's group in the Senate.
Hey, Cosmo, we can get a feedback from your audio there. Yeah.
Mr. Doty, do you think that there's the possibility that GRUSCH could divulge more information than he already has in this hearing?
I understand he's going to disclose two additional things that he hadn't disclosed before, but I don't know what those things are.
But they can't be anything classified in nature, right? I mean, even as far as program names, he can't even say, right?
Correct.
If the program is there are some projects and programs or operations that are classified in itself, that just the name is classified. But if the name isn't classified, like Operation Amber or something to that effect, he could probably talk about it and maybe skirt the issue, but he can't go into any great details in anything that's classified under any kind of a special access program or sensitive compartmented information. He won't be able to do that.
Even if it's an illegal program, Rick?
Well, who
Correct.
says it's illegal? He can't say it's illegal.
If the program has no oversight.
No,
rogue
you know what?
facts.
That's the fallacy within Congress. There are literally like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of, and Chris Mellon said this in an interview some time ago on Fox News. That exact same question was brought to him, Swan, was that, well, these programs, these classified programs have to be approved by Congress. Wrong. They don't have to be approved by Congress. There are so many programs that are existing on. That's why Congress is trying to find out about these secret programs. There's no oversight. There should be oversight. I agree with you, Swan. But there are so many programs out there, classified programs, that have no oversight. And that's what Congress is trying to do, is bring that in, rein it in so much, and let them know what's going on. Maybe they can't be briefed totally into these classified programs if it's a special access program, but they at least could know some kind of nature of it so they can have some sort of oversight.
I thought that the Gang of Eight was supposed to at least have some kind of oversight over it.
The particular committees, like the House Intelligence Committee or the Senate side, they're supposed to have some kind of knowledge, but they don't have to be read into the program. All they have to do is said, hey, we got 5 different programs regarding reverse engineering. They're so classified that we can't talk about them. Or they can hide them within contractors, which they're doing right now. I can guarantee you there's a whole list of contractors that have programs, or special access programs, that Senate and Congress doesn't know anything about.
Agreed, Martin.
Now I know what happened to Santa's sleigh.
Yeah.
Oversight committee. Well, yeah, my copy is still waiting to be made at this point. Scott's coming in.
Holy shit, Schellenberger dropped an article. So there was a guy at the NRO who turned whistleblower. Like you said, Rick, some of these people that are the gatekeepers are so scared of what's coming. They're turning into whistleblowers to get out of it. He said his job at the NRO was to go around telling people you didn't see anything.
Some more chats from our friends.
He was Air Force Surgeon General.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Shermanator. Good morning, Shermanator. I also want to thank Michael Mooney. Good afternoon from Scotland. 4 new leaked videos may have been given out to YouTube leakers just in case the hearing can't reveal them. Interesting. A-Rod, expecting the basics to be reiterated. Anything above that is icing on the cake. Hopefully here's some great new stuff coming and questions from David GRUSCH. Also, we've got Amiga, Mike Oxlong. The Amiga 1200 is the boss. Dan Warren, he's wearing a Kirkpatrick tie chain. Oh, he's got his Guido suit on, maybe. Sang Boom, thank you very much, sir. Appreciate that. Also, and to Lord Sub-Zero, 11 pounders coming in. Good morning to all. Everything is going to change. Light will replace darkness. It's a process. Be prepared for the inevitable. Yes, this is going to be a historical event that's going on. Let me jump across into that studio because, well, look at this. There we go. Committee on Oversight and Accountability will begin shortly. It's in room 2154. Shortly. In a little bit. There you go. For us until we jump across. Move my fat head out of the way. Tracy, your hand is up as the squirrels are attacking the door saying, where the heck are our peanuts? Tracy? Good morning. Right back.
Tracy, your mic's muted.
Still muted.
Rick, can you quickly give any info about Operation Sabre?
Sorry, well, did you hear what Tracy had said, Andy?
Yes, I think it was a question from, I'm not sure it was a question from chat for Rick. It was, if he would be able to give any information on Operation Sabre.
As far as I know, it's still classified. But let me ask one of my colleagues here in Signal, because he's the one. Let me pass that on to him and see how he will reply. Yeah, Tracy, you're welcome. Let me see what he'll say. Okay, questions going to be sent, and we'll see what he says.
4 more minutes, man. Jesus. So real. Surreal.
So I'm take a nice cold drink, mate, and chill out. Got a way to go yet.
I'm looking forward to the representatives who we don't really know that well and who might be on the skeptical side. I think AOC is going to be there, maybe, right? And some others. I would love to hear these reps who just showed up to see what the heck all the noise is about have their minds blown. Like, that's what I want to say. Like the believers, I get it. They're believers, you know. I'd love to hear someone who's a total newbie to the topic ask something and just see the look on their face. That's what I'm looking for.
Did you see Schellenberger's article, Casey?
Well, I don't subscribe to his Substack. Actually, dude, I'm about to pay the $10 a month today because I like him, period. I want to support his stuff. So
yeah. Well, he just put it out. I think it's free right now. A portion of it is free. It's massive. He dropped it right before the hearing. So it might be included in this as well. If Schellenberger
got an answer. I got an answer back on Operation Sabre. If this is the one you're talking about, it's an operation that was started, and we talked about this, I think, last night on the show, or another night on the show. It's an operation where the United States government trains U.S. and foreign special forces in the event of contact with extraterrestrials.
And it's also of where they have now moved their bodies, live, non-human, that is kept very, very quiet.
I didn't hear that.
Did you hear that, Andy?
I can't hear.
I'm sorry. I got rain going off here as well. So it's yeah.
Sorry. It is also where they have moved the alien bodies and live non-human.
Oh, talking about the non-humans, where they moved them to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that might be a different program, because this one is Operation Sabre was developed in the 80s to. That's what he's saying.
Top secret.
Yeah, coming from KK Nichols, Tracy's voice has really improved. Hi, Tracy, coming from KK Nichols. Some big hitters some house big hitters are at some desk. You've seen this shortly. Tracy always seems like she's about to fade away. Well, no, has a hard time talking, so it's a good thing. Wonderful she's around. Who else do we have out there in the audience? The chat is hopping. That's where it's at. Be sure to like, subscribe if you're new. Got a lot of regulars here, I think. Cupcake Charles is upstairs, still sleeping in bed. Right? We're usually, I would almost be getting up at this point. So, usually. Who else? Anyone else from the chat? Lots of media in the room. Yeah, I guess I could go ahead and bring up the Twitter feed. Who's got?
Holy shit! Lou Elizondo's there.
Where are you seeing this?
I'm just kidding.
Sean.
I know Thomas would be like you on top of everything.
Well, what can I say? I wouldn't doubt that Lou is not in Washington, D.C. at this point for this time frame, working with the House one-on-one to ensure we've got the best questions to bring this stuff forward. 100%. Patrick joins us from New York just before we kick this off. Oh, they're already late starting. How about that?
Hey, Thomas, do you know who replaced Luna and Burchett?
I'm not sure who it is, but I don't think it'll be Miss Piggy and Kermit. So
No, they're still in there. There's two other guys leading it, but Burchett and Luna will still be able to ask questions, make statements, the whole thing. So,
Okay, cool.
I think it was kind of overblown, that whole thing.
Mr. Doty, I had a question for you, if you don't mind. Do you have any knowledge of Project Serpo and its validity?
yes,
I could do a whole show on that.
We could do a whole show.
I do.
Read The Day After
I
Roswell.
do.
Read The Day After. That's the one, like, based on Close Encounters of the Third Kind, I believe, Rick, where that was supposedly we had like 8 or 10 people who did an exchange with the Greys, and they went off and went on their ship back to Planet Serpo. They were there for a number of years. Some stayed, some came back.
Yeah,
It's 10 o'clock. Why didn't it start?
there are so many parts of that. But remember, Serpo means secret extraterrestrial remote planet operations. That's what that means. And Congress knows about that. We spent almost 5 hours in a Senate room in January of last year talking about this. And it's more complicated than what has already been discussed about it. So that's about all I can say right now.
Hey, plus Joseph, if you go back a couple of episodes with when Rick is on, you can
there was a live feed I've got here before it starts.
Thank you,
There's
Michael.
Luna. Some more people.
Is this live?
There's a live feed coming in. Alternatively, right now from News Nation, we're going to show that in the time frame
That's
until
Garcia at the back, right over there.
Yeah. Oh, this is News Nation, so I just have to remind myself how nice they are. Where is the fair use?
There's that Brad Crispin guy for ASA.
Every other podcast is following this as well.
There we go. Good.
Yeah, I was pretty interested when I heard that one of my friends actually knows David Grush and actually has come across him a few times in the intelligence community.
Nice.
Right now, he's over at the Space Force base over in Colorado, but yeah, him and me talked about Grush a little bit. He actually knew him. I was pretty surprised when he vouched for him.
Alex, is it Jeff Neal?
No, this is a friend of mine that I just know from some Korean groups or whatever. And there's a Korean American military group on Facebook, and so I know him from some other friends and from Second Degree of Separation, and he does some intelligence committee work for Space Force and stuff like that. And then I asked him about Grush when that came up, because he was joking that they still called him UFOs in the office and stuff. He doesn't say exactly what he does, but he has a background in IT and a bunch of other things in tech. And now he's a defense contractor now. He's been out of the military for a while. But yeah, he mentioned that he knows Grush, which was pretty interesting. He says, yeah, the guy's pretty solid. And then all these other people came out and said that he's solid. So that piqued my interest when he said all these things, but a bazillion people vouched for him. So that kind of piqued my interest.
That other guy's there, the Democrat guy, who's a rat. What's his name? Ratcore or something?
Rankin.
Yeah, he's there at the hearing too. So, yeah, this looks like to be a big one. If the Democratic ranking
it's
members,
Raskin, right?
Majority said they whipped.
Raskin.
I wonder what motorcycle club he belongs to. All right.
Yeah, they're all getting ready.
Oh yeah.
Getting juiced up.
You ready, Sean? I'm ready, man. I'm ready, man.
Amen.
Is Raskin a senator?
He's a congressman.
Yeah, representative from New York.
He's the Democratic majority whip, I think.
Yeah. Yes.
Glenn Gormberg.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look at this as we're waiting for this to start the main feed. Still will begin shortly, and it will be there shortly. Keeping an eye on everything. Can't wait for this hearing to kick off. I wonder what the audience is saying right now. Let's take a look and
Where
see.
are the other congressmen?
Mr. Grothman is there. I don't know.
It's amazing to be a part of history like this. It might not be fantastic history, but at least to start.
Through that.
Morning, Jonathan.
Morning. Hello, handsome.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Good to see the J. You see if I could put my I can't put my hat up there and hang it on the J. News Nation
But
has
I
over
wanted to
5,000 people watching now. Wow.
Wow.
Interesting.
What I wanted to hear was them talk about the stuff in low and high geosynchronous orbit and the stuff in the ocean, but that most of that's probably classified, so they're probably not even going to touch on that. That's the stuff I really want to have them talk about. Is this shit buzzing from in the ocean up to freaking space to the moon and back and forth? That's the stuff I'm curious about, that I want to hear them talk about, but they can't. Because every time it comes up, it's classified. Because anything that's in the ocean is classified. Anything that's in space is classified for military.
Yeah.
Same
I just want
old classified bullshit.
The subcommittee hearing on unidentified
we go.
anomalous
We got it.
phenomena, or UAPs, will come to order. Welcome, everyone. Without objection, the chair may declare a recess at any time. Additionally, without objection, the following members are waived
Is
onto
that
the
someone in the back, or is
subcommittee
that all
welcome for the
31?
purpose of participating in today's hearing. The chair may declare a recess at any time. Additionally, without objection, the following members are waived Mr. Burchett onto of the Tennessee, subcommittee Ms. Luna for of the purpose of participating Florida, in Mr. today's Getz of hearing. Florida, Mr. Burchett of Tennessee, Ms. Luna of Florida, Mr. Getz
We
of
can't hear,
Florida,
Thomas.
Mr. Burleson
Give me
of
1
Missouri,
second. I'll make it so you
Mr.
guys can hear in 1 second.
Ocasio-Cortez of
I've got a
New
double
York,
audio
Mr.
feed going
Olas
on again.
of
Sorry.
Tennessee. Without objection, so ordered.
Here.
I think
For
Gates,
today's
did they say
subcommittee
Gates
hearing,
was there, Larry?
both the chair and ranking member will have 10 minutes for opening remarks.
Here we
We
go.
may both
I got it. Here we go.
10 minutes. I'm actually going to try to get out of here in about 4, and then we'll give it to some of my friends over here. Good morning. Mostly the Subcommittee on National Security at the Border and Foreign Affairs for discussion of unidentified anomalous phenomenon. I'd like to thank the brave military pilots and personnel, such as the witnesses on the panel today, for sharing their stories on how they've engaged UAPs, which has brought attention to this matter. Curiosity and speculation from all walks of life have generated interest in studying what UAPs are and what threats they may pose. I will say that when I was younger in school, I read a book, a 1966 book called Flying Saucers, Serious Business, and for a while, when I was a little bit younger, I thought it was the most important issue out there.
What do you think
The lack
now?
of transparency regarding UAPs, which was one of the themes of that book, in any event, it's led to interest in studying what UAPs are and what threats they pose.
was
The
that?
lack of transparency regarding UAPs has fueled wild speculation and debate for decades, eroding public trust in the very institutions that are meant to serve and protect them, as is evidenced by the large number of people we have here. I also want to point out in 1966, President Gerald Ford claimed to have seen a UFO, and in 1969 in Georgia, Jimmy Carter claimed to have seen a UFO. So this has led Congress to establish entities to examine UAPs. The National Defense Authorization Act of 2022 established the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or AARO, to conduct or to coordinate efforts across the Department of Defense and other federal agencies to detect, identify, and investigate UAPs. However, AARO's budget remains classified, prohibiting meaningful oversight from Congress. In addition to AARO's efforts, NASA is leading an independent study on UAPs that will identify how UAP data is gathered from both civilian and government entities that can be analyzed to shed light on the topic. However, despite these offices being established, there lies a pressing demand for government transparency and accountability that cannot be overlooked. And that's been a problem that's been around for 50 years. The Biden administration handling of the Chinese spy balloon that violated U.S. airspace is one example how the government is not prepared for these. The Biden administration's description of events has shown that the government continues not to be forthright. Between the Chinese balloon being shot down and 2 UAPs subsequently shot down following the event earlier this year, the U.S. government spent $1.5 million in taxpayer dollars on missiles, yet we have seen little clarity from the Biden administration. We must demand transparency from the Department of Defense, our intelligence community, and our defense industry on the UAP work. We're going to ask some questions about that today. Congress recognizes the subject of UAPs as multifaceted and requires a careful, data-driven approach. Today, we'll see clarity from these witnesses' testimonies, or we'll seek clarity as to what can be done to improve reporting for military and civilians and remain committed to objective inquiry. Congress should work to ensure that knowledge is not driven by fear. Today, we are not just debating the existence of UAPs, we are deliberating on the principles that define our republic, which is a commitment to transparency and accountability. I look forward to hearing from our witnesses today about ways we can improve government efficiency and openness when it comes to UAPs. I thank each of you for your presence here today and for your dedication to safeguarding the interests of the American people. I look forward to your testimony. Now I'm going to turn it over for 2.5 or 3 minutes to Representative Burchett from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here. I want to thank everybody for making this happen today, and I want to remind everybody this is a nonpartisan issue. This has nothing to do with party politics. I think the cover-up goes a lot deeper than that. I also want to thank my colleagues, Representative Anna Paulina Luna, sitting beside me here, Jared Moskowitz, my friend across the aisle, has an incredible mind, and I'm anxious to hear his questions, my buddy Eric Burleson, and it's not in my notes here, but Matt Gates. If it hadn't been for Matt Gates, myself, him, and Luna would still be down at Eglin Air Force Base trying to get some answers. He's got an incredible legal mind. Also, I know I saw it in the crowd there, George Knapp, my buddy Jeremy Corbell. They're not witnesses, but they've provided some statements on this subject, and I seek unanimous consent to enter those statements into the record, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
Also, would like to enter in, I understand now that this is unclassified and it's public record, but as we all know, that's sometimes difficult for the public to get a hold of. A report, Defense Intelligence Reference Documents, Advanced Space Propulsion Based on Vacuum, Space-Time Metric Engineering, some light reading for some of our members.
Without objection.
Thank you. You know, Mr. Knapp wrote, since 1969, the position of our military has been that UFOs pose no threat to national security and are not worthy of further study. I'd say that's the biggest understatement of the decade. He also goes on to talk about the dismissive attitude. It's at odds with what was revealed in documents, reports, and internal memos. And Mr. Cabral says, as he writes these words, the UFO is emerging as a major topic of global importance. I can state that as a fact. Out there, I met a fellow who came in here all the way from Denmark to be here for this meeting. So this is huge. This is worldwide. I think we suspect what's going on, but I'd also like to thank the members of Congress who have supported our efforts to make this hearing happen. Some have even confided to me that they've had UFO sightings of their own. Those members, of course, some of them wish to remain anonymous, and I'll keep it that way. But also, finally, I'd like to thank these 3 brave witnesses here. They took an oath. They took an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States, and dadgummit, they're doing it. And we owe them a debt of gratitude. Y'all quit clapping. You're cutting in on my time. Just kidding. These folks, they've got nothing to gain from this, and I think you're going to find out that they've endured quite a few slings and arrows. We need to remember them in our prayers and their families. And I'm thankful to them for their honest testimonies. They have done interviews and appeared in documentaries like Accidental Truth to get their stories out there, and now they are all here to testify under oath for Congress. It's been so difficult to get here today. I've said, you know, in the Baptist church, we'd say that the devil's in our way. And the devil has been in our way through this thing. We've We've run into roadblocks from members from the intelligence community, the Pentagon. I proposed legislation to go in the FAA reauthorization that just said if an airline pilot has a sighting, that when he makes that report to the FAA, that it would come to Congress. But I was told that the intelligence community did not like that, and the amendment was not even heard in committee. I think it's time for this country to take back our country. We need to tell the folks at the Pentagon they work for us. Dadgummit, we don't work for them. And that's exactly the point. This is an issue of government transparency. We can't trust a government that does not trust its people. We're not bringing little green men or flying saucers into the hearing. Sorry to disappoint about half y'all. We're just going to get to the facts. We're going to uncover the cover-up, and I hope this is just the beginning of many more hearings and more people coming forward about this. And I yield back the remainder of my time. I think, is it to Representative Luna, Mr. Chairman, or is that?
Yeah, we'll call Ms. Luna for her statement.
The circumstances surrounding UAPs has captivated the attention of the American people for decades, ingrained in even the minds of our nation's leaders from Jimmy Carter to Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton to Donald Trump, Marco Rubio to Chuck Schumer, John Radcliffe to National Security Council officials. Yet from Roswell, New Mexico to the coast of Jacksonville, Florida, the sightings of UAPs have rarely been explained by the people who have firsthand accounts of these situations. This is largely due to the lack of transparency by our own government and the failure of our elected leaders to make good on their promises to release explanations and footage and mountains of overclassified documents that continue to be hidden from the American people. This isn't just how I feel. In fact, the American people largely believe that the government has actively covered up the truth about UAPs. One poll in particular found that 68% of Americans believe that the government is hiding information about UAPs and not being honest about what we know about them. And from my personal experience, I believe the same thing. Another poll found that nearly half Americans believe that the federal government is doing a very bad or somewhat bad job of dealing with reports of UFO sightings. As Representative Burchett just referenced on the FAA bill that just went through, you can tell that that's exactly happening. Considering the thousands of testimonies and videos taken on people's phones and eyewitnesses' accounts made by credible witnesses such as doctors, pilots, scientists, and active duty service members, it is unacceptable to continue to gaslight Americans into thinking that this is not happening or that the potential of intelligent life forms exists other than humans. Even more alarming is the fact that these eyewitnesses are many of times service members and have no assurance that their lives will not be negatively impacted or even harmed by their experiences. In being an active duty service member working on an airfield, I've had conversations with many pilots where they were in fear of coming forward for retribution and or being taken off flight status. How do we know this? Because the government has said nothing to assure us otherwise. They have also did nothing to calm the concerns of over 20% of Americans who have reported to have seen UFOs or UAPs. We are simply told not to question the government and that the government has it under control. Today is the first hearing of its kind where we will attempt to get down to the bottom of what is actually happening with UAPs. But we will hear from people who have had personal sightings rather than Pentagon bureaucrats who have always been sent to stonewall our investigations. Just so that the press knows and the people know, we were even denied access to a classified briefing in a SCIF prior to this hearing due to the amount of hoops that we had to jump through to grant temporary clearance to witness GRUSCH, who has knowledge of classified information. It is time to have an open-minded discussion on this topic, to hear the evidence and understand the magnitude of what this means not just for our nation, but for humanity. Thank you, Chairman. I yield back the rest of my time.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to thank you and Mr. Burchett for bringing this topic to my attention. Now we'll recognize National Security Subcommittee Ranking Member Garcia for 10 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank first our witnesses for joining us today. I want to begin by thanking you all for your service to our country and for sharing your voices today and your courage to be here as well. To Mr. Graves, particularly grateful to you to spend some time that we had for you to share with candor some of your experiences, so I appreciate that as well. I do want to thank all the members of our subcommittee today and also those that are here and have waved on for their incredible interest in this issue, particularly to Congressman Burchett. I know that your leadership has brought us to this place today, and I want to thank you for that, as well as everyone else that's been engaged in this work. I also want to thank the Oversight staff, who I know has been working very hard to ensure that today's hearing is serious, that it's transparent, and that it also provides appropriate answers as our oversight body always demands. Now, it's really important that we're here in a bipartisan way to have this conversation, which really, to the heart of it, is about national security and key to the subcommittee's core purpose. This is the subcommittee on national security of the Oversight Committee. Now, our witnesses will testify today that UAPs have posed a serious safety threat, and we must understand this. More broadly, we're dealing with real questions that get to the heart of our faith in government. Faith in our institutions, as we all know, is at an all-time low. Partisanship and alternative facts make it too easy to doubt narrative or our institutions. But this hearing will offer the public unique perspectives, building on years of reporting by both federal agencies and the independent media. Now, some of the earliest reporting on this issue was a groundbreaking 2017 New York Times report, which revealed research, as we know now, on unidentified anomalous phenomena, or as many call UFOs, by the Defense Intelligence Agency. Mr. Graves and Commander Fravors' experiences with UAPs have also been documented by the public, not just by the New York Times, but CNN and many other national news outlets. Now, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence has published public reports documenting UAPs, and on June 9th, 2022, NASA announced that the agency is commissioning a study to, of course, examine unidentified anomalous phenomena. Now, the sheer number of reports, whistleblowers, and stories of unidentified anomalous phenomena should raise real questions and warrant investigation and oversight. And that's why we are here today. Now, pilots have reported encounters for years. Now, because of the stigma around reporting these incidents, we still don't have a complete picture of actually what's going on, particularly as our witnesses will testify on the civilian side, and that is a real problem that we have today in the country. Now, it's very important that we show that Democrats and Republicans in Congress can come together in a bipartisan way to cut through misinformation and to look at the facts in a serious and thoughtful manner. If we are to advance oversight and public disclosure, we must also gain the broad support of the public. We will succeed getting facts out to the public faster if there is a broad public support as part of the process. Now, I understand fully the Department of Defense is hesitant to share information that could also undermine our national security by revealing information on the capabilities of our own aircraft, our sensors, and other sensitive material. At the same time, many people believe that we're withholding information from them, and that is dangerous also. I believe in openness and transparency. That is also the role of Congress, and I want to trust that the American people will be able to weigh the evidence and make up their own minds. Now, we have incidents where sensors, sometimes even multiple types of sensors, detect things that we cannot explain. UAPs, whatever they may be, may pose a serious threat to our military or civilian aircraft, and that must be understood. Now, my career and training as a longtime and career educator and teacher and researcher tell me that we should never rule anything out. We know that our space, of course, is vast and undiscovered. I also want to note that Mr. Sean Kirkpatrick, Director of the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, the component of the DoD office that investigates UAP data, has testified before the Senate this year that his unit has found no evidence of extraterrestrial activity. NASA has also stated that they don't have evidence of extraterrestrial life either, and we've heard this, of course, from some of our government agencies. And we should remind viewers and witnesses, which I think is really important, that we also cannot share classified information in public settings. But questions, of course, remain that people want to see data and information for themselves. The enormous interest in the hearing today underscores the importance of a fair and open look at the evidence from witnesses who can share their unique perspectives. Now, I know I certainly have a lot of questions, and I know that all the members of our committee do as well. We should come to this hearing with an open mind, and we should not let our existing ideas restrict us on either side. I hear over and over from many agencies the stigma around reporting and investigating UAPs prevents us from getting real answers. We know that whistleblowers have reported harassment, intimidation, or stigma as well, and this is not acceptable. If people can't report incidents which would have national security or safety implications, then that also has serious consequences for us. As ranking member of this subcommittee, I know my job would be completely impossible if whistleblowers or others feel intimidated to come before this committee. We can't be afraid of asking questions, and we can't be afraid of the truth. I'm proud to say that this hearing builds upon bipartisan work by members of the House and Senate dating many years back, which is sought to increase awareness within the Department of Defense and to mandate more of Congress of UAPs. We know the Senate is taking up an amendment to their defense authorization bill, which will create a commission with broad declassification authority and we should all agree that that is an important step. Members of both parties and senior officials in multiple administrations have taken an interest in this issue, and we're proud to carry and build that confidence in the American people. This hearing will also not be the end of this discussion, but a new chapter and start to years and years of work that many folks, both in the public and within government, have been working on. We should encourage more reporting, not less, on UAPs. The more we understand, the safer we will be. We will hear testimony from witnesses today with a long record of service to the American people and with subject matter expertise. Our witnesses have a unique opportunity to share their perspective, insights, and their experiences with the American people. And I encourage all of my colleagues to engage with these difficult questions with an open mind and to follow the facts on behalf of our country. I also just want to say more broadly that we should look at this hearing and believe that everything is on the table as it relates to UAPs. I think an open mind is absolutely the best. I want to yield the 2.5 minutes, the remainder of my time, to the representative from Florida, Representative Moskowitz, for an opening statement. He also has been very much engaged in this issue, and I want to thank him for his leadership. Congressman.
Thank you, Ranking Member Garcia. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Tim Burchett and Anna Paulina Luna for their leadership in pushing this hearing forward. I want to thank, obviously, committee staff and their staff working on this on a bipartisan basis because many Americans are deeply interested in this issue, and it shouldn't take the potential of non-human origin to bring us together. Additionally, I want to thank the witnesses for coming forward to share your perspectives, your thoughts, and the sightings of UAPs. Unlike other hearings many times in Congress, you're not here to help a political party, but you're here to share information with the American people. And it's not something that is just going on in this administration. It's something that's spanned many administrations. For decades, many Americans have been fascinated by objects mysterious and unexplained, and it's long past time that they got some answers. The American public has a right to learn about technologies of unknown origins, non-human intelligence, and unexplainable phenomena. Those are not the words of a UFO Twitter account, though that is a direct quote from Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, that the American public has a right to learn about technologies of unknown origins, non-human intelligence, and unexplainable phenomena. In an interview with Fox News, recent former Director of National Intelligence John Radcliffe confirmed the U.S. government is aware a lot more sightings of UAPs, and that they have not made that information public. I quote, "There are a lot more sightings that have not been made public," Radcliffe said to Fox News. For me, this hearing is about transparency. We unfortunately live in a time in which many people distrust government and our institutions, and overclassification of information away from the American public or even Congress contributes to today's politics. The American people have regular questions. What are UAPs? How come the media doesn't report more on them? Are they foreign adversaries? Are they U.S. technology? Are they something else? They ask themselves, how come when a Russian jet shoots flares at one of our drones, we have perfect pictures and videos to show the American people and the world, but when it comes to UAPs, nothing? Of course, we must always protect our national security to maintain our superiority, like when stealth helicopters were only rumored to exist, but were used in the Osama bin Laden raid in 2011. But we can't allow that to be used as a shield to keep the American people completely in the dark from basic truths. The American people deserve to hear more about special access programs. Congress has a right to know if there's any unsanctioned weapons development, satellite imagery that has not been provided to Congress. Congress created the All-Domain Resolution Office in the NDAA of 2022. In its initial analysis, there are 171 uncharacterized UAP reports, and this is the words from the report, that appear to have demonstrated unusual flight characteristics or performance capabilities. I believe more information is known about the 171 instances. It's time for Congress to reinsert ourselves. I call on our military leaders and intelligence officials to release more information to the American people about UAPs. And to our military leaders, if there's nothing to conceal, let Congress go to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, the Dugway Proving Ground, or even Groom Lake in Nevada. We should have disclosure today. We should have disclosure tomorrow. The time has come. Thank you, Ranking Member.
Thank you, Mr. Moskowitz, and I would yield back now to our chairman. Thank you.
Right, now I'd like to introduce our witnesses. Our first witness is Lieutenant Ryan Graves. He's the Executive Director of Americans for Safe Aerospace. Lieutenant Graves is also a former U.S. Navy F-18 pilot with his own UAP experience. The next witness, David GRUSCH, is a former senior intelligence officer with the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency and was a senior technical advisor for UAP issues. And finally, retired Navy Commander David Fravor, squadron leader who worked as a naval aviator for 18 years. Mr. Fravor has his own UAP experience, known as the TikTok event. I look forward to hearing from all three of you today. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise their right hands. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that all the witnesses answered in the affirmative. You may be seated. We appreciate you all being here today and look forward to your testimony. I remind the witnesses that we have read your written statements and they will appear in full in the hearing record. Please try to limit your oral statements to 5 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button on the microphone in front of you so that it's on and the members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, it'll turn yellow, and the red light, when that comes on, it tells you your 5 minutes have expired. I'll now recognize Mr. Graves for 5 minutes for your opening statement.
Thank you. Chairman Grothman, Ranking Member Garcia, distinguished members of the House Oversight Subcommittee on National Security, Representatives Burchett and Luna. My name is Ryan Fobbs Graves, and I am a former F-18 pilot with a decade of service in the U.S. Navy, including 2 deployments in Operation Enduring Freedom and Operation Inherent Resolve. I have experienced advanced UAP firsthand, and I'm here to voice the concerns of more than 30 commercial aircrew and military veterans who have confided their similar encounters with me. Today, I would like to highlight 3 critical issues that demand our action. As we convene here, UAP are in our airspace, but they are grossly underreported. These sightings are not rare or isolated, they are routine. Military aircrew and commercial pilots, trained observers whose lives depend on accurate identification, are frequently witnessing these phenomena. The stigma attached to UAP is real and powerful and challenges national security. It silences commercial pilots who fear professional repercussions, discourages witnesses, and is only compounded by recent government claims questioning the credibility of eyewitness testimony. Parts of our government are aware of more about UAP than they let on, but excessive classification practices keep crucial information hidden. Since 2021, all UAP videos are classified as secret or above. This level of secrecy not only impedes our understanding, but fuels speculation and mistrust. In 2014, I was an F-18 Foxtrot pilot in the Navy Fighter Attack Squadron 11, the Red Rippers, and I was stationed at NAS Oceana in Virginia Beach. After upgrades were made to our jet's radar systems, we began detecting unknown objects operating in our airspace. At first, we assumed they were radar errors, but soon we began to correlate the radar tracks with multiple onboard sensors, including infrared systems, eventually through visual ID. During a training mission in Warning Area Whiskey 72, 10 miles off the coast of Virginia Beach, 2 F-18 Super Hornets were split by a UAP. The object, described as a dark gray or a black cube inside of a clear sphere, came within 50 feet of the lead aircraft and was estimated to be 5 to 15 feet in diameter. The mission commander terminated the flight immediately and returned to base. Our squadron submitted a safety report, but there was no official acknowledgement of the incident and no further mechanism to report the sightings. Soon, these encounters became so frequent that aircrew would discuss the risk of UAP as part of their regular pre-flight briefs. Recognizing the need for action and answers, I founded Americans for Safe Aerospace. The organization has since become a haven for UAP witnesses who were previously unspoken due to the absence of a safe intake process. More than 30 witnesses have come forward, and almost 5,000 Americans have joined us in the fight for transparency at safeaerospace.org. The majority of witnesses are commercial pilots at major airlines. Often, they are veterans with decades of flying experience. Pilots are reporting UAP at altitudes that appear above them at 40,000 feet, potentially in low Earth orbit or in the gray zone below the Kármán line, making inexplainable maneuvers like right-hand turns and retrograde orbits or J-hooks. Sometimes these reports are reoccurring, with numerous recent sightings north of Hawaii and in the North Atlantic. Other veterans are also coming forward to us regarding UAP encounters in our airspace and oceans. The most compelling involve observations of UAP by multiple witnesses and sensor systems. I believe these accounts are only scratching the surface, and more will share their experiences once it is safe to do so. In closing, I recognize the skepticism surrounding this topic. If everyone could see the sensor and video data I witnessed, our national conversation would change. I urge us to put aside stigma and address the security and safety issue this topic represents. If UAP are foreign drones, it is an urgent national security problem. If it is something else, it is an issue for science. In either case, unidentified objects are concerned for flight safety. The American people deserve to know what is happening in our skies. It is long overdue. Thank you.
Mr. Grusch?
Mr. Chairman, ranking members and congressmen, thank you. I'm happy to be here. This is an important issue, and I'm grateful for your time. My name is David Charles GRUSCH. I was an intelligence officer for 14 years, both in the U.S. Air Force, both active duty, Air National Guard, and Reserve, at the rank of major, and most recently from 2021 to 2023, at the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, NGA, at the GS-15 civilian level, which is the military equivalent of a full bird colonel. I was my agency's co-lead in unidentified anomalous phenomena and transmedium object analysis, as well as reporting to the UAP task force, UAPTF, and eventually, once it was established, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, AARO. I became a whistleblower through a PPD-19 urgent concern filing in May 2022 with the Intelligence Community Inspector General. Following concerning reports from multiple esteemed and credentialed current and former military and intelligence community individuals that the U.S. government is operating with secrecy above congressional oversight with regards to UAPs. My testimony is based on information I've been given by individuals with a long-standing track record of legitimacy and service to this country, many of whom also have shared compelling evidence in the form of photography, official documentation, and classified oral testimony to myself and my various colleagues. I have taken every step I can to corroborate this evidence over a period of 4 years while I was with the UAP Task Force and do my due diligence on the individual sharing it. This is because of these steps, I believe strongly in the importance of bringing this information before you. I am driven by a commitment of both to truth and transparency, rooted in our inherent duty to uphold the United States Constitution and protect the American people. I'm asking Congress to hold our government to this standard and thoroughly investigate these claims. But as I stand here under oath now, I am speaking to the facts as I've been told them. In the U.S. Air Force, in my National Reconnaissance Office, NRO, reservist capacity, I was a member of the UAP Task Force from 2019 to 2021. I served at the NRO Operations Center on the Director's Briefing staff, which included the coordination of the Presidential Daily Brief and supporting variety of contingency operations, which I was the Reserve Intelligence Division Chief backup. In 2019, the UAP Task Force Director asked me to identify all special access programs and controlled access programs, also known as SAPs and CAPs, we needed to satisfy our congressionally mandated mission, and we were direct report at the time to the DepSecDef. At the time, due to my extensive executive level intelligence support duties, I was cleared to literally all relevant compartments and in a position of extreme trust, both in my military and civilian capacities. I was informed in the course of my official duties of a multi-decade UAP crash retrieval and reverse engineering program, to which I was denied access to those additional read-ons when I requested it. I made the decision, based on the data I collected, to report this information to my superiors and multiple inspectors general, and in effect becoming a whistleblower. As you know, I've suffered retaliation for my decision, but I am hopeful that my actions will ultimately lead to a positive outcome of increased transparency. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you. Commander Fravor?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Congressmen, Congresswomen. I want to first thank you for the invitation to speak to the committee on the UAP topic that has been in the news for the past 6 years and seems to be continuing to gain momentum. As you know, my name is David Fravor. I'm a retired commander in the United States Navy. In 2004, I was a commanding officer of Strike Fighter Squadron 41, the world-famous Black Aces. We were attached to Carrier Wing 11, stationed on board the USS Nimitz, and had begun a 2-month workup cycle off the coast of California. On this day, we were scheduled for a 2v2 air-to-air training with the USS Princeton as our control. When we launched off Nimitz, my wingman was joining up. We were told that the training was going to be suspended and we were going to proceed with real-world tasking. As we proceeded to the west, the air controller was counting down the range to an object that we were going to, and we were unaware of what we were going to see when we arrived. The controller had told us that these objects had been observed for over 2 weeks, coming down from over 80,000 feet, rapidly descending to 20,000 feet, hanging out for hours, and then going straight back up. For those who don't realize, above 80,000 feet is space. We arrived at the location at approximately 20,000 feet, and the controller called merge plot, which means that our radar blip was now in the same resolution cell as the contact. As we looked around, we noticed that we saw some whitewater off our right side. It's important to note that the weather on this day was as close to perfect as you could ask for off the coast of San Diego. Clear skies, light winds, calm seas, no whitecaps from waves. So the whitewater stood out in a large blue ocean. All 4 of us, because we were in F-18Fs, so we had pilots and Wizzo in the back seat, looked down a small, saw a white tic-tac object with a longitudinal axis pointing north-south and moving very abruptly over the water like a ping-pong ball. There were no rotors, no rotor wash, or any sign of visible control surfaces like wings. As we started clockwise towards the object, my Wizzo and I decided to go down and take a closer look with the other aircraft staying in high cover to observe both us and the tic-tac. We proceeded around the circle about 90 degrees from the start of our descent, and the object suddenly shifted its longitudinal axis, aligned it with my aircraft, and began to climb. We continued down another 270 degrees, nose low, where the tic-tac, or we considered 270 degrees to where, and we went nose low to where the tic-tac would have been. Our altitude at this point was about 15,000 feet, and the tic-tac was about 12,000. As we pulled nose onto the object, within about a half mile of it, it rapidly accelerated in front of us and disappeared. Our wingman, roughly 8,000 feet above us, lost contact also. We immediately turned back to see where the whitewater was at, and it was gone also. So as we started to turn back towards the east, the controller came up and said, "Sir, you're not going to believe this, but that thing is at your cap point, roughly 60 miles away in less than a minute." You can calculate the speed. We returned to Nimitz. We were taking off our gear. We were talking to one of my crews that was getting ready to launch. We mentioned it to him, and they went out and luckily got the video that you see, that 90-second video. What you don't see is the radar tape that was never released, and we don't know where it's at, of the active jamming that the object put on an APG-73 radar, and I can get into modes later if you're interested. What is shocking to us is that the incident was never investigated. None of my crew were ever questioned. Tapes were never taken, and after a couple days, it turned into a great story with friends. It wasn't until 2009 till Jay Stratton had contacted me to investigate. Unbeknownst to all, he was part of the ATIP program in the Pentagon led by Lou Elizondo. There was an unofficial official report that came out that's now on the internet. Years later, I was contacted by the other pilot, Alex Dietrich, and asked if I'd been contacted, and I said no, but I'm willing to talk. I was contacted by Mr. Elizondo, and we talked for a short period of time, and he said we'd be in contact. A few weeks after that, I was made aware that Lou had left the Pentagon in protest and joined forces with Tom DeLonge, Chris Mellon, Steve Justice, and others to form Two Stars Academy, an organization that pressed the issue with leading industry experts and U.S. government officials. They worked with Leslie Kean, who is present today, Ralph Blumenthal, and Helene Cooper to publish the articles in the New York Times 2017 New York Times, and it removed the stigma on the topic of UFOs, which is why we're here today. Those articles open the door for the government and public that cannot be closed. It has led to an interest from our elected officials who are not focused on little green men, but figuring out where these craft are, where they're from, the technology they possess, how do they operate. It also led to the Whistleblower Protection Act and the NDAA. There are multiple witnesses coming forward to say that have firsthand knowledge, and Mr. GRUSCH just covered that. What concerns me is that there's no oversight from our elected officials on anything associated with our government processing or working on craft. Believe not from this world. This issue is not a full public disclosure that could undermine national security, but it is about ensuring that our system of checks and balances works across all work done in the government using taxpayer funds. Relative to government programs, even unacknowledged WAVE programs have some level of oversight by the appropriate committee members in the House and Senate, and this work that is said to be occurring from whistleblower testimonies should not be exempt. In closing, I would like to say that the Tic Tac object we engaged in 2004 was far superior to anything that we had on time, have today, or are looking to develop in the next 10 years. If we in fact have programs that possess this technology, it needs to have oversight from those people that the citizens of this great country elected in office to represent what is best for the United States and best for the citizens. I thank you for your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I know it's very difficult for all of you, all you've done in the past to try to illuminate this issue. Call on myself first for some questions. I'm going to start with Mr. Graves. Are pilots that you interact with as part of your organization, do you feel adequately trained and briefed on how to handle encounters with UAPs?
No. Right now, military witnesses to UAP have limited options for reporting UAP. But more concerning is that commercial aviation sector has not adapted to the lessons that the military has implemented. The military and Department of Defense has stated that UAP represent a critical aviation safety risk. We have not seen that same language being used in the commercial markets. They are not acknowledging this risk.
Okay. What steps do you think you have to be taken to improve a pilot's UAP reporting, be it military or commercial?
Right now, we need a system where pilots can report without fear of losing their jobs. There is a fear that the stigma associated with this topic is going to lead to professional repercussions, either through management or perhaps through their yearly physical check. So having a secure system, reducing the stigma, and making this information available through the public is going to reduce the concerns that aircrew have.
Could you just give me a little idea of the degree to which reports in the past are not made public right now?
Well, I don't think there has been a proper reporting system to gather those reports and thus not report them. So to answer your question, I think there is a dearth of data due to the fact that the reporting has been limited up to this time.
Could you tell me why you believe it's, kind of to play the devil's advocate, a reason why some of this stuff should not be available to the public?
There's certainly some national security concerns when we use our advanced sensors in our tactical jets to be able to identify these objects. However, there's no reason that the objects themselves would be classified. I would be curious to see how the security classification guideline actually spells out the different nuances of how this topic is classified from the perspective of UAP, not national security.
I'll give you a follow-up on that. Assuming that there are reasons why not all this should be made public, this has been around for a long period of time. Can any of the three of you think of any reason why anything related to UAPs, say 15 years and back, should not be immediately made public?
I think one of it is acknowledging a vulnerability, both from a collection and I'll just say a countermeasure perspective. So it's that we haven't cracked for many years. Yeah.
Even say 20 years back. Is there any reason why, when you go back that far, things shouldn't be made public?
Unless it shows a specific national security vulnerability as it relates to a weakness in a particular defense system.
Okay, Mr. Fravor, the TikTok incident that you were engaged occurred in 2004. What kind of reporting took place after that incident?
None. We had a standard debrief where the backseaters went down to our carrier intel center and briefed what had happened, and that was it. No one else talked to us, and I was in the top 20 in the battle group. No one came. The captain was aware, the admiral was aware, nothing was done.
Your commanding officers provide any sort of justification?
No, because I was the commanding officer of the squadron, so no.
Was this incident the only UAP event that you encountered while you were a pilot?
Yes, it was.
Okay. This is for any one of you. Based off of each of your experiences and observations, do you believe UAPs pose a potential threat to our national security?
Yes, and here's why. The technology that we faced was far superior than anything that we had, and you could put that anywhere. If you had one, you captured one, you reverse engineered it, you got it to work, you're talking something that can go into space, go someplace, drop down in a matter of seconds, do whatever it wants, and leave, and there's nothing we can do about it. Nothing.
Okay. You two?
Well, I would also like to add, from a commercial aviation and military aviation perspective, we deal with uncertainty in our operating space as a matter of our professional actions. Identifying friend from foe is very important to us. And so when we have unidentified targets and we continue to ignore those due to a stigma or a fear of what it could be, that's an opening that our adversaries can take advantage of.
What steps should be taken to better understand and respond to UAP encounters in the interest of national security?
There needs to be a location where this information is centralized for processing, and there needs to be a two-way communication loop so the operators on the front end have a feedback and can get best practices on how to process information, what to do, and to ensure that their reporting is being listened to. Right now, there is not a lot of back and forth.
Mr. Grusch, in your complaint to the Intelligence Community Inspector General, you claim that you believe information is being hidden. What kind of information do you think was hidden, and do you think it should remain hidden?
Yes, I can speak to that very briefly in an unclassified manner. As you know, the preponderance of my complaint was classified to the intelligence communities. Both material acquisition and exploitation activity, also baselining the UAPs but not sharing it with, intelligence professionals that are actually doing step briefs to pilots, that kind of information. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now we'll go to Mr. Garcia.
Thank you. Again, thank you all for your service and for testifying today. Want to just talk about the UAPs as it relates to what we're seeing in the pilots' interaction with UAPs. Particularly, Mr. Graves, one of the, I think, concerns that for members of this committee is this idea that pilots, there's no system to actually report UAPs and the stigma around pilots. And so can you just briefly, you mentioned that you're working with 30 pilots right now that have had encounters with UAPs, but you've also, I believe, discussed and know of many more pilots. This is just those that you're currently working with. Is that correct? Can you expand on that?
Certainly. I'll break that down in two ways. First, when we were first experiencing these objects off the eastern seaboard in the 2014 to 2015 time period, anyone that had upgraded their radar systems were seeing these objects. So there was a large number of my colleagues that were detecting these objects off the eastern seaboard. They were further correlating that information with their other onboard sensors, and many of them also had their own eye sightings as well of these objects. Now, that was our personal first-hand experience at the time. Since then, as I've engaged this topic, others have reached out to me to share their experiences, both on the military side as well as the commercial aviation side. On the military aviation side, veterans that have recently got out have shared their stories and have expressed how the objects we were seeing in 2014, 2015 continued all the way to 2019, 2020, and beyond. And so it became a generational issue for naval aviators on the eastern seaboard. This was something we were briefing to new students. This is something that was included in the notice to airmen to ensure that there was no accidents. And now with commercial aviators, they are reaching out because they're having somewhat similar experiences as our military brothers and sisters, but they do not have any reporting system that they can send us to.
And let me just add, both to Mr. Fravor as well as Mr. Graves, not having this system for reporting, would you both agree that it's harmful to not just our national security interests, but to understand this phenomenon of what's happening with UAPs?
I think it's a travesty that we don't have a system to correlate this and actually investigate. So if you took the East Coast, there's coastal radars out there that monitor our air defense identification zone, so out to 200 miles. They can track these, so when you see them, they could actually go and pull that data and get maneuvering. And instead of just having the airplanes, there's other data sources out there. And I've talked to other government officials on this. So you need a centrally located repository that these reports go to. So if you just stuck it in DOD, you wouldn't get anything out of the Intelligence Committee because they have a tendency to not to talk. But if you had a central location where these reports would come in, not just military, but also commercial aviation, because there's a lot of that going on, especially if you talk to anyone that flies from here to Hawaii, over the Pacific, they see odd lights. So I think you need to develop something that allows you a central point to collect the data in order to investigate.
Mr. Graves?
I would concur with everything Mr. Fravor said. I'll continue to say that the commercial pilots that have reached out to me through Americans for Safe Aerospace are doing so because they don't feel there's another way for them to report this safety issue.
And I think one of the clear outcomes of this hearing already is that there has to be a safe and transparent reporting process for pilots, both on the commercial side and the military side, to be able to report UAPs in a way that's also transparent, but also understands the scope of our national security interests and what may be classified or not. But I think there has to be some sort of system, and so that's something that I hope can be an outcome that this committee can work on. Is there anything else for the two of you briefly beyond this reporting system that you think that we can do as the government to encourage and facilitate more civilian reporting?
I think we're doing it right now.
Okay,
I
great.
think this hearing is going to show the American people that their government takes this topic seriously.
And how about civilians that may not be pilots? What kind of process could be in place for civilians who are not pilots, who may have UAP encounters? Do either of you have any suggestions that could facilitate that?
My recommendations would be to make that a sensor-centric operation in order to make it as objective as possible.
Okay. Sir, Mr. Favor?
No, I agree with Mr. Graves on that.
Okay. Just briefly, I also just want to note, particularly for the two pilots, and I have a question for Mr. GRUSCH. One of the things that I found fascinating in our discussion, Mr. Graves, last night as well, is that you both described UAPs and formations and the way they are observed in space or in our air, and the way that they move is essentially ways in which current technology or aircraft that we know of are unable to actually function or move. And so will you just, for the public record, again, once again, just briefly just either describe or note that aircraft that are being witnessed, particularly by the 30 folks that you're working with, are essentially outside the scope of anything that we know of today and the technology we have today. Mr. Graves, Mr. Favor?
Yes, the objects that are being seen by commercial pilots are performing maneuvers that are unexplainable due to our current understanding of our technology and our capabilities as a country, and that applies for the military as well.
Mr. Favor?
Yeah, I concur with that. We have nothing that can stop in midair and go the other direction, nor do we have anything that can, like in our situation, come down from space, hang out for 3 hours, and go back up.
Thank you. My last question, and sometimes I know that you have also said some of these answers in the past, but we're trying to get them on the public record as well, which is really important. Mr. GRUSCH, finally, do you believe that our government is in possession of UAPs?
Absolutely, based on interviewing over 40 witnesses over 4 years.
And where?
I know the exact locations, and those locations were provided to the Inspector General, and some of which to the intelligence committees. I actually had the people with the firsthand knowledge provide a protected disclosure to the Inspector General.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I would just say that I think that these questions are important questions, and I look forward to being involved in the process to get those answered. I know there'll be a lot of questions from other committee members, so I yield back.
Thank you. We'll go to Mr. Burchett himself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Garcia. I would like to have you on my legislation to do just that on the reporting.
That's fucking awesome.
And we'll get together on that. Maybe you can be my co-sponsor on that. That'd be really cool. Thank you for those great questions.
What did I miss when I was reading?
Mr. Graves, again, I'd like to know, how do you know that these were not our aircraft?
Some of the behaviors that we saw in a working area, we would see these objects being at 0.0 Mach, that's 0 airspeed, over certain pieces of the ground. So what that means, just like a river, if you throw a bobber in, it's going to float downstream. These objects were staying completely stationary in Category 4 hurricane winds. These same objects would then accelerate to supersonic speeds, 1.1, 1.2 Mach, and they would do so in very erratic and quick behaviors that I don't have an explanation for.
Okay. Have you spoken to commercial and military pilots that have seen these off of our East Coast?
I have.
Okay. Mr. Favor, I noticed that in the Tic Tac video, it's Tic Tac like the candy, not TikTok like the Chinese Communist app.
That's correct.
Yes, sir. I just want to make that because my daughter corrected me on that and called me a boomer and said, "Hey, boomer," and I said, "No, baby, it's Tic Tac like the candy. You're going to have to just look it up." And but now I would also like to say today is a day of many firsts. It's a miracle that we're having this meeting, and it's also a miracle that my wife has put up with me for 9 years today. Today is my anniversary, so I want to tell my wife happy anniversary and that I love her very much. As she likes to say, this 9 years have been the best 2 years of her life. So, thank you. Mr. Favor, what astonished you the most about the flight capabilities of these Tic Tac, very briefly?
The performance, absolute performance. It was.
And you're not aware of any other objects that anybody in the world has, in this world, that has those capabilities?
No, I think it's far beyond actually our material science that we currently possess.
Are you aware of any other reconnaissance platforms that have tracked or recorded the Tic Tac's maneuvers, maybe the NORAD system or any of the others?
I am not.
Okay. Mr. GRUSCH, thank you for being here, brother. Thank you all very much. Have you faced any retaliation or reprisals for any of your testimony or anything on these lines?
Yeah, I have to be careful what I say in detail because there is an open whistleblower reprisal investigation on my behalf, and I don't want to compromise that investigation by providing anything that may help provide somebody information. But it was very brutal and very unfortunate, some of the tactics they used to hurt me both professionally and personally, to be quite frank. Yeah.
It's very unfortunate, as they say, when you're over the target, that's when they do the most firing at you. Do you have any personal knowledge of people who have been harmed or injured in efforts to cover up or conceal these extraterrestrial technology?
Yes. Personally.
Have anyone been murdered that you would that you know of or have heard of, I guess?
I have to be careful asking that question. I directed people with that knowledge to the appropriate authorities.
Maybe in a, if we could get in a confidential area, SCIF, we could talk about that. But unfortunately, we were denied access to the SCIF, and that's very unfortunate in this scenario.
You could have said no.
Mr. Favor, do you believe that you witnessed an additional object under the water in relation to your encounter?
I will say we did not see an object. There was something there to cause the whitewater, and when we turned around, it was gone. So there was something there that obviously moved.
Okay, it was not the same object though that you were looking at, correct?
No, we actually joked that the Tic Tac was communicating with something when we came back, and because the whitewater disappeared.
We were in another instance. We're told about the capabilities of a jamming during viewing of when there were some people chasing some of these objects. Did you experience any of that jamming or interrupting your radar or weapons system?
My crew that launched after we landed experienced significant jamming to the APG-73 radar, which was what we had on board, which is a mechanically scanned, very high-end system prior to the APG-79. And yes, it did pretty much everything you could do, range, velocity, aspect, and then it spit the lock, and the targeting pod is passive. That's what we were able to get the video on.
I'm about to run out of time, but are you aware of any of our enemies that have that capability?
No.
Okay. I would also like to note for the record that, like George Knapp, breaking Area 51, he's the reason I knew about that, and the reason I know about the Tic Tacs is Leslie Keene from New York Times article, and I would encourage everybody to read that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back to you for no time.
Very good. Mr. Raskin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Graves, you reported UAP encounters during training flights, I think, and have since come forward to warn the Pentagon that these encounters may be putting pilots at risk. My first question is, you've identified these as taking place on the East Coast. Is it just on the East Coast where these encounters have been reported?
No. Since the events initially occurred, I've learned that the objects have been detected essentially where all operations, Navy operations are being conducted across the world. And that's from the Ultimate Anomaly Resolutions Office reporting.
All right, can you describe your experience after you decided to come forward and go public with your experience?
Certainly. Like many others, in 2017, I saw the New York Times article come out as well. And for me, it was special because I recognized the voices on the video. I recognized the video itself. I had seen it when it was taken. I seen it when it was debriefed. And so that was kind of shook me because I realized that this problem was still ongoing. And so I reached out to colleagues back on the East Coast and realized that this was still a safety risk that they were dealing with, that they had essentially hit a wall with how they could move forward on this conversation. It was at that point when I decided to try to move the conversation forward myself.
Are there common characteristics to the UAPs that have been cited by different pilots, and can you describe what the convergence of descriptions is?
Certainly. We were primarily seeing dark gray or black cubes inside of a clear sphere.
I'm sorry, dark gray or black cubes?
Yes, inside of a clear sphere, where the apex or tips of the cube were touching the inside of that sphere. And that was primarily what was being reported when we were able to gain a visual tally of these objects. And that occurred over almost 8 years. And as far as I know, it's still occurring.
So I take it that you're arguing what we need is real transparency and a reporting system so we can get some clarity on what's going on. out there, because there are many pilots in your situation, but we should have a way of developing a systematic inventory of all of such encounters. Is that right?
Yes, and I think we need both transparency and the reporting. We have the reporting, but we need to make sure that information can be promulgated to commercial aviation as well as the rest of the populace.
Mr. GRUSCH, what about you? What was your experience after you came forward?
Well, it's only been about 2 months or so, so I guess my experience has been overwhelming support from former colleagues of mine that have privately messaged me, and I do appreciate that. But I do have knowledge of active planned reprisal activity against myself and other colleagues, and it's very upsetting to me.
Coming from where?
Certain senior leadership at previous agencies I was associated with. And that's all I'll say publicly, but I can provide more details in a closed environment.
Okay. Well, I hope you understand that there would be bipartisan rejection of any attempt to vilify, demonize, or engage in other reprisals against our witnesses and people who are telling the truth from their perspective.
Yeah, there were certain colleagues of mine that were brutally administratively attacked, and it actually makes me very upset as a leader to see that happen to other coworkers and actually superiors of mine over the last 3 years.
How do you account for that response? That seems like a bizarre response.
I call it administrative terrorism. That's their quiver, their tool in the toolbox to silence people, especially the career government service cares about their career, cares about their clearance, their reputation to climb the ladder. And when you threaten that career path, a lot of people back off. But I'm here to represent those people. So, yeah.
Mr. Fravor, what about you? What has your experience been since you've come forward with your perspective on this?
Actually, I've been treated very well. And the 6 people that were involved, myself included, all of them have or will be retiring from the military as 05s or 06s. And all my friends that are very senior, 3 and 4 stars, I've talked to them. They believe, they understand there's a problem. But no, I was actually treated really well.
And what is your general interpretation of these phenomena? Or what is your current thinking of trying to make sense of them?
Well, I'll say, I'm not like a UFO fanatic. It's not me. But I will tell you that what we saw with 4 sets of eyes over a 5-minute period, still, there's nothing, we have nothing close to it. It was amazing to see. I told my buddy I wanted to fly it, but yeah, it's just an incredible technology.
All right, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I'll yield back to you.
Thanks. On to Ms. Luna.
Mr. GRUSCH, in speaking to you yesterday, I just wanted to follow up on Representative Raskin's questions. In the last couple of years, have you had incidences that have caused you to be in fear for your life for addressing these issues?
Yes, personally.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want everyone to note that he's coming forward in fear of his life. To put in perspective, if they were really not scared about this information coming out, why would someone be intimidated like that? To your knowledge, are NHIs working with adversarial foreign governments in either technology exchange programs or back engineering programs?
I don't have data on that. I'm not sure.
Have you heard or you had people come forward to present that evidence?
Not that particular evidence that you just espoused.
Okay, on the 19th of April, Dr. Kirkpatrick, head of Aero, had said that he did not find any evidence of UAPs. You also stated that you had, in your interview, that you had briefed him on information that you were uncovering, but that he did not follow up with you. Were the items that you divulged to him pertinent to national security?
Yes, him and I had a classified conversation in April 2022 before he took over Aero in July 2022, and I provided him some concerns I had.
Do you know why he might not have followed up with you?
Unfortunately, I cannot read his mind. I wish he did. I was happy to give sage counsel to him on where to look when he took the helm of Aero.
Okay, and then my last question for you before I move to Mr. Graves is you received prior approval from the Defense Department to speak on certain issues, correct?
Correct, through DOPSR, DoD Pre-Publication and Security Review, and I just want to remind the public, they're just looking from a security perspective. These are my own personal views and opinions, not the department's.
Okay, I'm asking that though mainly because I think that there are many people that would like to discredit you. So it does bring a certain amount of credibility to your testimony.
I'm required by law to do that as a former intelligence officer, or I go to jail for revealing classified information.
Yeah, we don't want you to go to jail. My next question would actually be for Mr. Graves. Can you please explain to me in detail the event that occurred at Vandenberg Air Force Base?
Certainly. In the 2003 timeframe, a large group of Boeing contractors were operating near one of the launch facilities at Vandenberg Air Force Base when they observed a very large 100-yard sided red square approach the base from the ocean and hover at low altitude over one of the launch facilities. This object remained for about 45 seconds or so before darting off over the mountains. There was a similar event within 24 hours later in the evening. This was a morning event, I believe 8:45 in the morning. Later in the evening, post-sunset, there were reports of other sightings on base, including some aggressive behaviors. These objects were approaching some of the security guards at rapid speeds before darting off. And this is information that was received through one of the witnesses that have approached me at Americans for Safe Aerospace.
Was this documented in any official form, whether it was a police blotter?
Yes, they had official documentation and records from the event that the witness held over the years.
And I'm not going to ask you to do it right now for time reasons, but you'd be able to sketch what was witnessed, correct? And have you seen that before on any other equipment and or during your flight time?
I have not seen what they've described. This object was estimated to be almost the size of a football field, and I have not seen anything personally that large.
Okay, and then another question on follow-up referencing the gimbal video Go Fast incident. Can you just clarify, because to our understanding, the footage was actually cut off at a certain point, but what happens at the end of that video, just for those Americans specifically that are wanting to know about the rest of that footage?
Certainly. There was some uncertainty or instability with the object. It seemed to rock a bit, and that's the last I had seen of the video. Much of the data that I would recommend be analyzed would consist of radar data that would provide precise kinematics on the object, as well as the fleet of objects that were operating nearby.
Okay, and follow-up, in regards to the reporting procedures that Mr. Garcia had addressed on, as well as Representative Burchett, with the FAA, to your understanding, pilots that are seeing this, commercial airline pilots, are they receiving cease and desist letters from corporations for coming forward with information in regards to safety for potential airline passengers?
I have been made privy to conversations with commercial aviators who have received cease and desist orders.
So the American public should know that corporations are putting their own reputations on the not the line, but ahead of the safety of the American people. And I think, would you agree with that statement?
It appears so.
Okay. And I guess this would be my last, I'm out of time. I yield. I'll be back.
Good. Mr. Moskowitz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, let's talk about the laws of physics for a second. Mr. Graves and Commander Favor, I heard you talk about speed. When those objects broke the sound barrier, did they make a sonic boom?
I was in a jet. You can't hear anything. It's kind of loud in there.
Yeah, you're not able to actually personally tell within the vehicle. I will say the objects that we were seeing, they were spherical, and they were observed up to Mach 2, which is a very non-aerodynamic shape.
What about G-forces? Let's talk about G-forces of those vehicles. Could a human survive those G-forces with known technology today?
No.
No, not for the acceleration rates that we observed.
Okay. What about what they look like? How close did you get? Did you see a seam or a rivet or a section? And what I mean is, obviously, the jets you're flying have all those things. Did these objects have those?
Do you want to go, Ryan?
I didn't have the detail to be able to tell that.
So we got within a half mile of Tic Tac, which people say that's pretty far, but in airplanes, that's actually relatively close. No, it was perfectly white, smooth, no windows, although when we did take the original FLIR video that is out there, when you put it on a big screen, it actually had two little objects that came out of the bottom of it. But other than that, no windows, no seams, no nothing.
Mr. Grush, as a result of your previous government work, have you met with people with direct knowledge or have direct knowledge yourself of non-human origin craft?
Yes, I personally interviewed those individuals.
Mr. Grusch, as a result of your previous government work, have you met with people with direct knowledge or have direct knowledge yourself about ATs, advanced technologies that the U.S. government has?
Based on conventional advanced tech, I was briefed to the preponderance of the Defense Department's both space and aerospace compartmented programs, yeah.
Do you have knowledge or do you have reason to believe that there are programs in the advanced tech space that are unsanctioned?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when you say that they're above congressional oversight, what do you mean?
Complicated question. So there's, some, I would call it abuse here. So congressional oversight of conventional special access programs, so I'll use Title 10, so DOD as an example, right? So 10 U.S. Code Section 119 discusses congressional oversight of SAPs, discusses the DepSecDef's ability to waive congressional reporting. However, the Gang of Eight is at least supposed to be notified if a waived or waive bigoted unacknowledged SAP is created, and that's public law.
Well, so that how does, I don't want to cut you off, but how does a program like that get funded?
I will give you generalities. I can get very specific in a closed session, but misappropriation of funds and
does that mean
self-fund.
does that mean that there is money in the budget that is said to go to a program, but it doesn't, and it goes to something else?
Yes, I have specific knowledge of that. Yep.
Do you think U.S. corporations are overcharging for certain tech they're selling to the U.S. government, and that additional money is going to programs?
Correct, through something called IRAD.
Okay. Satellite imagery. Let's talk about satellite imagery. We have satellites all over the place, some that we're aware of and many that we're not aware of, right? We're taking pictures of everything at every point and second. Mr. Grusch, are you aware, do you have direct knowledge, or have you talked to people with direct knowledge that there are satellite imagery of these events?
That was one of my primary tasks at NGA, since we process, exploit, and disseminate that kind of information. I've seen multiple cases, some of which, to my understanding, and of course I left NGA in April, so that's my information cutoff date. But I personally reviewed both what we call overhead collection and from other strategic and tactical platforms that I could not even explain prosaically. And I have a degree in physics, by the way, as well. And I am aware that you guys have not seen these reports, unfortunately. And I don't know why.
Do you have direct knowledge, or you have spoken to people with direct knowledge that this imagery applies to crash sites, crash imagery?
I can't discuss that in an open session.
Okay.
What's your answer?
Do you have any information that the U.S. government is involved in a disinformation campaign to deny the existence of certain UAPs?
I can't go beyond what I've already stated publicly in my News Nation interview because it touches other sensitivities.
Okay. I'll yield the balance of my time back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Fox?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank our witnesses for being here today. Mr. Grusch, in your sworn testimony, you state that the United States government has retrieved supposedly extraterrestrial spacecraft and other UAP-related artifacts. You go so far as to state that the U.S. is in possession of, quote, non-human spacecraft, end quote, and that some of these artifacts have circulated with defense contractors. Several other former military and intelligence officials have come forward with similar allegations, albeit in non-public settings. However, Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, the director of AARO, previously testified before Congress that there has been, and I quote, no credible evidence thus far of extraterrestrial activity or of, quote, off-world technology brought to the attention of the office. To your knowledge, is that statement correct?
It's not accurate. I believe Dr. Kirkpatrick mentioned he had about 30 individuals that have come to AARO thus far. A few of those individuals have also come to AARO that I also interviewed, and I know what they provided Dr. Kirkpatrick and their team.
Okay.
I was able to evaluate
that
information.
I need to go on.
Sure.
But my understanding that his statement is accurate, came from a direct quote. And this contradiction is a perfect example of why we need to inject transparency into our government. And for another example, look no further than the pitiful response to the Chinese spy balloon debacle earlier this year. You may remember the mass confusion that ensued when the balloon was first spotted over Montana, 4 days after it first entered U.S. airspace over Alaska. The Biden administration's initial inability to address the object grew into a continuous series of embarrassments. After news of the balloon reached the mainstream media, we were assured that the balloon posed no threat to our security. However, after the balloon was allowed to transit the entire continental United States, fighter jets were scrambled off the coast of South Carolina to shoot it down. This flip-flopping and obfuscation caused needless confusion, fear, and panic across the country. It's my hope, Mr. Chairman, that this sort of confusion will not be repeated. We should investigate the extent to which elements of our government possess or do not possess information that is of critical value to the American people. We owe it to the citizens of this nation to make sure that our government is transparent and accountable. We must make sure that our government provides answers, and Congress must do its duty to solicit those answers. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Yeah, Mr. Frost.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In 2022, NASA announced that it was commissioning an independent study team to examine UAPs. The NASA team is comprised of scientists across different fields, as well as former astronauts and pilots. In May, the independent study team held its first public meeting, which included the perspectives from NASA senior leaders, as well as perspectives from the Department of Defense and intelligence agencies. The NASA study team is also expected to release its first report pretty soon, and I think it's safe to say that we all eagerly await its results. Mr. Graves, how might NASA's research influence the commercial industry regarding safety in UAP?
I think NASA has a big role to play as far as commercial aviation safety, and it's one of their original charges as an organization. One of the recommendations that have been put forward is to utilize their existing aviation safety reporting system to serve as a short-term fill and trusted platform for pilots that want to report on UAP. It also has built-in analytics capability and is funded by Congress.
Gotcha. And also, Mr. Graves, are there any other industries that may be influenced by the NASA research on UAPs? And if so, how so?
Well, I think there is a large swath of commercial capabilities that could be brought to bear on this topic, from space-based or ground-based sensor systems that are available open source or through commercial marketplaces. And I think NASA's work, as they work to identify and highlight specific parameters that can be found, we can take that information and promulgate this through the public sector so that we can have a more open conversation about what we're seeing.
Yeah, you know, in 2020, the Department of Defense released several videos of UAPs, including Mr. Freyer's experience, U.S. Navy pilots that recorded footage. In 2021, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence released a preliminary report on UAP events. NASA Administrator Bill Nelson stated that NASA would begin to investigate these events. In fact, I sit on Science, Space, and Technology Committee, and when we were doing a hearing with the NASA Administrator Bill Nelson, I asked, you know, why NASA needed to be fully funded, and there were many great reasons, but one of them was actually had to do with UAPs. He actually mentioned, you know, is there life out there? I don't know. And so either way, these actions ultimately led NASA to assemble the independent study team that I mentioned earlier. Also in 2021, Harvard University stood up the Galileo Project to research and examine the origins of UAP. So it seems like both, you know, from NASA and in the higher education community, because of the work that y'all have done and people standing up, you know, I think we're seeing some of that stigma slowly going away. Mr. Freyer, do you believe that military pilots feeling empowered to share their UAP experiences has directly impacted the scientific community's research goals on this topic?
I would say yes. I would say that, you know, starting in 2017, when it actually came out, it took that stigma away. I mean, I've talked to multiple senators who said prior to that, if you'd have mentioned UAP, you'd have been laughed off the hill. And now we're sitting here today for a public testimony on what's actually going on. You know, I'm hoping that this curve will be more of an exponential and we'll get more and more transparent to the level that we can.
Yeah, yeah, and yeah, I mean, and it's important. I couldn't imagine, you know, I'm not a pilot, but I used to fly gliders in Civil Air Patrol. Huh? Yeah, I got, yeah.
Pilot?
I mean, you know. And so either way, I mean, I couldn't imagine, you know, being in the glider and seeing something, and then not feeling like I had the agency to talk about it. Mr. Graves, can you discuss the importance of seeking scientists to sit on your advisory board?
Absolutely. I think ultimately this is going to be a scientific problem. And not only that, it's also an engineering problem. I've been working with the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics to help them stand up a UAP integration committee to help integrate their engineering prowess into this problem. And so, yes, very much, I think this is an engineering and scientific problem as much as a national security problem.
And how might Congress help to facilitate partnerships between the scientific community and the UAP focus groups within government?
Well, I think one of the things they can do is to have these types of hearings to communicate to the public that this is a topic of interest. I think that there is a pseudo-market, if you will, of interested capabilities and talent that want to approach this topic, and we're seeing that start to grow now. So I think continued conversation, reduction of stigma is going to allow that to flourish and allow answers to help generate themselves.
100%. Well, thank you all for being here and thank you for your work. I think it's important that we keep our top scientific minds focused on this issue and look for ways to increase collaboration. Thank you so much. I yield back.
Mr. Comer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me say I want to thank you for having this hearing, and I want to thank Mr. Burchett, Ms. Luna for leading this hearing. And with that, I yield my 5 minutes to Mr. Burchett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to direct this, I believe, to Mr. Grusch, but if any of you all feel like you need to jump in, just jump right in. We're good. Has the U.S. government become aware of actual evidence of extraterrestrial, otherwise unexplained forms of intelligence? And if so, when do you think this first occurred?
I like to use the term non-human. I don't like to denote origin. Keeps the aperture open, both scientifically. Right. Certainly, like I've discussed publicly previously, 1930s.
Okay. Can you give me the names and titles of the people with direct firsthand knowledge and access to some of these crash retrieval programs, and maybe which facilities, military bases the recovered material would be in? And I know a lot of Congress have talked about we're going to go to Area 51, and you know, and there's nothing there anymore anyway. It's just, you know, and we move like a glacier. And as soon as we announce it, I'm sure the moving vans would pull up. But please.
I can't discuss that publicly, but I did provide that information both to the Intel committees and the Inspector General.
And we could get that in the SCIF if we were allowed to get in a SCIF with you. Would that be probably what you would think?
Sure, if you had the appropriate accesses, yeah.
What special access programs cover this information, and how is it possible that they have evaded oversight for so long?
I do know the names. Once again, I can't discuss that publicly and how they've evaded oversight. In a closed setting, I can tell you the specific tradecraft used.
All right. When do you think those programs began, and who authorized them?
I do know a lot of that information, but that's something I can't discuss publicly because of sensitivities.
All right. If any of y'all want to jump in on any of this, you're more than welcome to. What level of security clearance is required to fully access these programs?
Well, anybody who has...
and I say that because myself, Representative Gates and Representative Luna were basically turned away at one point at Eglin. So please go right ahead.
Certainly difference between member access and say somebody like me, but anybody who has a TSSCI clearance and meets the eligibility criteria, the access adjudicative authority should be able to grant you access.
Mr. Burchett, if you'll yield, so just to put a fine point on that, there's nothing that you're aware of that's above special access program classification.
It's a misnomer that there's anything actually above top secret. Executive Order 13526 delineates the classification levels.
Right, but I draw a point on that because we can have access to those programs, and so the notion that we're not being given that access sort of defies our typical muscle memory here in Congress. Thank you, Mr. Burchett. I'll yield back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Along those lines, Title 10, you may not know this or not, but Title 10 and Title 50 authorization, they seem to say they're inefficient. So who gets to decide this, in your opinion, in the past?
It's a group of career senior executive officials,
Okay, are they government officials?
both
Or-
in and out,
Do what?
both in and out of government, and that's about as far
I
as I
got
can
you.
go there.
All
Yeah.
right, well, that leads to my next
Private
question.
industry.
Which private corporations are directly involved in this program? How much taxpayer money has been invested in these programs, to your knowledge? I mean, we know we audit the Pentagon every year, and I've been here 5 years, and they failed the dadgum thing every year. They lose over $1 billion a year, we think, and I was told the Department of Defense maybe 60% of their assets are unaccounted for, whatever the heck that means. In the public sector, you go to jail for that kind of crap. So tell me.
Yeah, I know when I'm $1 off of my DTS travel voucher, I get hammered, but seems like it doesn't work the other way,
If you
right?
sell over
Yeah.
if you sell over $600 worth of stuff on eBay, now you get a call from the IRS. So please, what corporations?
Yeah, I don't know the specific metrics towards the end of your question. The specific corporations I did provide to the committees in specific divisions, and I spent 11 and a half hours with both Intel committees. So.
Okay, has there been an active U.S. government disinformation campaign to deny the existence of unidentified aerial phenomena? And if so, why?
I can't go beyond what I've already espoused publicly about that.
Stated. Come on.
Yeah, just say
You know, GRUSCH is in for transparency.
What you said to get it into the record. Like, ask them what that is so you can get it into the congressional record.
Okay, I've been told to ask you what that is and how to get it in the record.
What
What
have you stated publicly in your interviews for the congressional record?
Yeah.
If you reference my News Nation interview and I talk about a multi-decade, campaign to disenfranchise public interest,
Sorry, Mr.
basically.
Chairman, I've gone.
Yeah.
Thank
I
you.
apologize, Mr. Chairman. I yield back negative 21 seconds.
Thank you. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for coming here today. I do concur with the ranking member as well as several other members here on this committee that this is a committee for whistleblowers and for the protection of whistleblowers as well. So we understand what you're putting on the table here and what you're putting on the line here, and we thank you for that. Mr. GRUSCH, you sat on the Unidentified Anomalous Phenomenon Task Force created in the 2020 NDAA, correct?
Yes.
There have been some things that have been mentioned here during this hearing that I wanted to pick up on. Mr. Graves, you mentioned specifically during the answers to one of your questions, you named Boeing contractors being engaged in an incident regarding this red cube about a football field wide. I was wondering if you could speak a little bit about the interaction, or Mr. GRUSCH, either of you, the interactions between defense contractor companies and any UAP-related programs or activities.
So I'll just say that the information about the contractor themselves were provided by a witness, and I have no particular detail in that relationship.
Mr. GRUSCH.
The kind of general unclassed wave tops, certainly the contractors, are the metal benders, so to speak. They're the ones actually doing specific performance on government contracts.
Are they required to issue any disclosure regarding UAP sightings, or do they engage in any reporting around this?
In terms of the contractors,
Yes.
not that I'm aware of.
They do not. Okay. Now, when it comes to notification that you had mentioned about IRAD programs, we have seen defense contractors abuse their contracts before through this committee. I have seen it personally, and I have also seen the notification requirements to Congress abused. I am wondering, one of the loopholes that we see in the law is that there is, at least from my vantage point, is that depending on what we're seeing, is that there are no actual definitions or requirements for notification. What methods of notification did you observe? Like when they say they notified Congress, how did they do that? Do you have insight into that?
For certain IRAD activities, I can only think of ones conventional in nature. Sometimes they flow through certain, I'll just say, SAP programs that have cognizant authority over the Air Force or something, and those are congressionally reported compartments, but IRAD is literally internal to the contractor, so as long as it's money, either profits, private investment, et cetera.
And
They can do whatever they want.
To put a finer point on it, when there is a requirement for any agency or company to notify, or any agency to notify Congress, do they contact the chairman of a committee? Do they get them on the phone specifically? Is this through an email to hypothetically a dead email box?
A lot of it comes through what they call the PPR, Periodic Program Review Process. If it's a SAP or Controlled Access Program Equity, and then those go to the specific committees, whether it be the SAS,
Okay.
CASC, HISI.
Thank you. I apologize, I just, my time is limited. Mr. Graves, one of your main concerns is that the FAA currently does not have an official process to receive reports of UAP from pilots or others, correct?
Correct.
And in your experience, what data should the Aero program prioritize for potential collection? We have, location, date, time, but are there other specific characteristics that should be included in these reports?
Certainly. I think that there's two categories that would be important. One would be kinematics and understanding the specifics of how the vehicle or objects are moving. And the second would be a more zoomed out approach of being able to look at origin and destination before the incident, as well as getting a better contextual understanding of how these objects are interacting with each other.
Thank you. Now, because I only have a minute left, I apologize, we only have 5 minutes today, but for the record, if you were me, where would you look? Titles, programs, departments, regions, if you could just name anything. And I put that as an open question to the three of you.
I'd be happy to give you that in a closed environment. I can tell you specifically.
Thank you. Commander Fravor?
And I would say, and I've told people that you have to know where to look. They're not going to divulge it to you because of the classification levels. But if you know where to look and who to talk to, which is exactly what Mr. Grusch can point you, then you have them.
Okay. Mr. Graves?
I was an operator, so I was depending on folks like Mr. Grusch to do that homework.
Okay. Thank you very much. I yield back to the chair.
Mr. Biggs?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I thank the witnesses for being here today. I'm over here. Thank you so much for being here. I want to get into specifics here, and the reason I'm going to go this way is because you've talked a bit about what I would call misdirection by official U.S. government with regard to UAPs, right? And so I'm going to get to that in a second. But last week, White House NSC spokesman John Kirby stated that UAPs are having an impact on our training ranges and need to be treated as a legitimate issue. Do you concur with the statements? That's for each of you.
Yes.
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 Okay. Now, having said that, I'm going to take you to specific instances around the Phoenix Valley, because that's where I live. And in '97, we had the famous Phoenix Light case. I don't know if any of you are familiar with that. There were two things that went along with that, and the explanation was military training range off Luke and the Barry Goldwater Range. Do you know anything different other than the official explanation of those lights?
Only what's in the public vernacular about it. That was outside the scope of my duties.
And if we wanted to, just my question along with my colleague from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, if we wanted to find out more about that, where would we go to find the files, and who would we address? And are you going to tell me we need to go to a SCIF so you can tell us in a SCIF?
I could potentially give you a vector on that. That specific case, I'm familiar with it in terms of public, but I give you a vector in a closed environment, yeah.
That would be good, thank you. So if it's true that UAPs are having an impact on training ranges, and this administration considers it to be a legitimate issue, what steps can Congress take to address training range impacts? And I say that having two very large training ranges in my state. And so we'll start with Mr. Graves and go on down the panel.
Some of the initial procedures have been implemented, such as within the United States Navy, that have a range failure report that gathers information from pilots. I understand that a service-wide reporting mechanism is still pending. However, that would be a great next step, not only for gathering information, but for showing the troops that it is an acceptable topic and reducing the stigma.
Okay, please, all of you continue.
Yeah, as a recipient of a lot of those training range reports, sometimes we only get contextual kind of oral reporting. It'd be nice if they attached all sensor data and there's a system in place that can handle multiple classifications of data. And that's an issue with the F-35, right? That jet was never built to be an ISR platform. And it's a pain in the, we'll just say butt, to get that data off, so, yeah.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, I would agree with the previous two, being a user of those training ranges, that the data has to be out there. You have to acknowledge that you're seeing them, and then you have to collect the data. Right now, you get the report, someone says, I saw something, but no one collects the radar data to back it up and do research.
Okay. Do you believe that the 2019 classification guidelines for UAPs interferes with the federal government's ability to be transparent with the American people? And do you think we need to be more transparent with the American people? All of you, yeah.
I'll say yes to that.
Yeah, I'm familiar with at least the UAP Task Force 2019 Security Classification Guide. I think it's fair. I did actually help author that with the
you got a bias that way then.
But I will say, I'll call it a lazy attitude about declassifying videos. I mean, I've seen some of the videos of the recent shoot down, and I saw no reason that couldn't have been released as long as they mask some data. The American people deserve to see that imagery in full motion video.
I would think, well, in my opinion, I will say things are overclassified. I know for a fact the video or the pictures that came out in the 2020 report that had the stuff off the East Coast, they were taken with an iPhone off the East Coast. A buddy of mine was one of the senior people there, and he said they were originally classified to TSSCI. And my question to him was, what's TSSCI about these? They're an iPhone literally off the vacapes. That's not TSSCI. So they're overclassified, and as soon as they do that, they go in a vault, and then you all have to look for them.
Yeah, so with the overclassification, that may be one way. Are there other ways that the DOD or intelligence agencies are keeping this information from the American people or even from Congress?
I think part of that has been not encouraging reporting. If the problem is not something that can be measured, it's not something that's going to be fixed.
Okay. Very good. Well, I'm out of time, and I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
First of all, without objection, Representative Nick Langworthy of New York has waived on the subcommittee for purpose of questioning witnesses at today's subcommittee hearing. And then we go to Mr. Burleson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate you guys coming out today, testifying. Look, I've been here for 6 months, and I'm pretty skeptical. I don't trust anything in this town. And so I think that's because I'm from Missouri. You've got to show me, right? With that being said, there's been a lot of things that have been said in the public, Mr. GRUSCH, and so I want to get down to, if we can, some specifics, right? Yeah. So at one point you had said that there has been harmful activity or aggressive activity. Has any of the activity been aggressive, been hostile in your reports?
I know of multiple colleagues of mine that got physically injured. And the activity, and I got to...
By UAPs or by people within the federal government?
Both.
Okay, so there has been activity by alien or non-human technology and or beings that has caused harm to humans?
I can't get into the specifics in an open environment, but at least the activity that I personally witnessed, and I have to be very careful here because they tell you never to acknowledge tradecraft, right? So what I personally witnessed, myself and my wife, was very disturbing.
Okay. Oh, yeah. One of my constituents actually sent this next question, and I figured I'd ask it since I had the same thought. You've said that the U.S. has intact spacecraft. You said that the government has alien bodies or alien species. Have you seen the spacecraft?
I have to be careful to describe what I've seen firsthand and not in this environment, but I could answer that question behind closed doors. Yeah.
And have you seen any of the bodies?
That's something I've not witnessed myself.
Okay, and so with that being said, and the other statement that has been made that was intriguing to me it's intriguing because my view has been that We are billions of light years away from any other system. And the concept that an alien species that's technologically advanced enough to travel billions of light years gets here and somehow is incompetent enough to not survive Earth or crashes is something that I find a little bit far-fetched. And with that being said, you have mentioned that there's interdimensional potential. Could you expound on that?
Yeah, to answer your first question, and I'm here as a fact witness and expert, but I will give you a theoretical framework, at least to work off, to kind of espouse crashes, regardless of your level of sentience, right? Planes crash, cars crash, n number of sorties, however high, a small percentage are going to end in mission failure, if you will, as we say in the Air Force. And then in terms of multidimensionality, that kind of thing, the framework that I'm familiar with, for example, is something called the holographic principle. It derives itself from general relativity and quantum mechanics, and that is, if you want to imagine a 3D object such as yourself casting a shadow onto a 2D surface, that's the holographic principle. So you can be projected, quasi-projected from higher dimensional space to lower dimensional. It's a scientific trope that you can actually cross, literally, as far as I understand, but there's probably guys with PhDs that we could probably argue about that.
But you have not seen any documentation that that's what's occurring?
Only a theoretical framework discussion, yes.
Okay. Okay. Occam's razor is that these aircraft, have they been identified that they are being produced by domestic, military and contractors? Is there any evidence that that's what's being recovered?
Not to my knowledge, plus the recoveries predate a lot of our advanced programs that I previously am witting of, so.
Would it be safe to say that there could be a scenario today where you have an aircraft that crashes and because it's been involved in one program from one federal agency, and but the agency that retrieves it is not aware of that program, and to them it appears alien in origin?
I mean, that's a hypothetical situation. I'm not aware of any historical situation that would match that you described. So
you're not aware? It has not happened that you're aware of?
That I'm aware of.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Boo. Some good questions, though.
Several months ago, my office received a protected disclosure from Eglin Air Force Base indicating that there was a UAP incident that required my attention. I sought a briefing regarding that episode and brought with me Congressman Burchett and Congresswoman Luna. We asked to see any of the evidence that had been taken by flight crew in this endeavor and to observe any radar signature as well as to meet with the flight crew. We were not afforded access to all of the flight crew. And initially, we were not afforded access to images and to radar. Thereafter, we had a bit of a discussion about how authorities flow in the United States of America, and we did see the image. And we did meet with one member of the flight crew who took the image. The image was of something that I am not able to attach to any human capability, either from the United States or from any of our adversaries. And I'm somewhat informed on the matter, having served on the Armed Services Committee for 7 years, having served on the committee that oversees DARPA and advanced technologies for several years. When we spoke with the flight crew, and when he showed us the photo that he'd taken, I asked why the video wasn't engaged, why we didn't have a FLIR system that worked. Here's what he said. They were out on a test mission that day over the Gulf of Mexico. And when you're on a test mission, you're supposed to have clear airspace. Not supposed to be anything that shows up. And they saw a sequence of 4 craft in a clear diamond formation for which there is a radar sequence that I alone have observed in the United States Congress. One of the pilots goes to check out that diamond formation and sees a large floating, what I can only describe as an orb. Again, like I said, not of any human capability that I'm aware of. And when he approached, he said that his radar went down, he said that his FLIR system malfunctioned, and that he had to manually take this image from one of the lenses, and it was not automated in collection as you would typically see in a test mission. So I guess I'll start with Commander Fravor. How should we think about the fact that this craft that was approached by our pilot had the capability of disarming a number of the sensor and collection systems on that craft?
Well, I think this goes to that national security side, and you can go back through history of things showing up at certain areas and disabling our capabilities, which is disheartening. And for us, I mean, like I said, it completely disabled the radar on the aircraft when it tried to do it, and the only way we could see it is passively, which is how he got that image. So I think that's a concern on what are these doing, not only how do they operate, but their capabilities inside to do things like this.
And how should we think about four craft moving in a very clear formation, equidistant from one another, in a diamond? In all of the phenomenon, perhaps, Mr. Grave, that you've analyzed, have we ever seen multiple craft in a single formation?
I have one particular case, and that was during the gimbal incident. The recording on the AT FLIR system shows a single object that rotates. You hear the pilots refer to a fleet of objects that is not visible on the FLIR system, and that was something that I witnessed during the debrief as part of the radar data on the situational awareness page. I would like to add, however, Congressman, there's a small bit of anger, I would say. I would feel that those pilots are still facing that difficulty in reporting this topic, and they don't have the tools to be able to mitigate this issue. It just goes to show how serious this is and why this is such an important issue for our pilots and for our nation.
It was stated explicitly to me by these test pilots that if you have a UAP experience, the best thing you can do for your career is forget it and not tell anyone. Because any type of reporting, either above the surface or below the surface, does have a perceived consequence to these people, and that is a culture we must change if we want to get to the truth. Mr. Chairman, I would observe that perhaps as we move forward from this hearing, there are some obvious next steps. Every person watching this knows that we need to meet with Mr. GRUSCH in a secure, compartmentalized facility so that we can get fulsome answers that do not put him in jeopardy and that give us the information we need. Second, I would suggest that the radar images that were collected of this formation of craft out of Eglin Air Force Base, and specifically the actual image taken by the actual flight crew that we can actually validate, be provided to the committee, subpoenaed if necessary, so that we're able to track how to get this type of reporting and analysis done in a more fulsome way. That would be my recommendation, humbly, as a guest here of the fine Oversight Committee. I yield back.
Ms. Mace.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to our witnesses who are testifying today. I want to thank each of you for being here to discuss a topic of grave importance to our national security. Earlier this year, a Chinese spy balloon was shot down off the coast of my home state of South Carolina. Since the Roswell incident in 1947, many Americans have wondered about the dangers of unknown objects crisscrossing our skies, whether these are UAPs or weather phenomena, advanced technology from American allied or enemy forces, or something more out of this world. So my first question, I have several questions, and if we can just be quick on these first two, I'm going to ask each of you the same question, and then I'll get to each of you individually. The first one, when you reported your experiences with a UAP, did any of you face any repercussions with your superiors, yes or no?
No.
No.
I've actually never seen anything personally, believe it or not. So.
All right. And then do you believe there's an active disinformation campaign within our government to deny existence of UAPs, yes or no?
I don't have an answer to that.
As previously stated publicly, yes.
I think previously with like Project Blue Book, yes, but currently I don't speak for the United States government.
Okay, thank you. I have a few questions for Mr. Graves. What percentage of UAP sightings, in your belief, go unreported by our pilots?
This is an approximation based off of my personal experience speaking with a number of pilots, but I would estimate we're somewhere near 5% reporting, perhaps.
So like 95% basically don't report seeing UAPs.
That's just my personal estimate.
In the incident off Virginia Beach, do you believe the Navy took the danger to your aircraft seriously after it was reported?
Absolutely.
A few questions for Mr. Favor. As an expert naval aviator, have you ever seen an object that looked and moved like the Tic Tac UAP?
No.
Did the Tic Tac UAP move in such a way that defied the laws of physics?
The way we understand them, yes.
Many dismiss UAP reports as classified weapons testing by our own government, but in your experience as a pilot, does our government typically test advanced weapon systems right next to multi-million-dollar jets without informing our pilots?
No, we have test ranges for that.
It took over 15 years for your encounter with the Tic Tac to be declassified. Do you feel there was a good reason to prevent lawmakers from having access to this footage?
No, I just think it was ignored when it happened, and it just sat somewhere in a file. Never got reported.
In a drawer. It happens a lot up here. Shocker. Mr. GRUSCH, a couple of questions for you too, sir, this morning. What percentage of UAPs do you feel are adequately investigated by the U.S. government, of the 5% that are reported?
I can only speak for my personal leadership over at NGA. I tried to look at every report that came through that I could triage, so.
Do you believe that officials at the highest levels of our national security apparatus have unlawfully withheld information from Congress and subverted our oversight authority?
There are certain elected leaders that had more information that I'm not sure what they've shared with certain Gang of Eight members or et cetera, but certainly I would not be surprised.
Okay. You've stated that the government is in possession of potentially non-human spacecraft. Based on your experience and extensive conversations with experts, do you believe our government has made contact with intelligent extraterrestrials?
Something I can't discuss in public setting.
That's a yes.
Okay, I can't ask when you think this occurred. If you believe we have crashed craft, stated earlier, do we have the bodies of the pilots who piloted this craft?
As I've stated publicly already in my News Nation interview, biologics came with some of these recoveries, yeah.
Oh my God.
Were they, I guess, human or non-human biologics?
Non-human, and that was the assessment of people with direct knowledge on the program I talked to that are currently still on the program.
And was this documentary evidence, this video, photos,
Oh my God.
eyewitness? Like, how would that be determined?
The specific documentation I would have to talk to you in a skiff about.
Gotcha.
I think I'm pregnant.
Okay, so, and you may or may not be able to answer my last question, and maybe we get into a skiff at the next hearing that we have, but who in the government, either what agency, sub-agency, what contractors, who should be called into the next hearing about UAPs, either in a public setting or even in a private setting? And you probably can't name names, but what agencies or organizations, contractors, et cetera, do we need to call in to get these questions answered, whether it's about funding, what programs are happening, and what's out there?
I can give you a specific cooperative and hostile witness list of specific individuals that were in those.
And how soon can we get that list?
I'm happy to provide that to you after the hearing.
Super, thank you, and I yield back.
Hostile witnesses.
They are so fucked.
Okay,
Oh,
now
man,
we
this is
have
great.
Mr. Langworthy's here.
Womp womp.
Absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank all of the witnesses for being here today to discuss this very unique topic. And I'd like to jump right into my questions, if you don't mind. Commander Fravor, can you briefly describe your background?
Yeah, I was an enlisted Marine, Naval Academy graduate, Navy, flew for 18 years, got a master's from University of Houston, and I've worked in the private sector for the last, 16 years, 17 years. I do a lot of defense work. So.
Really gold-plated credentials. Commander Fravor, we have all seen the floating Tic Tac video that you engaged with on November 14th, 2004. Can you briefly talk about why you were off the coast of San Diego that day?
Yeah, we were at a workup with all the battle groups, so we integrate the ships with the carrier, the air wing with the carrier, and we start working. So we were doing an air-to-air defense to hone not only our skills, but those of the USS Princeton when they had been tracking them for 2 weeks. The problem was that there was never manned aircraft airborne when they were tracking them, and this was the first day, and unfortunately, we were the ones airborne and went and saw it.
Do you remember the weather that day? Was it cloudy or windy or anything out of the ordinary on the Pacific coast?
It was actually, if you're familiar with San Diego, it was a perfect day, light winds, no white caps, clear skies, not a cloud. It was, for flying, it was the best.
Now, is it true that you saw, in your words, a 40-foot flying tic-tac-shaped object?
That's correct. Or for some people that can't know what a tic-tac is, it's a giant flying propane tank.
Fair enough. Did this object come up on radar or interfere with your radar or the USS Princeton?
The Princeton tracked it, the Nimitz tracked it, the E-2 tracked it. We never saw it on our radars. Our fire control radars never picked it up. The other airplane that took the video did get it on a radar. As soon as it tried to lock it, it jammed the radar, spit the lock, and he rapidly switched over to the targeting pod, which you can do in the F-18.
From what you saw that day and what you've seen on video, did you see any source of propulsion from the flying object, including on any potential thermal scans from your aircraft?
No, there's none. There's no IR plume coming out, and Chad, who took the video, went through all the EO, which is black and white TV, and the IR modes, and there's no visible signs of propulsion. It's just sitting in space at 20,000 feet.
In your career, have you ever seen a propulsion system that creates no thermal exhaust?
No.
Can you describe how the aircraft maneuvered?
Abruptly, very determinate. It knew exactly what it was doing. It was aware of our presence, and it had acceleration rates. I mean, it went from 0 to matching our speed in no time at all.
Now, if the fastest plane on Earth was trying to do these maneuvers that you saw, would it be capable of doing that?
No, not even close.
And just to confirm, this object had no wings, correct?
No wings.
Now, was the aircraft that you were flying, was it armed?
No, never felt threatened at all.
If the aircraft was armed, do you believe that your aircraft or any aircraft in possession of the United States could have shot the Tic-Tac down?
I'd say no. Just on the performance, it would just left in a split second.
It looks like that we have a problem here that needs further investigation.
Yes.
In your belief, is this flying Tic-Tac, I mean, is it capable of being the product of any other nation on the Earth?
No, like I said earlier, I think it defies current material science and the ability to develop that much propulsion. And I know there's been some physicists have done calculations, which is beyond anything that we have.
Well, either the United States has an adversary here in this world that we don't know, or we really have some serious investigations to do. I really appreciate you being here. Is there anything else about the November 14th, 2004 incident that you think is important for this committee to know that you haven't been asked here today?
No, it's been said it's probably the most credible UFO sighting in history based on all the sensors that were tracking it, and then for us to get visual and to go against the naysayers that it's something on the screen or whatever. I mean, there's 4 sets of human eyeballs. We're all very credible. Of the 6 of us that were involved in the thing, including the video, every one of us is going to do 20-plus years in the military in very responsible positions. So I'd say the world needs to know that. It's not a joke.
Well, thank you very much for your testimony here today for all of you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Ogles.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
This is a long hearing.
Thank you all for being here and the courage it took to come forward and again, the sacrifice that each of you have made. I serve on the National Security Subcommittee for the Financial Services Committee, so I really want to stay in the national security lane, if I may. So when we think about traditional adversaries and both us towards them and them towards us, we probe their capabilities. We look for weaknesses, and we collect that data, that reconnaissance for in the event we need it in the future. For each of you, yes or no question, based off of your own experience or the data that you've been privy to, is there any indication that these UAPs could be essentially collecting reconnaissance information? Mr. Graves?
Yes.
Mr. Grusch?
Fair assessment, yeah.
Mr. Fravor?
Very possible.
Again, in the national security vein, is it possible that these UAPs would be probing our capabilities? Yes or no, Mr. Graves?
Yes.
Grusch?
Yes.
Fravor?
Definitely.
Is it possible that these UAPs are testing for vulnerabilities in our current systems?
Yes.
Yes. Possible.
Do you feel, based off of your experience and the information that you've been privy to, that these UAPs provide an existential threat to the national security of the United States? Mr. Graves?
Potentially.
Yes, sir, potentially.
Same answer, potentially.
Yeah, I'd say
Fravor.
definitely, potentially.
Mr. Graves and Fravor, in the event that your encounters had become hostile, would you have had the capability to defend yourself, your crew, your aircraft?
Absolutely not.
Sir?
No.
Is, based off of the information that you've been privy to, is there any indication that these UAPs are interested in our nuclear technology and capabilities?
Yes.
By external observation, sure, that could be a fair assessment, yeah.
Yes.
Is there any indication that the Department of Energy is involved in UAP data collection and housing?
I don't have an answer.
I can't confirm or deny that in a public setting.
And could you do it in a secure setting?
Yes.
Mr. Fravor?
No, I don't know.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I think I'm the last member to go, but there clearly is a threat to the national security of the United States of America. As members of Congress, we have a responsibility to maintain oversight and be aware of these activities so that, if appropriate, we take action. I would encourage the chairman to demand that we have any and all, but in particular Mr. GRUSCH, talk to us in a skiff. And if that access is denied, I will personally volunteer to initiate the Holman Rule against any personnel or any program or any agency that denies access to Congress. Mr. Chairman, with that, I will yield the remainder of my time to my fellow colleague from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett.
Good questions I missed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Ogles, for the great
It's
questions,
getting
Brad.
hot in here.
Mr. Grush, I might have asked this before, but I want to make sure. Do you have any personal knowledge of someone who's possibly been injured working on legacy UAP reverse engineering?
Yes.
Okay. How were they injured? Is it something like a radioactive type situation or something we didn't understand? I've heard people talk about Havana syndrome type incidences. What was your recollection of that?
I can't get into specifics, but you could imagine assessing an unknown unknown. There's a lot of potentialities you can't fully prepare for.
How do you think we ought to handle UAP whistleblower complaints like yours in the future?
Yeah, there was some issue with mine. So, PPD-19 process, it goes to the Intel committees, either through PPD-19 or ICD-120. There's not a good way for the Intelligence Community Inspector General to provide that to other committees. And I asked my information to be sent to the House and Senate Armed Services Committee because there are Title X equities at play, but there was no smooth process to do so. Yeah.
It's a trash can. Are you aware of any individuals that are participating in reverse engineering programs for non-terrestrial craft?
Personally, yes. Mm-hmm.
Do you know any that would be willing to testify if there were protections for them?
Certainly closed door and assurances that breaking their NDA, they're not going to get administratively punished for so. Yeah.
I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We're going to do something a little bit out of the ordinary here. We're going to give 3 people a chance at an additional 3 minutes. So Mr. Burchett, do you want to keep going?
Why don't you come back to me, Mr. Chairman? Ms. Luna, if she's on, is she on that list?
I'm on the special.
Sure.
Chairman, I'd like to submit for the record an article by News Nation, and it follows Mr. Grush's full interview for the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Grush, why is it that you refer to the phenomenon as non-human intelligence? Why deviate from the basis of extraterrestrial life?
I think the phenomenon is very complex, and I like to leave an open mind analytically to specific origin.
When you say specific origin, are you referring, can you elaborate on that for those that might not?
If it's a traditional extraterrestrial origin or something else that we don't quite understand from either a biological or astrophysics perspective, yeah, I just like to keep an open mind on what it could be, yeah.
Okay, and referring to your News Nation interview, you had referenced specific treaties between governments. Are Article 3 of the Nuclear Arms Treaty with Russia identifies UAPs. It specifically mentions them. To your knowledge, are there safety measures in place with foreign governments or other superpowers to avoid an escalatory situation in the event that a UAP malevolent event occurs?
Yeah, you're referring to actual a public treaty in the UN Register. It's funny you mentioned that. Yeah, the Agreement on Measures to Reduce the Risk of Outbreak of Nuclear War, signed in 1971. Unclassified treaty, publicly available. And if you cite the George Washington University National Security Archives, you will find the declassified in 2013 specific provisions in the specific red line flash message traffic with the specific codes pursuant to Article 3 and Article, also Situation 2, which is in the previously classified NSA archive. What I would recommend, and I tried to get access, but I got a wall of silence at the White House, was those specific incidents when those message traffic was used. I think some scholarship on that would open the door to a further investigation using those publicly available information.
Thank you. And then my last question with 51 seconds remaining. You mentioned white-collar crimes potentially being taking place in regards to a cover-up. Can you please elaborate?
I have concerns based on the interviews I conducted under my official duties of potential violations of the Federal Acquisition Regulations, the FAR.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I yield the remainder of my time.
Okay, we'll go to Mr. Raskin for 3 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and I thank the witnesses for their endurance and service today. Mr. Fravor, you've described your episode in detail now, and you call it the most credible UFO sighting in history. But I wonder, was this the first time that you encountered a UFO or a UAP in 2004?
Yes.
And what was your general attitude or perspective on the UFO discussion before that happened?
I never felt that we were alone with all the planets out there, but I wasn't a UFO person. I wasn't watching History Channel and MUFON and all that.
And have you had experiences or encounters since that happened?
No.
And so have you formed any general conclusions about what you think you experienced then?
Yes. I think what we experienced was, like I said, well beyond the material science and the capabilities that we had at the time, that we have currently, or that we're going to have in the next 10 to 20 years.
Very good. Mr. Grush, you've been able to answer in great detail on certain questions, and then other things you say you're not able to respond to. Can you just explain where you're drawing the line and what's the basis for that?
Yeah, based on my DOPSR security review and what they've determined that is unclassified.
I see. So you're answering any questions that just call upon your knowledge of unclassified questions, but anything that relates to classified
Subpoena the Attorney General.
matters you're not commenting on in this context.
In an open session, but happy to participate in a closed session at the right level, yeah.
Okay. And Mr. Graves, you've said that there are dozens of fellow pilots, military pilots. Are there also commercial pilots who've encountered the same kind of sightings that you described before?
They are similar. Commercial pilots have less range and less sensors to be able to reach out and look for objects over wide swaths of airspace. And so pilots are seeing them, commercial pilots are seeing them, and they're typically closer, and the range of what they're seeing is pretty large.
What is the most vivid, concrete sighting with the naked eye of the objects that you described before, the cube-like objects?
Certainly. I think the most vivid sighting of that would have been near midair that we had at the entrance to our working area. One of these objects was completely stationary at the exact entrance to our working areas, not only geographically but also at altitude. So it was right where all the jets are going, essentially on the eastern seaboard. The two aircraft flew within about 50 feet of the object, and that was a very close visual sighting.
And you were in one of the aircraft?
I was not. I was there when the pilot landed. He canceled the mission after, and I was there. He was in the ready room with all his gear on, with his mouth open, and I asked him what the problem was, and he said he almost hit one darn things.
He said he was 50 feet away from it?
Yes, sir.
And his description of the object was consistent with the description you gave us before?
A dark gray or a black cube inside of a clear sphere.
Inside of a clear sphere?
Yes.
And with no self-evident propulsion system?
No wings, no IR energy coming off of the vehicle, nothing tethering it to the ground. And that was primarily what we were experiencing out there.
I'm over time. Thank you very much for your service.
It's a
and I yield back to
Borg
Mr. Chairman.
cube.
Very good. Mr. Burchett?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is for all three of y'all, starting with Mr. Graves. Why did you come forward on this issue?
I came forward because I felt that my colleagues did not have a way to mitigate this safety threat, and I wanted to help them. I was trained as an aviation safety officer by the Navy, and this seemed, it just felt right. I felt like I had to help the folks that were still flying and dealing with this.
Mr. Grush?
Purely a sense of duty. My first sworn oath when I was a cadet 18 years ago, and I still uphold that even out of the uniform.
Commander?
I was pestered by a friend, and I asked why, and he said, "You're the one person that they can't discredit, and you'll add credibility to the New York Times article." And so after about 6 times, I said, "Okay."
Honest. Yeah. This town isn't made, unfortunately, by people like y'all. We thank y'all. And I do want to also thank the people in the audience and the people that are watching this that can't be, people all over the world that have kept this issue alive. You've endured criticism and derogatory remarks, and we're trying to get to the bottom of it. And so God bless y'all. Thank y'all so much. We really appreciate you guys and gals. That's why we need term limits. Y'all keep clapping, us politicians just keep talking. So let me ask y'all, how can the public contribute to UAP reporting, and what avenues you think are available to the public to report these sightings?
Well, right now, I don't think there is a lot of public options for every man to be able to report on this. I think even for professionals that have sensor data that are seeing these on a regular basis, they're still hesitant to come forward. And so for the general public, I think encouraging the conversations that we're having today, looking for technology solutions that can be distributed so that objective data can be gathered is the first place to go.
Mr. Grush?
I'll just touch on the whistleblower side of it. I do encourage, current and former military, intelligence community, and industry contractors to come forward in a legal way, either through the IC or DoD or whatever the cognizant IGs are, to join me in this discussion.
Right.
Commander, and I guess I should say this for the record. My daddy was United States Marine Corps, 1st Marine Division, so.
Hoorah.
Yes, sir. He was old school, him and Chesty Puller on Peleliu, so thank you,
wow.
brother.
Wow.
Yes, sir. I'm not anything like my daddy. He was incredible. I'm very mediocre, to say the least, but go ahead.
You seem to be doing fine.
Yeah.
For me, I was an accident investigator, so the biggest thing that you learn, and I think that witnesses need to do is, one, don't try and make the fish bigger than it was. Stick to the facts. Write it down, and don't speculate what you think it is because it will sway your decision. Just write the facts down. We can get all the facts together, and we can start to investigate and get a real honest story instead of it was this big.
Thank you all, and I want to thank everybody. We made history today. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Thank you much, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you. I know now we're going to be making some closing remarks, and so I just want to just say a few things. First, to our witnesses, I want to thank all of you for being here with us today. I know that it takes a lot of courage. You're telling really important information to this committee, and I just want to thank you also for all three of you, your service to our country. I also want to just note that today's hearing was both important but also serious, and I want to thank our subcommittee chairman, Mr. Grothman, I think for running a very fair and substantive hearing. I do want to thank the committee staff on both sides for the amount of work that it took to put this hearing in place, and certainly to all the members that have been involved in this issue prior to the hearing. I also want to note for our witnesses and for the public that I'm a freshman member of Congress, and I've only been here for 7 months, but this is by far the most bipartisan conversation and discussion that I have seen happen in the Congress. And I think that a topic of this significance as it relates to our national security, as it relates to information that we're trying to gather for the American public, does bring people together, and I think that's been really great to see. I think it's also important to note for the public, today in our hearing, we had on our side also both our full ranking member, which is Mr. Raskin, and our vice ranking member, which is Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, both here at our hearing. I think it shows the importance and seriousness that our side of the aisle is taking to this important hearing, but also to the broader issue as it relates to working with our Republican counterparts on this committee. I want to additionally add that I think it's really important that we have and continue these discussions and these hearings. Clearly, there's a lot of information that we don't know, but it's also very clear that we have to continue our investigation and accountability on asking the right questions and ensuring that they're part of the public record. One thing that was important today is some folks might wonder, why are we asking questions that might already be out there or that have been asked before? It's important that they're asked and put into the public record as it relates to this committee. And so I want to thank you for, answering some questions multiple times. I know, not just in maybe meetings you had with some members, but also here in the public. Let me also just add an additional note that it's important also that our friends in the media and those that are not just reporting on this hearing, but that have reported on this topic and that may in the future, the media has an important role in this process. And it's very important that the media engages, does independent investigation, and reports on not just what happened today, but what they see independently as what is happening around UAPs in the broader community. That is also an important public benefit that we have in trying to get the information and the facts as it relates to this. Let me also just say finally that as a teacher and an educator and a longtime teacher and researcher, that I also really believe in following facts, in doing your homework, and in making sure that you follow science as we try to get as much information as possible. And so I want to thank you all for agreeing to do that today. Transparency is a cornerstone of government. We live in a vast galaxy, a lot of unanswered questions, and thank you all for being here today. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'd like to one more time thank Mr. Burchett and Ms. Luna for bringing this to our attention. It's a topic that has interested me since I was in school. It was a very illuminating hearing. Obviously, I think several of us are going to look forward to getting some answers in a more confidential setting. I assume some legislation will come out of this. Sure.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I need to compliment the folks in my office that did a lot of the work on this. Rachel and Noah sitting behind me here. They're very quiet and humble, but if without them, this thing would not have come off like it did, so I apologize.
Thank you. I think we're going to want to look into what we can do to make more of this information public. I think there's certainly a time period after which it should always be made public, and people have been concerned about these issues, like I said, since I was in high school. But in any event, I'd like to thank everybody who was here, sticking through the entire hearing. Without objection, the members will have 5 legislative days to submit materials and to submit additional written questions for the witnesses, which will be forwarded to the witnesses for their response. If there's no further business, without objection, the subcommittee stands adjourned.
Look at this. We got a troll in the back. What is going on?
Oh, great, man. I mean, there was so much that happened. It's like,
it's
awesome. Hard to take it all in, man.
It was longer than I expected too. I mean, it just kept going on and on. Like, what, 2 hours and 30 minutes?
That's what she said.
I mean,
fantastic, really fantastic.
Rick, what really stood out to you the most? What's your big takeaway? Any point?
Where is this shit at?
Oh, God. Well, I think that the fact that David admitted the fact that we have alien bodies, we have crash UAPs or UFOs. He talked about the Vandenberg incident, which was classified for a number of years. One of the Air Force security policemen that shot at the object that came close to the ground there at Vandenberg, he spoke at a UFO convention years ago. His name was Dean Laxalt. Fortunately, he passed away in 2019. But that incident, I was really surprised that they brought up. But as I said before, I think earlier today, this morning, that Congress doesn't oversee all special access programs. They're supposed to, but they don't. There's so many hidden ones. Even during my time we had programs and we had our supervisors within the DOD or DIA tell us, you're not going to report this to anybody. Don't write this letter to your congressman or your senator. This is something that's too classified. So, and it's still going on today. It's still going on today. And in an ideal world, a government world, then we should be, the government should be informing the Gang of Eight or the committees, select committees on intelligence, what these special access programs are, but they're not doing it. And when they get from DOD through DARPA to a contractor, nobody's going to hear about it.
They need to subpoena these people and bring in that Holloman rule.
Yeah, that was pretty cool to hear. And the one thing I'll say, I know everyone wants to jump on this. The one thing I'll say is the longer that went on, the more it occurred to me, these were the perfect three witnesses. The reason is it introduced so many people, including a lot of those Congress people, to the ground level of this, right? And had we come out, I mean, we all talk about ontological shock. Imagine if we would have come out with, people who aren't up to speed with this, going all the firsthand witnesses, all the really nitty gritty. I'm kind of glad that we had these three guys to let us in the ground level, and then we can go on from here.
Well, Casey, some of them were in ontological shock. Raskin, you could see it on his face. I think I know Glenberg was just there because he had to be. He looked like he wasn't interested at all. He was forced into this, and he was just there for it, And then it was funny that Comer said, "I'm just gonna give my time to Burchett." Oh man, Comer's a freaking character. But yeah, I mean, it was very disappointing that GRUSCH said, "I can't talk about that in a closed session." That was some bureaucratic bullshit, I think. At that point, there was the CIA, John Brennan, and then there was literally the Attorney General sitting next to GRUSCH. They should have been like, "All right, screw this. We're going to subpoena these two right here."
Yeah, but he said it off the top. He used the J word. He said, "I will go to jail." He said that off the top. So for all the people who didn't understand why he kept saying that, dude, he said it. I will go to jail.
That's why I said you need to subpoena the two people behind him. It was literally a former high-ranking CIA official in the administration and the Attorney General.
You mean James Clapper was sitting there?
James Clapper was right behind him.
Well, a lot of people don't like him per se. There was a lot of negative stuff about that. But you got to realize what's the significance of this guy in the UFO hearing sitting there in the first row.
Yeah. The significance is he should have been subpoenaed.
Well, maybe they will in the next one. There are going to be more, and this is just the start of this.
Yeah, that's what Comer's told News Nation. They're like, it looks like we're going to do a lot of more field hearings. And hopefully some of those will be public. But the Vandenberg thing at the Eglin Air Force, that was freaking massive. That Vandenberg drop that we've never heard about. That's what these fuckers are hiding. That's what these fuckers are hiding.
Case,
Swan, watch it, please.
Me because it was so classified, and even after David Laxall spoke about it at the UFO convention, he was pulled in by. He was interviewed by the FBI 2 days after that conference, saying you can't talk about classified cases. So I mean, I knew about the case, but I didn't think it. I mean, I was shocked that they brought that up. But one of the things that GRUSCH.
Yeah, I've heard about it too, but just people said you can't really talk about it.
Guys, Thomas, they are doing a full post-game thing on News Nation if we want to watch it. They're talking to Congress people out in the hallway right now, getting additional information and reactions.
Yeah.
Burchett is fired up. If we want to take that live, it might be good.
Yeah.
Let me check. It should be.
Yes, please. Definitely.
Hey, Rick Dottie.
Okay, it's on now. Can you hear me now?
That's when the CIA folks got a little nervous when we were talking.
Let me go ahead and get this up. This is on News Nation. 1 second. Go ahead. You can play the audio. I just need to. I'll bring it up. I've got cable here, so and I've got cable TV to bring it on. Little did I know I should be having it on pause. We'll get there in 1 second. This is
This is awesome. It's like a full-on press conference with all the mainstream media, where previous it was just, no offense, that Ask-a-Poll guy, who I am very grateful for. Anyway.
Right, so we've got breaking news. We've got a little bit of a delay here, just about to bring up a press conference going crazy outside the hearing room, Burchett and everybody. So let's go ahead and let me get up the fair use here to tell these guys to screw off. Almost there. And I will pause this. There we go. Okay, here we go. Let's play this. Great catch, Casey.
They're using the reverse engineering. Are you concerned they're using reverse engineering?
That is something that my office can answer. We'll get you the information, but we did request a SCIF briefing room for us, as well as Moscow, Representative Gates, as well as Representative Burchett and Burleson. Yes.
Yes.
That we will get you that information to follow. Please reach out to my office.
Did you ask Speaker McCarthy's office? I will be. I'll be talking to Speaker McCarthy. Actually, he's the one that gave the green light to this meeting. He's the one, because I went to Luna and I went to him. Man, you asked me about reverse engineering.
Do you think that there's something nefarious going on with reverse engineering? Do you have any reason to believe that?
I don't know about nefarious, but this is aircraft Americans. This country has apparently, according to witnesses, that they've retrieved, yet we don't have access to it, that someone else is profiting from it. I think you could get into some, if you have espionage from other countries and things like that, I'd rather we have that than China.
Well, that gets to a national security issue too. Is if there's technology that's being reverse engineered and it's being done by a third party, who ultimately owns and has control of that technology? So again, those are questions that Congress should be asking and that we get answers to.
To that point, David Grusch did say in there that he gave information to the inspectors general about where these things are allegedly located. Do you have access to that?
There's a letter that's going to be penned that the members who are here today will likely sign on, as well as any other member, Democrat or Republican, to get that information and then disclose it to the American people.
Potentially visit those sites?
100%.
We'll see what they have, yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
So if anyone of you are joining us a little bit late, we've been watching the hearing, and now what we're watching is a slightly delayed video feed coming to us from our old CRT television set, watching News Nation.
Thomas?
Yes, sir.
Sorry to be a pain, but I can't hear that back here.
I will fix it for you.
Thank you.
What's next? We're going to formulate some more ideas. We'll get some legislation out of this. But what I'd hoped, honestly, was I'm shocked, actually, at just the amount of information that came out, because all the roadblocks that we were put up against us. So I think what's going to happen now, the floodgates, other people are going to say, I've got some information. I'd like to come swear in. And that's what we're going to start doing. We're going to start talking to people. We're going to start naming names.
Are you aware of any foreign governments that are also engaged in potentially covering up any?
Yes. I've talked to folks overseas, or I haven't. Let me rephrase that. I've been on several podcasts that have discussed it, and I've read about it too. There's so many incidents. Everybody talks about Roswell, New Mexico, but there's an incident in Canada. There's an incident in England.
Brazil, right?
Brazil was another one. China and Chile. They just gone down the list. You just name the country. Yeah, it's there.
This is insane.
Having the technology, but also possible aliens as well.
Well, I mean, if they came, something had to fly it. But I want you to think about this. Think about this, that something with the capabilities of traveling light years, not showing a heat signature, the energy capabilities of that would put the Pentagon out of business. We wouldn't be fighting these worthless wars overseas over oil, and American boys and girls wouldn't be dying. It would put the war pigs out of business, and they'd have to go somewhere else, and I'm all for that. I'm all for that.
All right, guys.
Is that good?
Follow up with
Thank
us.
y'all. Please follow up, and thank you all so much.
Holy
Keep it up.
shit.
Keep it up. Transparency.
Yeah.
Now
there
they're
you
going to
go.
go to
Representative Burchett and Representative Luna there giving an update.
So some breaking news coming in. We think it's over, and it's still hopping right now. I love it.
Yeah, they're going to go to Ross Coulthard now for his thing. But well, anyway, that was insane. That was great.
That was insane.
Thomas, can I say something?
Yeah.
I think that I don't even know how long Tim Burchett has until the next election, but I think we should all vote for him next time when that day comes.
You can only vote if you live in Tennessee. He's a representative of Tennessee.
Yeah.
Well, if anyone lives in Tennessee, please vote for Tim Burchett. Please.
He's just got through the re-election, and he's out there knocking doors, trying to get out there. He's still a traditional politician in many respects, and he's a great person we all look up to in this point for what he's trying to do for bringing out the truth.
Please vote for him.
I think the floodgates just opened.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you, Swan. The floodgates are definitely opening after this.
They
cannot be denied anymore.
I just got a text from a family member who I tried to approach. You know those awkward conversations we have, right, with our family members?
Yep.
And he wanted to hear nothing of it. And I just got a text. Huge UFO hearing going on right now. This is getting real. And that's from someone who didn't want to hear a millisecond.
Yeah. This is what we need to get public attention. This is going to get covered everywhere. There's going to be tons of great sound bites that are going to come out about. They know where crafts are. Didn't say know where the bodies are. He has seen craft. Couldn't say that he did or where, but he's seen this stuff. So it's just, yeah. Which he wants to go ahead and get, as soon as I can get a skiff, get in there and let the people of Congress know what and where is going on.
Thomas, I know the exact locations. That was my takeaway.
Well, and add to that, he knows a full list of names of both hostile and friendly witnesses. I love that. This is, you can't, I mean, the great thing about what's happening now is that you can't stuff this back in the bottle.
I know.
Yeah, these secret access programs are going to be scrambling.
Yeah.
Scrambling. Probably, oh my gosh, they're probably in panic mode right now.
Yeah. Let's
Oh
see
my
what's
God, Kirkpatrick got destroyed too.
Yeah.
I think this proposes a toast for everyone for the hard dedication we all tried to get it out there.
Oh,
I don't
God,
have wine, but salute.
Salute
I was
everybody.
surprised
Depending
that
on
no one
where
brought-
and when you're watching this broadcast, if it's after 10 o'clock in the morning, cheers. I just have coffee. Yeah, I had to step out and make myself a couple lattes during the show to keep myself not awake, but just
Still disappointed that Lou Elizondo wasn't testifying, but whatever.
Well, Lou led all this on. Lou laid the groundwork, as well as Rick Doty and a lot of other people. But I was surprised no one brought up the Schumer legislation, the Schumer bill.
They did.
Because
He did. They brought it up.
They
in
did.
the opening statement.
Okay, cool, awesome.
Let's go ahead and
Awesome.
But
play a little bit more.
It was
See what
very
news.
fair. I mean, the Senate hearing was crap compared to this. Like, it was literally, the Senate was like the baby's play. It's not even child's play. It was like the baby's play that Gillibrand freaking held. She needs to do a lot better.
Sorry, Saman, I need to get to Gary. The City Rider is back again.
Yeah, on it, sir.
Is it a different
Thank you.
city rider? Because
Sorry,
honestly, it's. I got rid of his freaking account, so I don't know if how I deleted him in the back for being a freaking. If you want to hear, you know what I know what I can do. Hold on, I can go to here, and I can look at participants. Oh,
It's not in there, Thomas.
He's
Hey,
not.
Decker.
I already looked.
Hmm.
Hey, Jonathan.
I know how to fix this.
I don't know who you are, but I will find you and I will kill you.
And moderator.
Gary, is that you?
Not literally. It's me. Hello.
Mario's take.
Nice take and reference, Gary.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I can't do the accent.
That
Liam
is
Neeson
weird.
accent
I've
very
never
well.
seen it where someone can come in here, you can take away their privileges in the back.
It might be a DOD stooge trying to get in his last bit of grift.
I said, me and Jonathan have seen this before in the DC. It's usually somebody that's changed their name and it hasn't updated properly on the background yet.
Maybe it's Lou Reviews just going crazy. Lou Jimenez.
Yeah, well, let me get into
I'm
that.
on it. I'm on it. I will solve this case.
The city boy is Lou Jimenez.
Tonight on
Hey
Disclosure
Tracy,
Road.
Tracy, the operation that you were talking about was Saber Knight. Saber Knight.
Thank you.
That's a legitimate operation, and it does deal with aliens. That's the
Thank you.
the email I got. So it's called Saber Knight.
Thank you, Rick.
You're welcome, Tracy.
Yeah, let's go ahead. Let's watch some more video here on
Where
this.
I knew a stripper with that name once.
Outside the briefing room at the end of these historic congressional hearings involving UFOs. So much to process
They go to
from all three of the
Corbell.
witnesses, but the bottom
Corbell and
line,
Knapp
all
after
three
this.
believe that the government is covering up the existence of UFOs or UAPs, as they describe them. GRUSCH saying that there is a secret crash retrieval program and that there are parts of the government that control this program that are funded that even the Congress does not know about. So it was certainly just a jaw-dropping hearing. We're going to go over all of it. By the way, you may have heard over and over again, they kept mentioning a skiff. They need to have a briefing in what they call a skiff. David Grush kept saying that there were things he couldn't talk about inside the hearing and had to go to the skiff. I want to explain to you what that is. It's a sensitive, compartmented information facility. It's essentially a little room that they can go into when they have to talk about classified topics. No cell phones are allowed inside, and they can go inside there and talk specifically about things that they're not allowed to talk about in an open setting. I want to go back out to Joe Khalil. Apparently, there's more reaction happening right now outside the hearing room. Joe?
He conveys that information because no, this is serious. It's been serious for a long time, and it's been ignored for way too long.
Yeah, we'd like to hear that too. I'm just wondering if you think moving forward, we've sort of turned a page here and made this not just maybe a little bit more mainstream, but also something where it appears he is going to be in a skiff at some point. They're demanding that happen.
Yeah, I mean, you know, how often do you see Democrats and Republicans agreeing on anything, you know, let alone something dealing with national security? And I'm just so encouraged that they've picked up the ball and seem to be ready to run with it.
Yeah, it really
He's
seems
about to
as if,
cry
I
with
mean,
the
people are starting to embrace that maybe we are not alone out there.
Well, we've known each other. We've known this for a long time. You know, if you paid attention to the evidence, it's been out there a long time. Just people go about, there's other things in their daily lives that take precedence. That's certainly true here for Congress. They got all kinds of issues to deal with, but now it's on the front burner, and it's about time.
I want to ask you the same question I just asked George, which is just, can you characterize these allegations David Grush has made, you know, coming forward as whistleblower, is now read into the congressional record. Talk to me about how significant you think that is, what moment that we're in right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure what allegation means. That could be correct, but he is testifying under oath. This is the first time in history that this has been done, where direct eyewitnesses saying that they have direct experience or knowledge of non-human intelligence. I mean, we're talking about craft of unknown origin that can outpace, outmaneuver, and outperform anything we have. This is the first time you're seeing it today. It's a huge step forward for the process of finding the truth, whatever the truth might be, being it a non-human intelligence or some unknown technologically advanced nation that we're not aware of on planet Earth. So whatever happened today has never happened before, and that's called progress.
And can you characterize, because you've been seriously into these issues, both of you have, for quite some time. Do you feel now that today is a watershed moment where moving forward, this is now a discussion that more people are accepting as potentially true, rather than something that used to get laughs here in Capitol Hill?
If you have been paying attention, this is news, and it has been a series of watershed moments. The dam has broke, and it is overflowing. What you're seeing today is a symptom of what happened yesterday, last month, last year. If everybody just looks at what's going on and they get the stigma erased, this is news, and this is happening. Now, what it is, that's what we all want to find out.
And just one more question, because again, you've been and part of this discussion for years now. How do you think elements within the Pentagon, DOD, at the very highest levels are going to be reacting to what we all just heard?
They should be reacting from a place of integrity. The American public, there's a lot of talk in there about what can be said, what's classified, what not. It is the biggest danger is not allowing the American public to know what is going on about this. The biggest danger is secrecy, not transparency.
I think some people are going to be frightened by what they heard today, because it sounded like from that testimony that millions, maybe tens of millions of dollars have been diverted from legitimate national security programs to keep this cover-up going. And when they track down the money, some people could go to prison.
Well, how do you think the Pentagon is going to react, given your experience covering this issue?
They've resisted being truthful for 75 years. It's not going to turn around on a dime. But after what happened today, I don't think you can put the genie back in the bottle.
Mr. Knapp, having covered this for years, decades, is today surreal for you?
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird to see it finally happen.
What do you think changes because of today?
The attitude of Congress in wanting to get to the bottom of it. They made it pretty clear, members on both sides of the aisle, that they want to get to the bottom of this, and they're not going to take no for an answer anymore.
Okay, guys, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate you. Okay, thank you.
Knapp was about to
That was
cry.
Jeremy Corbell, who is a well-known UFO researcher. He has a podcast. He's been all over this since the beginning. And also George Knapp, actually with our affiliate station in Las Vegas, also been investigating UFOs for quite some time. Both of them there in the hearing room, sharing what they thought about all of this. Again, it's a lot to process. This has never happened in U.S. history before. I want to bring in Ross Colhart, who has been on this also since the beginning. He's been standing by also with us to break down what we just heard in these historic hearings. Ross, if you're there, let me know what stood out mostly to you. I mean, you've been on this since the beginning. You broke the news with David Grusch. There was so much to process, more than 2 hours of testimony. What was the number one thing you're walking away thinking?
The one thing that really sits with me, Brian, is before this hearing, there were people who ridiculed, stigmatized, and sought to completely laugh off the subject of UAPs. I would defy anyone now to say that this is a subject that should be dismissed with ridicule. There is no walking back now from the fact that the Congress is clearly totally engaged. There's the compelling evidence from Mr. Grusch, Dave Fravor, Ryan Graves has really convinced the Congress. This is a tipping point, I think, in public opinion. And I think the political imperative now is on the White House to show some leadership. I mean, at what stage, when you have criminal allegations of people being murdered, people being hurt, fraud, massive fraud, at what stage does a government intervene to call a proper, public, rigorous, full inquiry? I just find it mind-boggling that much of the legacy media until today has ignored this story. And it's so important. This goes to the absolute heart of what defines America. It's absolutely essential now that this be properly investigated. And frankly, I don't think the Congress is going to let this go.
Yeah, it really does bring up so many of the questions that you ask, especially in terms of what happens next. It just felt sort of like a little flavor. I mean, this just went on for more than 2 hours. There were so many more questions. There were so many questions that the representatives had that they weren't able to get answers to, saying that they needed to go into a confidential setting to actually get those answers. So now we have to question whether that's what's going to happen next. I want to go to Joe Khalil inside the Capitol, outside the hearing room. I know this just wrapped up, but again, my initial question is, what now? What next? Are there other hearings planned? Where do things go from here?
Yeah, so that's a great question, Brian. We talked to James Comer, the chairman of the committee, who did tell us, yes, the plan is to move forward with hearings beyond this one, field hearings even. And that's something that Tim Burchett and Paulina Luna have been wanting for some time. The chairman says that is likely going to happen, so that's a big blessing from his part. And I should say, moving forward, and this gets into your discussion that you just had, what changes beyond this? You just heard Jeremy Corbell, George Knapp talk about how Congress is seriously more engaged now more so than they have ever been. And after this hearing, there is a sense that this discussion moves much closer now to the mainstream. And so you're going to have members of Congress continuing to ask these questions. Yes, there are going to be more hearings. And another big step forward is they want to get GRUSCH into a SCIF, into a room that is classified information, that's private, and have a conversation with him more one-on-one with members of Congress where they can hear all of the things that he said he could not say in that hearing room. He referenced multiple times he had to be careful about disclosing certain things in that public setting. But if he is in what is known as a SCIF, a private room here in the Capitol, in a classified setting, he's going to be able to reveal a lot more to those members of Congress, and all of a sudden they are more interested in it. We know that there are, according to these members, certain elements that were preventing GRUSCH from getting the right classification to be able to reveal these things more publicly. But again, members of Congress are now working to make that happen so that he's able to disclose a lot more than what we heard today.
It'll be interesting to find out how quickly that will happen, because I think that's going to be a huge factor in how this plays out next, when the next hearings will be. Joe, Ross, stay where you are, because I want to get back to you in just a minute. There's still so much to digest. I want to go over everything that's new that came out of the hearings. But first, we do need to get to some other breaking news. We are just learning of something involving the Hunter Biden investigation, that a plea deal may actually be in jeopardy. It may be falling through. Remember, initially, we heard that plea deal was basically ironed out. Might not be happening. This is the year-long investigation into the president's son and his business dealings. News Nation's Rich McHugh is outside the Delaware courthouse, live now with the latest.
We don't want to hear this.
Has developed in the last couple of hours. Rich,
sorry about that.
No, it's all good. We just have so many hands.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I was dealing with a bunch of things at the same time. Interesting conversation where this is all going. It's become mainstream.
Hey, I just got word, and these are the two people that are in our group in DC. They were in the hearing. It says Congress is going to get a 200-page historical, unclassified report on U.S. government's involvement with UFOs since 1947.
Rick, this was the one I mentioned. That's what I talked about last night, remember?
Right. Yeah. It's unclassified. Yeah, that's the one. Every member of Congress, well, the Senate at least, and maybe I'm sure Congress is going to get this. It's going to be an unclassified report from DOD on what they can release regarding the history of United States government involvement with UFOs, says UFOs, not UAPs, UFOs and alien contact since 1947.
But
it's unclassified.
Yeah, but Rick, I mean, especially considering your background, I just think, is that some sort of I hate to use the overused term psyop. I mean, if I'm the DOD, this is coming from the DOD, right? So if the DOD is like, well, shoot, this is all happening, let's get our story straight. Somebody put together something that will cover our ass. Is that a possibility here?
Yeah, I think it is, but there's too much out there now, and there's too many people talking. And now that Congress is going to put their foot down and say, okay, no more of this disinformation to us, they're going to have to come forth with some real factual information, because if it's a bunch of baloney, people are going to read through it. And people like myself and my group are going to look at it and say, this is baloney, this isn't real. So let's see what it says. I'm sure if it's unclassified, we're going to get a copy of it here soon.
Bob, 200 has a quick question of the panel. Official acknowledgement by next month? I think we're kind of almost there, but I'm not sure what do you exactly mean by official acknowledgement. Are we talking about the president coming out and talking about it? And if so, it's going to take longer than a month. What do you think, Rick?
Yeah, it's going to. The Senate hearings will take place in September. I think you're going to see a little different type of hearing from the Senate in September. The witnesses, again, you're going to hear the same thing that GRUSCH says. The witnesses that the Senate's going to bring in will say, I can't talk about that in open session. We're going to have to go to a SCIF. You're going to hear the same thing. That's not going to please us, the public, and you're going to hear that again with the Senate. But you know what? Grush, even though he says I can't talk about it, he just admitted it. There's something to it. So we have crafts. I've been saying that for years, and we have bodies. I've been saying that for years. Me, my others. That's just not myself. So a lot of us, myself, and many other people have been talking about it. Are going to be vindicated because I speak and people say you're a bunch of that's baloney, Doty. You don't know what you're talking about. Well, guess what, people? The truth is going to come out, and it's going to vindicate myself and many other people have talked about this subject.
That's the first time I've ever heard you speak like that, Rick, and I'm with you, brother.
Thanks, Larry.
I pretty much I pretty much was wondering about a lot of the questions, but once I found that you came from a different pedigree in the Air Force, which people don't really know, like the AFSCs and stuff like that, when I was more aware of like your rank and like everything else, when I looked at it and then stuff that you mentioned, I was like, okay, you're not just a regular, you're way above the rest. You're a different cut above. And that's what solidifies it with me is people that are extremely credible and have very high backgrounds, like Commander David Fravor, Brian Graves. You look at somebody like Grush, who's very, very senior high level. There's like, I think one right above GS-15, and right above that one above GS-15 is like a cabinet member or something at that point. So when I get the people that have these very high clearances, TSSCIs, which I had a TS, and then you get into CAPSAT programs and stuff, that's usually, it's very hard to discredit people, especially when other people come out and then verify that person's background. It's very hard to say that they're, and then when you have three of them at the same time. So yeah, this hearing was actually really good. It wasn't like anything generally new than what they've said. Grush said some new things though. That was pretty interesting.
Yes, he did.
Also, it shows the level of brilliance Grush is when he was going through the specific details of, I think it was the treaty, right, Alex? Like he went to extreme details on his memory, which shows how he's a savant.
Yeah.
Yes, he was very specific in detail. He knows his shit. When he says that he can list names, locations, dates, times, something tells me that he's had interest in this, not just 2 months interest in this. He's had an interest in this for a very, very long time. And something tells me he kept a very meticulous personal record of this somewhere, and he hid it from everybody because he knew about the spycraft, tradecraft, techniques and stuff related to this. So he basically he knew that if he was going to keep log of something, hide it from people, and keep track of everything, and who's who and who's when. Some people may have been body doubles, may have been fake aliases, names, different things. Somehow he was actually able to figure out all these people. He was able to get all the locations, all the names, all the details. And something tells me that he wasn't alone doing this. He had a lot of help. So my guess is that there's probably some counteroffensives going on in the intel community that want to get this out that helped him. So he's not like the only person. There's probably a gazillion whistleblowers that probably backed him up and said, let's get on this. And this went on for probably around 2017 when he heard about it. My guess is David Grush was probably in the background. And there was a bunch of other people in the background working this. But there's a reason they couldn't discuss things. They couldn't name names, locations, because it would have wrecked their operation behind the scenes to get this out. And that's probably why it was so secretive, because it was like spycraft, tradecraft against spycraft, tradecraft within the own government, and everybody knows everybody, linked to everybody. So I kind of had a feeling that this was going on, and now that all these people are in the woodworks, a lot of them are probably not going to come out, and some of them will come out. But there's a lot of people that are working to get more information out, but they want to stay behind the scenes, and it probably is better that way, to be honest.
Yeah.
If everything came out 24/7 and everything was laid out from beginning to end, and every single person, then you lose the element of surprise and warfare, and you destroy your tactics. That's not what you want. And unfortunately, the enemy is the government and some officials and stuff and whatever. So the best way to deal with this is you can't be a moving target. So I think the way they're going about this is smart.
Yeah.
And however Grush is doing it and everybody else is doing it is actually very, very, very smart. So I have nothing against the way they're going about this very slowly in a slow drip. I think it's the
know
right way.
a lot of people have their hands up at this point. What I want to do is they got Ross Coulhart's going to be talking a little bit more, and I'll bring on the panel next after we watch a little bit more clip here of some recaps and hear Ross's take on this.
All three of the witnesses making clear that the UAP that they have encountered and that they have been told about, the unidentified aerial phenomena, are things that are likely not from this world. You heard him say things that have technology that we just can't account for. David Fravor at one point said technology that this world has never seen before. I want to bring back in Ross Coulthart. He did the initial interview, the exclusive interview with David Grusch, the UFO whistleblower. It's interesting. They talk about the fact that they would not be able to defend themselves against this this kind of craft, Ross. But also David Grusch was asked about whether or not he knows of anyone who had been injured by UAP. And he said, I know of multiple colleagues who have been injured. And they followed up with by UAPs or people in the government. And he said both. I mean, that's quite an alarming thing to hear at a congressional hearing. He is under oath.
I know of people who've been hurt, Brian. I mean, I'm in contact myself with people in the legacy program who've had similar experiences. This is very serious stuff. There are people who have been hurt by the phenomenon and who have also been hurt because of their determination to try and help the public learn about this issue. People are being bullied, harassed, threatened. It's very, very grave. And it's absolutely essential that this be properly investigated. And I'm very excited that this is, albeit a very, baby steps, I guess, tonight. You know, a lot of what's been said here is pretty much actually less than what was said by David to me in his interview. But what it represents to see David and those two other witnesses giving evidence under oath, it's chilling to think of the significance of this. And I think that it's a historical turning point because Congress is clearly determined to get its teeth into the allegations of illegalities.
And you mentioned that he didn't disclose in some cases even as much as he did in the interview with you. I think that's also just because there wasn't a lot of time. They had to get through all the different members of Congress who wanted to ask questions. But can you just explain why he has to be so guarded? Because so many of his answers were, I can't answer that right now, or I could answer that in a confidential setting. Explain why he has to give that answer, why Grusch does.
Yeah, I actually thought some of the best answers that David gave were the ones where he said he couldn't answer and he could only answer in a private setting. The problem for Dave is he's under a security oath and all...
Meaning he said he could say no. But when he says, I can't answer, I can talk about it in a skiff, that means that's a soft yes.
Employees who've got a top secret SCI clearance, a compartmentalized clearance, have to get permission from the Defense Department to make any kind of public statement. Lou Elizondo, who was the former head of the Pentagon's UFO program, he's got a book that's currently before the DOPSA, the Defense Office Pre-Publication Security Review, and they're going through that book and basically cutting out things that they say would breach national security rules. And so every employee's got to do this. And so when Dave spoke to me, when he spoke to Leslie Kane and Ralph Blumenthal, and when he spoke to Congress in public hearing, he had to be extremely mindful of the fact that he was not able to go outside the terms of his security oath. And it's actually very important to make the note that his attorney, Chuck McConnell, who's a former Intelligence Community Inspector General, was sitting just behind him in the crowd. So, you know, the very top attorney who's basically previously presided as the Inspector General of the intelligence community was actually there in the audience backing him today. So it's very, very important that people realize Dave's very, very constrained. He's not withholding evidence because he's reluctant to reveal it. He really wants to reveal it because he wants Congress to do something about it. but he can't talk about it publicly because it's constrained by his national security oath. And the really good news is that the Congress has determined that they're going to get a skiff and they're going to hear that evidence. And I think also people need to understand that Mr. Grusch has already given evidence to two other committees. He's given evidence to the House Permanent Select Committee for Intelligence and the Senate Select Committee for Intelligence, and I think also the Armed Services Committee. So there's already evidence that's been given by Mr. Grusch in a skiff, which has basically detailed the sort of evidence that the Oversight Committee is asking for. Congress already has this evidence. And this is why the Senate Majority Leader, Chuck Schumer, has written this absolutely extraordinary legislation, because he's been briefed on what Mr. Grusch has revealed, and it's already being investigated. And moreover, corroborative witnesses have backed Mr. Grusch's claims already in secret hearings before the Congress. One of the things I can reveal is that this is an investigation that is far more advanced than the hearing before this public committee reveals. It's already being very, very detailed and investigated by other committees inside the Congress, and they're determined to get to the truth of the matter. And I think any hopes from the gatekeepers who've been concealing this secret that they could put it all back into a box, after today's hearing, that's well and truly over. That's not going to happen. Congress is determined, and frankly, the level of public and media interest is such, it ain't going to let go.
Yeah, and I found it interesting. You mentioned everything that's happening behind the scenes, Ross. Obviously, we saw the public hearing today. There was only so much that he and the other witnesses could say, especially Grusch. But it really is interesting to think about what is happening behind the scenes. Something I hadn't heard before, David Grusch said that he had people with firsthand knowledge of UAPs and the U.S. crash retrieval program actually provide a protective disclosure to the Inspector General. So all of these people who are questioning, wait a minute, this is second, third-hand knowledge. David Grusch didn't see the crashed UFOs for himself. Now he has said on the record, and I hadn't heard that before, he's saying on the record that they have provided direct testimony to the Inspector General. That seemed pretty explosive to me, and we only have a little bit of time left.
Exactly. No, that's absolutely right. And I think the next thing Congress needs to do as an imperative is call the Inspector General for the intelligence community and ask him what he's concluded, because he's promised to do a report, and hopefully he'll provide that report to Congress. This could be very quickly expedited.
Still so much more to come. Ross Coulthard, thank you for being with us on this historic day. I have a feeling we'll be covering more of these hearings together. Incredible work as always. Thank you for joining us. The special coverage of the UFO congressional hearings this morning. Our News Nation coverage will continue.
All right, there we go. Great conversation going on. Nice to see a recap coming in, believe it or not, from News Nation. Got a bunch of people in the back with their hands up so far. Peter.
Yeah, I've got two quick observations. I'll try and make them as quick as I can because I know we've got a lot of hands up. But the first one is that after so many hearings here, it finally seems like we have a piece on the board. You know, we've had a lot of these hearings and they've been pretty much letdowns. This one went far better than I thought it was going to go, far better. And the reason why, and that's my second point, is not the witnesses who were fantastic, but it was the congressional people who were asking questions, and they were actually taking this seriously to a person. Every single one of them took this seriously, had good questions. Like, you know, AOC phrased it like, well, where would I look to find this information? So she didn't give the witnesses a chance to say, oh, it's classified, because you're saying, no, where would I look? So these people have planned about it. They've taken it seriously. Except for the one guy, the congressman, I don't know what his name is, Bozo or whatever it was, who walked in there and said, you know,
it was Bozo.
Bozo, yeah. So he walked in there and he said, you know, oh, these things are billions of light years away to our nearest star system and blah, 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 blah. Like, no, all right, our nearest star system is a triple star system in Alpha Centauri, about 4.25 light years away. There's 3 stars, and one of them has a habitable planet zone in it that is almost exactly the same size as Earth. It's about 1.07 times
It's
bigger.
called
as a matter of
Proxima
fact.
B, right?
In Proxima B, exactly. And there's also Proxima D, and there are probably 2 more planets in that system. And there's also possibly a Neptune-sized planet in the habitable zone around Proxima A. So we probably have 7 possibly exoplanets right in that system, 4.25 light years away. But that guy did us a favor. And I want to make this point, because he could not have made a bigger clown of himself if he walked in there with makeup and a rubber nose. It was fantastic. And that's indicative of these things I see from people who go into this, oh, you crazy UFO people, you don't have any information. I am smarter than you, and I have more information, and I'm just going to start saying what my feelings are like they're facts. And I see this with people online. I try and discuss this issue with some of them, and I get a common response, well, you should study some physics. And I kind of go, well, maybe we both should study some physics, because no one really knows what these UFOs are. And I'm happy to talk to you about the physics if you like, but that's a BS response that you're giving people that doesn't move this any further forward. It's just like saying, well, you don't know anything about it, you should study some physics. And it's not productive. So I think from here that we're going to be able to get this conversation moving forward, and we're going to get some of those people who have more arrogance than information possibly being a little bit more serious about this topic. So those were my points.
Hey, Peter. As well, I need to run and go deal with Cupcake. Take the helm, Mike, and actually go ahead, Larry, and then after Larry, in order, we've got Andy, and then last of the finest, and then West. And people feel free to go ahead and respond to the people as we're going through it. I'll be right back. I got to go take the little girl out to the front yard.
I don't actually have a question other than to ask Peter. Well, let me ask Rick this. Do you think we set it up for the Senate, Rick?
Yes, absolutely. This is set up for the Senate. Absolutely. And I think as I said before, the Senate will conduct a hearing in a little bit different manner, but they're going to have some very credible witnesses that I see the list. They're going to choose, I think, they're only going to have 3, I'm sure, maybe 4, who will be as good and maybe some even better than what we saw today.
Awesome. Oh, let me check who's next. Andy.
Yeah. What a great hearing. I barely caught the show last night when I heard that Burchett and Luna were being bumped down. I don't think that mattered in the end. I'm listening to what West was saying to Sawan about holding your expectations. This came out in my mind as an absolutely phenomenal hearing. There was an awful lot more said, and if you notice, GRUSCH did an awful lot of talking around the subject, very much like Lou did. There were things that he couldn't say that he alluded to very strongly without breaking any of his secrecy laws or anything. But what I wanted to do was kick back, and I don't know whether everybody's going to see this, but this is on the BBC. I don't know if you can see them. It's a bit dull, but on the red highlighted one, it's actually gone on to the BBC website, which is a start over here, because you've not seen anything in the UK at all on this subject. So that's a start. It's good. I think it's as Rick was just saying, this is really, really pushing it on for when the Senate comes back. And I'm highly infused. And actually, as I came on, it's been raining all day. As soon as I came on to speak, the rain's died off.
And
that's
really,
great,
really quick note on that is that I've been checking the U.S. mainstream news, and it looks like this Hunter Biden plea is taking front and center on New York Times, Washington Post, CNN, and that sucks. But I mean, even on NewYorkTimes.com, the hearing isn't at all on the entire front page. it's all about Hunter Biden. Yesterday, we saw somebody say, unless a big story drops, and it seems like that, the Hunter Biden thing's the big story. But I mean, I don't know. We can't really depend on them. You know what I mean? This thing's moving on with or without them, it seems.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what New York Times and WAPO thinks. It's over for them anyways. But what I was going to say is, Rick, is it possible the Senate will convey an emergency hearing in August?
Wow, that's possible. I haven't heard anything yet, but yeah, I think that's possible. I haven't heard anything yet, but I'll certainly let you guys know if I hear something.
All right, cool. Yeah, because this hearing was explosive.
Very, very.
Yeah. It's an evolving situation. More stuff keeps on coming to light. This is a major step forward. I would say if you would take a look at, Rick, at the prior two hearings that we've had, this has been the most explosive one we've had so far. So we're getting momentum going. Now, if I look at the date on the calendar, aren't we due for another report from Aro about now?
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be any report.
Well,
no, Thomas, I'm eagerly awaiting the report from NASA. Isn't that what we're all eagerly awaiting?
No, NASA's just part of the cover up. Who cares about what they think?
You heard that statement, didn't you, Thomas?
About what? About NASA?
This guy, one of the guys said, well, I think it was Garcia. I know NASA's doing a big report, and I know we're all eagerly waiting for that. But in the meantime, oh, come on.
NASA.
But anyway, okay, who's next? You want me to take it, Thomas, or what?
No, sorry. Go ahead, sir. I'm dealing with multiple things at the same time. Take it.
Sure. I'm going to go back to the list. I'm going to skip over the last of the finest for a minute. I'll come back to you. I'm going to go to West.
Hey, Lyric.
Sorry.
No, I really just want to just quick say this was amazing. I'm really curious what's going to happen, and to the mainstream media who's obviously not listening, we do not give a shit about Hunter Biden. You're talking about two stories, some political bullshit and some guy who has obvious problems, or the fact that we're not alone in the universe and our government has been keeping that secret from the American people and from the world. Which story should you choose? I don't know, guys. This is ridiculous, but hats off to the Congress people today. They did a great job. I'm just so it brings me some hope that our political system here in the United States might actually be able to come back from where the depths of depravity where it seems to be. And it's so nice to hear Republicans and Democrats not grandstanding. There's one person that seemed to grandstand for a second, but they didn't waste their time on grandstanding today. They asked really good questions and they did their homework. This is important. We want intelligent politicians who are actually researching the issues, not just assuming they know the answers ahead of time and telling us how bad the other side is. So great job to all of them.
Oh my God. I gotta bring up this picture of Hollywood Squares. Avi Lowe and Greer in opposite corners, along with Sean Cahill on the bottom right corner, taking Paul Lynn's spot for the day.
Hey, congratulations. Greer at least is getting his moment of fame.
Yeah.
And it's Greer for the block.
Anyway, that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Okay,
he looks like he's just discovered your internet browsing history.
Last of the finals. What's that?
Hey, how you doing, guys? I just wanted to say that one of the reasons that there's so much pushback from the Air Force when the congressman tried to go to Eglin is because they're at the radar facility. They can also track nukes, and that's the main purpose of that facility there. However, it's so advanced, they can also track UAPs from there. and they don't want that
that's what they
going
let.
up.
That was a cat they let out of the bag. Congress actually said we went down there to go ahead and see, if you want to call it, footage of their system tracking UAPs because they knew about it and they wouldn't show them the details. Now remember, the Air Force was brought around right around the time as when it was started, was about the same time the Roswell crash happened. If anything, Air Force has been around. One of their main missions is probably to find the information and cover it up. Rick, you were part of AFOSI.
Yes, exactly. You know, the ironic part of that is the Roswell crash occurred in 1947, the summer. The National Security Act was passed in September of 1947, which created the Air Force and some other agencies, CIA. And the Air Force ran GRUSCH, such, excuse me, and Blue Book up until 1969. And when the Condom report closed it. Well, they didn't really close it because the Air Force kept investigating it, and that's what we did in AFOSI 10 years later when I came in 77, 78 time frame. We had that mission of doing the same thing Blue Book was doing, although we were doing it in a classified setting where Blue Book was supposed to be the public. But remember, there's over 100 reports in Blue Book that are still classified.
Great point.
The Holloman rule needs to be implemented to scare these people into contempt. You know.
Well, it's not even contempt. We've got it where GRUSCH has got witnesses who we said are going to be hostile, which means
exactly. Bring them in a close hearing and use the Holloman rule.
Yeah.
Testify under subpoena and use the Holloman rule. If you lie to us, we're going to strip you of your rank. We know all the dirty things you've been brown nosing.
Not just that, if they lie, they will get their security clearance pulled.
Exactly
which is
what they do to the whistleblowers.
Yeah.
What they do to the whistleblowers, get them a taste of their own dirty little medicine.
Yep. Jonathan, your hand is up.
Yes, thank you. Oh, sorry. Okay. I wanted to ask Rick something. Rick, when the time comes when Congress takes over DOD, how vulnerable would that make the people who are hiding the truth?
Well, Congress has limited powers. Remember, we have 3 equal branches of the government. And so Congress, a lot of these senators and congressmen will say a lot, but when it comes right down to it, they have no judicial authority. They have to rely on the Department of Justice to serve subpoenas and prosecute people who violate the subpoenas or lie in front of them. But it's all going to come down to how the executive branch supports this. And the executive branch, of course, is the president. And how will the president and his staff, I know his scientific advisor, he hasn't said a word because of some of the classifications. Now, the people can always come back and say, listen, I can't talk about this because it's classified. Now, you can bring them, you can declare the Holloman rule and bring them, subpoena them, but they can sit there in front of Congress and say, I'm sorry, I can't disclose that. It's classified. Now, they'll say exactly what GRUSCH says. We'll go into a skiff and I can talk about it there, provided that my agency, the agency that has OPR authority or Office of Primary Responsibility, classification, Title 50 United States Code, they give me permission and I can talk about it. You know, these congressmen and senators can ask all the questions they want, but if it comes down to something that is still classified under national security, then they can't force them to talk about it. Now, once they're in the skiff, I'm sure.
Yep, that's 100% true.
Their OPR can You can say, okay, you can talk about this, 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 and this, but you can't talk about this because it's national security. So it's a Pandora's box. It's a dilemma. Yeah, we want all this out there, but there's also restrictions on what they can say and what they can't say.
Thank you very much for clarifying that, Rick. Absolutely.
Welcome.
Next with her hand up, Paul Murphy.
Hey guys, I just wanted to know, being in the 51st state, I don't always know exactly how the Congress works, and so if they go into a skiff and they bring GRUSCH into there and he answers their questions the way they want to have them answered, how does that information get released back out to the public? Does it have to go through the 3 branches of the government to finally get out?
No. Having been in a skiff once in my career, the way it goes is you're allowed to say certain, and it is, when I was in there, it had nothing to do with UFOs. It had something to do with a highly classified counter espionage operation. But when you go in there, your agency, the Air Force or the CIA or the DIA, will tell you what you can say and what you can't say, even though you're in a secure environment that is protected from any kind of bugs or anything. So you can go in there and you're going to tell them what your agency told them you could tell them. And that information now, it's still classified. It's still compartmented information or under a special access program. The information that you're giving to the senators or the congressmen, I was in a Senate skiff, is still classified. They can't release that. They can ask for it to be declassified or some of it to be declassified, or what they'll do is sanitize it. Any information containing sources or methods used to collect will never be disclosed. But anything else could be disclosed. And that's how a skiff up works.
Okay. Thanks, Rick.
You're welcome.
All right. Let's see who else has their hand up next. Cosmo, your hand is up, my friend.
Hey guys, yeah, that was an amazing hearing, and I just want to reflect on what all this encompasses. I mean, based on the questions that were pointed towards GRUSCH, they asked who, what, when, where, why. Basically, they were very forward with him, and he had, like we all had mentioned, he had to say, I cannot answer that in a public setting. So with all that being said, even though they're for transparency, David GRUSCH is all about wanting to bring this type of information forward. So I can't wait for them to press him, even though that he's divulged this information behind closed doors prior. Still, because he was stating this in a public hearing that he could not divulge information, means the fact that there is this agency of secrecy that kind of is overbearing on the whole issue. So right there in itself, the core of transparency, I believe, will be revealed after David GRUSCH gets his time with the Congress members in a skiff, and this whole thing's going to get blown wide open. So that definitely wasn't a shit show, and this was the barn burner that we were looking for. So I appreciate everything that was said today, and it's going to lead to a lot more discussions and hearings moving forward, and I'm excited for it.
From what I understand, is it, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, but Matt Gaetz has the clearances to be in that skiff and hear that information, right? But I think Luna doesn't, Burchett doesn't.
Yep.
Does anyone else know the other Congress people who can be in that room, and does that even matter?
I think Matt Gaetz was the only one because he was on Haas Armed. So he was the only one. So he could have listened to GRUSCH's testimony without a one-time need to know. These other members need a one-time need to know to listen to everything GRUSCH has to say. That's why photos were shown to Gaetz, at Eglin Air Force Base because he has a higher clearance because he's on the committee that deals with house armed.
I'm also surprised that, in Grush's opening statement, he specifically said, "I saw photographs."
Yeah.
No one asked him what were the photographs of. God damn, I wish someone would have asked him that, but oh well.
Yeah, great observation, Casey. That's something that I was thinking about here too. They didn't ask that question. There's a lot of other questions I would have asked, but I think that the hearing went pretty well. One of the things that I mentioned yesterday or last night that Swan kind of mentioned that not every member of Congress, not 535 members of Congress, have security clearances. You have to have a need to know, and you have to have passed a background investigation. I know that I just found this out. There's 16 House representatives from the House who can never get a security clearance. They just can't. The government would never allow them access to any classified information, and they're listed in a particular database. But so you have to have a need to know, and you have to have a background investigation. It's just like you or me or anyone else that goes into the intelligence community or intelligence career field or military that needs a security clearance. You have to pass a background investigation. It's called expanded background investigation. It takes about 6 to 8 months to perform. And senators and congressmen, they have to pass this too. So not everyone, as Swan said, could be in that skiff and listen to what classified information GRUSCH or others would say.
And Rick, I think this classification skiff bullshit, even not sharing it with Congress, is because of the UAP cover-up. I think it was purposely created just for this purpose, and it's been flexed to other issues regarding national security as well as a blanket statement cover-up.
Hey, Sawan and Rick, can I speak to this for a moment, please? Does everybody mind?
No, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead, Lee.
So Ross Coulthard just gave us something that was very interesting. He said that David Grush has already skiffed with the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. Andre Carson is one of those members. None of the panel that was there today asking questions is in that committee. They were not present. They did not ask questions. If we're looking for who to ask and where to go and what committee can ask and where can we bring things together, Ross Coulthard, and I don't know if it's for fact, has already stated that David Grush has already told the House Permanent Special Committee on Intelligence in a skiff this information. And Andre Carson, as well as Mike Gallagher, sit in that committee. Look up that committee and see who sits on that committee. Yeah. None of them were present at today's hearing. That should speak volumes to everyone.
Well,
yeah, I agree.
Infer to you. What does that mean to you? When you say it speaks volumes, what do you mean, man?
What it means is when AOC said, "Who do I talk to? Where do I look? Where do I go?" And Grush said, I can't give you anything publicly. We can talk about it in a skiff or we can talk about it in classified setting. What we need to understand is he's already presented this information to the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. And there were 0 committee members present at this hearing that he's already talked to.
Yeah, and another thing, he's already spoken to 11. I got it here someplace. Let me see here. He's already spoken to the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence behind closed doors in the skiff. Warner, Rubio, Rounds, Christian Gillibrand, Maria Cantwell, and Ted Cruz. He's already spoke to the Senate side in a skiff, and whatever questions they had, Grush already spoke to them too.
Right. So he's spoken to both direct committees and the House and Senate, as well as the Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. He's already been in a skiff with them and told him everything he couldn't say publicly.
And
so
what?
Every single Congress member that was sitting in that hearing today saying, "Where do we look? Where do we go?" That's great. They'll have to set up a different skiff, but there are congressmen and women that have already been informed of his testimony, and and none of them were present in today's hearing.
But what conclusion should we draw from GRUSH disclosing names, locations, dates to not only a couple of committees, but also Arrow, and nothing been followed up on? What conclusion should we draw about that?
It means that there is a divisive line in the sand of which member can know and which ones already know about it and which ones cannot know about it. Or the ones that want to know, they're going to have to jump through a lot of hoops and figure out how to get to this information. But as we sit here, Congress cannot simply sit back and say we're not aware. Both the House.
Okay, let me jump this.
And the
let me
Senate.
jump in here.
Rick and Lee, let Rick talk.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Rick. What were you gonna
Let
say?
me jump in here. The Senate. Let me explain how this worked as far as the Senate goes. During the Senate SCIF meeting, there were 50 questions directed to GRUSH, and they're in a security environment. Remember, SCIF. He could only answer 17 of them. He said the other 33 questions, his security clearance or the people that were in the room, they're not cleared for that. So he didn't answer all their questions. He only answered 17 of them, and I don't know what they are, but I know some of the senators in that room at the time were pretty upset because he couldn't answer all their questions. So just because these House members are going into a SCIF, if they get the permission to do that, and they're going to ask him questions, he might not be able to answer all their questions because it could be above the security clearance that these House representatives have, or that it's so classified that he just can't disclose it.
So, Rick, can I just synthesize what you just said? Are you saying that rather than several groups hearing the info and doing nothing with it, which might be concerning, is what you're saying is no one has yet heard the entire story because they're not allowed to? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that members of Congress, Senate, and the House haven't heard the entire story. Yes, I'm not saying
the gang of
the government.
The Gang of Eight has a lot. The Gang of Eight heard GRUSH's story. They would.
Yeah, I think the Gang of Eight, most of the
thing.
Gang of Eight, at least 5 of the Gang of Eight, I know probably heard everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, you're right, Swan.
But the other
Let me ask you
members
this.
are just compromised, and they didn't want to attend to the SCIF because they didn't want to know about it.
You know, ironic as Alexander and Jonathan brought up, or Lee brought up, it's amazing that once GRUSH tells certain people within the SCIF, like within the Senate and the eight, the Gang of Eight, they keep quiet. So is there something that he's telling them that's scaring them to the point where they're not going to disclose anything that he talks about in a SCIF? And I think that there is, I know personally, a lot of things that maybe that people don't want to hear, or senators, congressmen don't want to hear, or maybe the public don't want to hear. But is it something so dramatic that now they don't want to talk about it?
Can you imagine, Rick, if the SecDef is involved in the cover-up? How do you even address that, right, without making it public in a big freaking scene?
Well, I'm sure he is. I'm sure Austin is. I would say that the Inspector General of the Department of Defense is also involved in this cover-up. He's the one that should be impartial and should be able to view this information and say, you know, you got too much that's classified. And I'm the first one to come out and say, yeah, there's certain information that needs to be classified, but there's a lot of it, probably 50% of it that doesn't need to be classified. I know, Larry, we talked about this in a few shows ago, that needs to be declassified and given to the public.
So the Inspector General for the DoD is Robert Storks, I believe.
Right, exactly.
That clown.
Yes. Yep, that's him.
So, Rick, let me ask you this: if Senator Schumer's legislation goes through and gets passed into law under the NDAA, will that declassify enough of this information to get it out to the public more than came out in this hearing already?
Oh, I think, yeah, absolutely. I support the legislation, but I don't think it's going to get by the executive branch. I don't think that the president would sign it because there's too many agencies within the executive branch, the DOD, NRO, DIA, NRO, many other ones. There's a couple of that nobody knows about that'll come and politic or request that legislation either be changed in a way, which I think maybe that's what will happen. There'll be exemptions. You look at Title 10, Title 50, Title different titles, Title 18, Title 29 of the U.S. Code. There's exemptions to everything that Congress want or passed in public law. So I think the Schumers, although I don't think there should be any exemptions, but I think that they'll eventually change it when it goes to the House, and they'll have a committee that'll look at it and say, listen, okay, this is good, but we have to have exemptions for national security reasons.
And usually those exemptions are big enough to drive a truck through, which is why they've been
Absolutely,
able to keep
Mike.
it secret for 90 years, right, Rick?
You got that right, Mike. Exactly.
So we're back to square one, basically, with the legislation, right?
Well, it depends on if we got to remember. It depends on if the exceptions to NDAA are going to get through and get made. Because here's the thing: if we have bipartisan support in the House and the Senate, and the legislation for NDAA goes to the president to sign it, and he doesn't like it, then his military is not going to get funded. So it's not in his, if you want to call it, best interest to prevent the NDAA from getting signed, because it's all the military funding they're going to require. And without it, there is no military funding, right, Rick?
Exactly. Yeah. They'll cut the funding, and I mean, it's so complicated that you're right. You're right, Thomas. That the funding could be decreased.
Yeah,
Thomas, if I could correct one thing you just said, and I think this is something that the DoD needs to remember. It's not his military; it's our military. This is
it's our military, like it's our president. But
I know, but I think I hear what you're saying. I just want to. It's not. I wasn't trying to pick on you, but I'm like trying to pick on the military and the president. They need to all sit back and remember who they work for. This is our money. This is our country. They don't work. We don't work for them. They work for us. And I think that needs to be first and foremost on the minds of all of these politicians and all of these career bureaucrats and all of the people serving in the armed forces. It seems like there's so many good people who know that, but it seems like there's a corrupt group of people who've forgotten that. And it's important that we all use that language and talk about it that way, that it's our country and our military, and that they live up to that responsibility to all of us.
Right. However, just by, if you want to call it, who reports to who, the president's the commander-in-chief of the military. The military wraps up underneath the executive branch. So yes, it's the United States military, it's ours, but the person who's got the direct control of it is their president.
Exactly.
If I just for a second and mention that the president also does have something called a line item veto, and he could conceivably strike an individual part of a bill.
I thought they got rid of the line item veto a long time. Didn't they get rid of the line item veto a long time ago?
Yeah, they did. There isn't a line item veto anymore. That the president has no authority. He has to veto the bill or sign a bill. There's no more line item veto.
Oh yeah, so he's going to veto. Okay. He's not going to veto the bill. He's not going to veto the NDA.
Yeah, fantastic.
Yes. All right. A-Rod, your hand is up, my friend.
What's going on, everybody? Lot to unpack here. Lots to unpack. Am I coming through clearly here? It's my first time hopping on
absolutely.
here.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Awesome. So, you know, some of these questions, you know, Dottie might be able to answer them, Rick. Thanks for your contribution, by the way. It's been really enlightening, very enlightening. Everything that you say, everything that you contribute to. My question, I had a question for Rick specifically regarding security clearances and stated security clearances as they are published. I had a Yankee White Category 1. That's anything having to do with the White House.
White House. Yeah.
I'm former United States Marine Corps and HMX-1 Presidential Helo Squadron. And I had heard you in previous interviews talk about Yankee Black. And there is not a lot or anything written about that. And I just wanted you to enlighten us about that, if you can, without getting in trouble, as far as what Yankee Black means in regards to USAPs, unacknowledged special access projects. And if you can give us any information about that.
That's an excellent question. There are many unacknowledged special access programs within the government, within particular agencies such as CIA, DIA, NSA, NRO. And the clearance level you'd have to gain access to that would be a Yankee Black. And there's only a limited number of people. I never had that, but there's only a limited number of people that would have access. And the Yankee Black, what it is actually it's somewhat complicated. It's the director or the operational manager of the information. Now, gatekeeper. There could be exactly the gatekeeper. Exactly, right. So that gatekeeper would have the total access, but there could be limited access to people working a particular operation involving that special access program. So, and they might not know everything that they're dealing with. And for instance, to give you an example, while I was at Area 51, I was a counterintelligence officer out there. I knew peripherally some information about a particular project, such as Project Amber Wave or something like that. But I didn't know everything. I wasn't the gatekeeper. I only had the need to know access for what I was doing. And I always give this story. I had there's four OSI agents in the office on building number 432, Area 51. Each one of us was working on a different program, but I didn't have access to the guy that's sitting across me in the cubicle. I only knew if he needed help, he would come over and I would have to get limited access to a particular program. And that's something like what Yankee Black is.
Yeah, that seems to be a recurring theme, a very recurring theme. And the other question I had for you, there seems to be a lot of friction between Air Force intelligence and whatever organization you want to call it, and Navy intelligence. There just seems to be a lot of friction there in terms of Air Force OSI, the Navy intelligence, and it just seems like there's a lot of things that I've read and people that I've spoken to, they don't seem to get along 100%. It's almost like if you go back to the old argument about the nuclear triad, you know, the Air Force had their nukes and they had their delivery systems. The Navy was lobbying for their nuclear delivery systems via submarines, etc. It just seems that there was a lot of competition there, and it just seems to me that there are more "quote unquote" white hats on the Navy side and black hats on the Air Force side. Not saying you were one of those, but or maybe you were, but it just seems to be a little bit of friction there, and maybe you could add a little bit of color to that.
Well, yeah, there was during my time in my 12 years in between Office of Naval Intelligence, Air Force Intelligence, and even within the Air Force. Within the Air Force, we had the Air Force Intelligence Service, which dealt mostly with the collecting of positive intelligence, satellite intelligence, and ground intelligence. The Air Force Office of Special Investigations, we dealt in counterintelligence, counterespionage, deception operations. And so there was a conflict even within the Air Force, but primarily with Office of Naval Intelligence, they didn't have the collection method.
Yeah.
Someone's got audio on the background muting the people right now who don't have it. Keep on going, my friend.
Okay, so we did have a conflict, especially at Area 51. We had Office of Naval Intelligence that had their own building out there, and they all would constantly come over to our building and say, hey, do you know about this? You know about that? Or can you help us with this? And sometimes we could, and sometimes we couldn't. So there was a conflict there. And we always said in the Air Force, regarding the triad, we have two and you only have one to the Navy, meaning we have the air assets and the ICBMs and the Titan missiles back then, and then the Navy just had the submarine launch. So we always had 2 out of 3, and that was just kind of a joke. But yeah, we did have a conflict between the Air Force and the Navy. You're right on that.
Absolutely. Thanks for clarifying that. Last of the finest, I think your hand is up next.
Yes. Mr. Doty, I read an article on 4chan, and I was wondering if you've heard anything about this UAP facility they believe that's out there in the Gulf or under the Atlantic out there that they keep tabs on. Have you ever heard anything about it?
Well, I only heard what what I've read in open media and open source information about. Area 50 or the Bermuda Triangle is supposed to contain an underground facility. There was a base in Bermuda that it was an underground facility, and that was a British naval base, but the United States Navy had a secret facility there. Yeah. Now, I know that they did have a secret facility, but I believe the base is closed now.
Right.
So that's the only information.
Now, isn't there something if I could add into this really quick, isn't there something equivalent to like potentially something to do with ETs in the trench that's by Puerto Rico, which also has a giant magnetic anomaly that goes along with that as well, Rick?
Yeah, that's what I've read in open press, but in any kind of classified documents, I've never read anything that would confirm that.
Yeah. Last.
And well, the reason I was mentioning it, there was an article on 4chan, and this guy supposedly was talking about how anytime the government tries to approach it, now it's supposedly not something owned by our government, but they know where it's located, and anytime they send planes or ships or anything to try to engage it, their compasses, everything, electronics, everything just goes kaput, and supposedly planes have been just eviscerated, when they got close to the facility. But they say that they do sometimes track UAPs coming from space down to the facility under the water, but they're not very often, and that they believe that they're actually like freighters bringing stuff to this place under the water. So I'm just wondering if
it's an interesting article. If it's out on 4chan, I mean, it's an interesting place. It sounds like a lot of speculation of a lot of different stories that have come together. We can look at some of these things, but you just have to take a lot of the stuff out there, everything with a grain of salt. Because if people are aware of this and they're bringing it out and they're breaking parts of national security, if you have information that's uncovered under national security and it's been put out there on the public purview, government's going to do whatever it can do to take it out. Doesn't matter if it's 4chan or whatever it is. They've got their eyes and ears on all this stuff. But thanks for bringing that up, Last of Finest. I appreciate that.
Thanks
Jonathan,
for asking.
Yeah. Jonathan, your hand is also
Let me comment real quick.
Yeah.
There's one place that would fit the category that he just mentioned, and there's the most remote island in the world. It's called Kerguelen Island. It's in the South Indian Ocean. There's a French It's owned by the French. They have about 100 person crew on the island. There's some really strange anomalies that are occurring south of that between Kerguelen and Heard Island. And you can look this up on the internet, which the United States Navy used to train down there because there's no ship traffic down there. It's a very remote area in the world. And so the Navy trains down there because they don't have to worry about any ship traffic. And some Navy submarines have encountered some extremely strange anomalies, shutting down their sonar, shutting down their high frequency communication systems when they're down there. So we believe the Navy thinks that there's something, and it's real deep down there. It's like 20,000 feet, that there's something down there. So what he just mentioned and the anomalies would fit that area down there.
Yeah. I mean, that's the whole Puerto Rican Trench area. There's a huge magnetic anomaly that they've known about for some time. And it
I've heard
is
Lou talk about it. What?
super, super deep. Absolutely. Jonathan, your hand is up. If not, we'll go on to Alexander next. Or not.
Can you hear me? Sorry, my mic was.
We can hear you
closed.
now, yes.
So, thank you, Thomas. I'm a little bothered that 3 branches have limited powers, but these so-called governments that don't reveal themselves, I feel like they cheat a lot in so many ways. And you know what? I think that 3 branches have that right to have should have that right to have clearance and know where our money goes and know how many victims are being taken, because people who are being taken from different countries in America, every government has that right to protect their people. And you know what, I'm sorry to say this, but I don't even know if there should be like a 4th branch. There should be, that gives the people, which is us, the people who pay our taxes to the Pentagon. I think we all should have that right to have clearance to see the truth. Because you know what? I don't think that we should even have that. We shouldn't have to ask Biden's permission for them to disclose the truth. It's just ridiculous.
Well, I agree with you, Jonathan. I support what you say. And what really bothers me is the billions and billions of dollars that disappear in the defense budget every year. There's 36 in fiscal year 2021. I think Burchett mentioned this briefly. There's $14 billion that can't be accounted for. Each year, the Congress has a congressional budget office that audits the Department of Defense's budget. And every single year, from when they first started this, which was 1970, and at least through the fiscal year 2021, the budget can't be, there's money that can't be accounted for within the Department of Defense budget. 17 billion, 12 billion, 9 billion. I mean, every year there's money that's going to contractors under the table for something that the Department of Defense can't account for. And that's what really bothers me.
100%.
Amen, Big Daddy. Sorry.
Jonathan, hate to jump in here. You mentioned 4th branch. There is a 4th branch. It is the national security state. It's not what you think it is. And it started in the 40s and came to full culmination in the 50s. And that's what you're dealing with. And they are not our friends at all. Yeah. That's what we're up against here.
I've said this many times, guys. It comes down to, in 1947, we no longer were the United States of America. We became the national security state of America.
I had no idea that they were against us. My bad.
It's okay.
Well, no, Jonathan, you may have been assigning that term to something else, but I'm assigning it because the fourth branch is in and of itself. It is its own executive. It is its own judiciary. It is its own legislative. They do what they want to do, and their tentacles are spread through the known government. And that's what you're seeing. Just heads up.
Yeah. It's the deep state, and it's got a face on it. We're seeing a part of the face on it now with the truth about UFOs and everything coming to light, which is about time. And it's their cover-up, and hopefully we'll figure out what more they've got going on. We have to ask the question, is it the president who's preventing the documents about Kennedy from coming forward, or is it the national security state?
Hey, guys, I'm going to take a real quick break, so if you have a question for me, hold off.
Absolutely.
I'll be right back here in a few minutes.
Absolutely. I'm running around with a cupcake as well. Alexander, your hand is up. Do you have something to say?
Yeah, I guess that Doty's leaving, the rest are leaving. I thought it was really interesting. They actually talked about that he said they asked him, like, was there, bodies or things recovered from the craft, and he says, I can only in the closed session, I can only in the closed session. He kept telling everybody that, and somebody kept on probing him more with information, and he mentioned the term biological artifacts or biology from off-world vehicles. Now, I don't know whether the belief's not, because there's no proof of this, but there's been like weird articles and publishings online about people that have had like their eyeballs sucked out and genitalia sucked out and like other things and their glands and stuff like that, and organs and brain. And people have almost had they've been like lasered and had their stuff. I don't know. I've just seen photos and videos and some weird police reports around the world about this. And there's been like reports where I think at National Press Club and some other people came out and said something weird about spacecraft and stuff had like human body parts. I just only heard about this, but when David Grusch was there, he was mentioning some stuff about that humans have encountered malevolent creatures and we've gotten injured, and he said that some of the stuff he's witnessed has been, in quote, very disturbing. But he won't go into more detail about what that injury or disturbing means. Working with the vehicles, encountering, being injured by UFOs. He could have been meaning the UFOs and the occupants together, or people that have already been injured by them already. So whether they've tried to do crash retrieval, they've gotten in the vehicle and the thing flies off with the person already in it, that's a possibility. I don't know. But there's been like these weird, those rumor reports about that UFOs were out there, because, they're not real. Or aliens are out there. People said they're not real. Well, there's been those other rumors out there about that they've been taking humans and animals and body parts and cattle mutilation.
Oh God, here we go. There goes the ratings.
Something makes me wonder that he knows something about that, but he did say that it was very disturbing, but he wouldn't get into more detail. And military know a lot of really, really dark shit, like dark, messed up jokes. See a lot of war videos that are messed up, and we laugh and we joke about some pretty obscene things. That's pretty crazy. When somebody in the military says that it's in the intel community, and intel people are freaking crazy.
Let's just watch out for talking up the M word or the other word or everything else.
Yeah, when he says the word that it was disturbing, it makes me wonder, like, what did he really see? What did he actually know about it when he said that there were biological artifacts or biology in there?
Well, we're going to have to go back and listen to that clip and find out. Well, he's talked before that the craft that have crashed have had non-human intelligence within it. Some of them are alive, some of them weren't. So you have to go back and listen to his News Nation interview. That's where a lot of this stuff he was actually referring back to was that barn burner he had about a month or so ago.
Yeah, but there was something he said about the biology was very, what he witnessed, and some of the photos and videos were very, he said, disturbing, that he was witnessed in some of the reports. So I'm really curious on what he saw that was disturbing to an intel officer.
Well,
that's all.
Anything you can see is potentially disturbing on a bunch of different things. It's just a word to describe. You'll have to figure out where it is. Welcome back, Rick. Appreciate you coming back as well. Larry Gert, your hand is up next.
Hi, Thomas. Well, first of all, I thought it was a barn burner. And I agree with Peter that partly what made it so good was the questioners, and it was nonstop, except for a couple of glitches like Mr. Bozo. My mind is going back to the subject of what they're so afraid of, to reveal. I think that question is still looming in a lot of people's minds. What is the pushback? And I think one thing that's rising, I just wanted to share this with y'all, that what's rising in my mind is the religious thing.
Well, that and also it's also the technology thing, Larry, to where they are so superior technologically to us with their equipment, with whatever they've got going along with it, that just we have no chance, no hope or anything. It's like, we're back in the spot of the American Indians or the indigenous people in Central America, and here come the conquistadors. It's even 10 times stronger than 1,000 times more advanced than that particular scenario. So it could come down to, there's a lot of different ways. It could be the religion thing. It could just be the scope of it, saying, yeah, we think we have a sovereign country, we can protect ourselves. But the reality of it is there's nothing we can do to potentially protect ourselves from these things.
True, but I don't think that would be as scary to people unless they perceived that these things were out to get us. Like they're harmful, they're malevolent.
Right.
So we haven't seen that yet.
Well, they haven't shown it to us potentially.
Yeah.
No. Let me jump in here. There are a number of cases that are still classified that showed or pertained to ETs harming or killing Americans, or killing humans, I should say. One case I talked about, and I got in trouble for it, that happened outside Area 51 back in the 80s. So there's many cases that the public don't know about, and I know GRUSCH knows about, that showed an incident where ET and human contact became hostile towards the human, and in some cases they died or were killed by the ETs. That's in government.
But don't we need the context, Richard? There's a lot of context missing from those statements. I mean, I'm not doubting that an ET may have killed a human. The question is, what was the human doing?
Yeah, basically what Larry's saying, was it direct or indirect? Was it a response to our aggressive behavior? Was it indirect? Did we come up on an object that had a lot of radiation and they didn't mean to harm us and we got harmed? A lot of questions there that we're not going to get answers to. But definitely, I think when GRUSCH is talking about harm coming to individuals that have come in close contact with these objects, I think he's talking about indirect mostly.
Yeah. And here's the thing, even if there were some humans taken out potentially, is it more than what we see in a typical weekend in the city of Chicago of humans taking out humans?
That's a good point. But no, there are incidents where, like for instance, the crash sites, Ant Mine in Nevada in 1962, where these miners walked up on a craft that had crashed. It was emitting toxic material and killed the miners. Okay, yeah, that there was no intentions on the part of the ETs. I mean, their craft crashed, and the miners didn't know what it was. They walked up and they were harmed by the emission of some kind of toxic material from this ET craft. But when the incident that I know of, one ET escaped from a captivity. Now, maybe we shouldn't have him in captivity. We can argue that point near Area 51, and it was trying to escape and it harmed a human. Now, I think that was intentional. And GRUSCH knows about that case because Congress knows about that case. They know about the different cases that happened whereby humans were harmed, either intentional or unintentional. I agree that most of them were unintentional. but there are cases whereby an ET actually killed humans.
Yeah.
Wow.
It sounds like it in the case that you just cited, it was certainly understandable. Not that I'm out to excuse stuff before we know more information, because I admit we don't know enough yet. But my sense is telling me that we don't have to worry too much about malevolence. But the thing that I think is going to I think the thing that they're most afraid is the upheaval that's going to come in religion. And why is that going to come? Well, why does it immediately go there? Well, because as soon as NHI presence is confirmed here on Earth, then for some reason people automatically will assume that what we read about in the Bible was actually ET. It's just going to become very obvious, and that's going to make religion kind of crumble, except for Jesus. I mean, he still remains unscathed in this, in my opinion. But you know, this is what they're afraid of, because that is a huge shift. There's a lot of people that have been praying to a God that now they think is being taken away from them. And I would like to say to those people that any prayers that you made that were earnestly made of a righteous mind were definitely going to the good God, which we don't even know yet.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
And just we just have to
it's
look
not
back.
wasted.
You just have to look back to the roots of monotheism that predates the Bible in some cases, going back to the days of Akhenaten, when monotheism first came into play. That is the base of the Judeo-Christian religion. It all starts with a one God that everyone goes and worships. And if it comes down to that, Akhenaten said he was the son of Aten, which was what he called a god at that point. So if that's the case, and religion was started from that, it's not bad, because it just shows our religion transcends humanity. And that's a big thing to think about.
100%, Thomas. I mean, if you go far back enough to the Sumerians, to the multi-god aspect of worship and how it got drilled down to one god and the changes that happened. And if you go back into the archaeology and everything that we've uncovered with the Aztecs, the Hindu religion, anything like that, there are signs there. And so the message and how it's culminated into one God and different religions today has been filtered throughout the ages. Yeah. So there's a lot there. There's a lot to unpack. It's a deep rabbit hole. Probably want to stay away from it for now.
Oh yeah,
but there is something there.
Exactly, something we will get to. Exactly.
I forgot to mention one thing too, just before I pass it along, is that the other factor here is our human origins, and it's going to come to light. I think it's still a theory, right? But that they are the missing link. And so that's going to cause people to think a lot, and it's just a big factor. So I'm sure they're afraid of that. I'm sure they're afraid of releasing all that, and also the embarrassment of having hidden that from us for so long. It's pretty disgusting, and I think they're afraid to face the music on that. And then on top of that, they've got this technology which is more powerful than anything on the planet, and they don't want to give that up. That's their only toy for their games of war and conquest,
or to control, or whatever they're doing. Yeah, we'll figure it out.
But that's embarrassing too, because they've hid that from us, which probably contains a free energy component.
Yeah. I would say it's not embarrassing is not a word I would use for these people. Say, oh my God, you caught us. I'm so embarrassed. I'm verklempt. I can't talk about it. No, it's anger from them coming, saying, you're not going to go ahead and take this away from us. This is our stuff, and we're going to fight tooth and nail to keep it from getting out there. That's what we're jumping into and what we've got coming across. Thanks for those great comments.
Peter got to say?
Well, I was just about to call Peter. His hand's up.
Yeah, I just want to go back to where this NDAA is going to go from here. And what I meant to say before is that the president has to object to a specific line or item, or in this case, amendment. So he can't just veto it without saying why. So if he wants to veto this particular bill for this Chuck Schumer amendment, he has to say what that is and give his objections back to the House that sent it to him. And the only way around that really is a pocket veto, as far as I understand. And that would happen when Senate was in recess. And then he doesn't have to say why he objects to it. He can just not sign it within 10 days, as long as Congress is in recess, and it becomes a stale bill. And Congress cannot override that. They cannot override that veto. So what they would have to do
if
is
they have enough votes, they can override the veto.
No, they cannot override a pocket veto.
Pocket veto. They can't
what they
override
have
a
to do
pocket veto. You're
is they would have to introduce a new bill when Congress comes back, and then they can resubmit the new bill, and then that gives an opportunity for Congress to pull out any other amendments. So if they veto, if the president just doesn't sign it when Congress happens to go on recess, that becomes a pocket veto. He doesn't have to say why, and then they have to introduce a fresh bill. But
Well,
if he
in the
vetoes
meantime, the military goes unfunded, which I don't think they want to have happen.
Yeah, but if he just doesn't, well, there have been a few appropriations that I think Barack Obama was the last person to do it, but Jimmy Carter also vetoed an appropriations bill, so it's happened before. But my point there was just that we're likely to know why. He can't just veto it without telling us why, which would add a little more pressure to it and increase the likelihood that this is going to pass, which is a good thing.
Yeah. Good points, my friend. Tracy, your hand is up.
Hi, Thomas. I just want to say thank you for allowing us to all be with you today on history that so many of us have been waiting for. And to every single person here, thank you. You are amazing.
Thank you very
Thomas,
much, Tracy. I'd give you a hug.
Love you. I'm hugging
There
you,
we go.
Thomas.
Hug to you. There you go,
I'm
girl.
hugging you. Honestly, you are all amazing.
Thank you. And you are as well. Thank you for being a part of this conversation. And thank you for bringing your voice here. And it's getting better. Great to hear you talk. You're looking great today. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
A white top.
Yeah. Hey, Mike. Hey, Thomas. Mike's got his hand up for a while.
And sitting here very patiently. Thank you for recognizing that, Thomas. Rick, my question is, and thank you, Tracy. That was very good points you made to Thomas. I agree with everything you said. Rick, Representative Matt Gaetz was talking about in the Gulf of Mexico, the incident where they had picked up 4 objects in a diamond-shaped formation, and there was a large orb that was also picked up on radar. Do you have any more details or information on that occurrence that you're familiar with?
No, that's the first time I've heard about it. I don't know anything about that case. In fact, when he was talking about it, I sent a signal. I'm on Signal over here with my some of my crew members, and they're checking on it, and I haven't seen anything come back on that. So and I just like to piggyback on what Tracy said, Thomas. Great show. I really appreciate you hosting this for all these many hours, and that's why I gave you $50 here a little while ago. So you're fantastic job, Thomas. I love your show. I have the opportunity to be on many different podcasts, but I chose yours because I like the people, all of them. I consider all of them my friends. And I like the way you operate, Thomas. So thanks.
Thank you very much. I greatly appreciate that. I mean, It means a lot to me. I've worked hard on this. I'm not lazy, and I try to put this thing together as best as we can. And I appreciate you coming and being a part of it. Wouldn't have been the same without you or anyone in the back. And that's why I'm so thankful. I welcome people into the broadcast when it starts. I thank people when they leave, say goodnight to them. I thank the people who are in back for do it. Every single super chat that comes in, I usually say thank you. Today I was a bit more quiet as we were watching this stuff coming in. I've learned to say thanks with my current with my JOB, and it's something that's so important to thank people for everything they do. And we're all in this together, each and every one of us, and that's why we're all here. We all have a vested interest. And by the way, Kelly Brout is saying, love you, Tracy. Love to you, Tracy. Yeah. Tracy Scott, thank you. Absolutely. The audience loves everybody. So, yeah, I thank that for everybody for the wonderful thanks. Thank you, my dear lady. L.M. Lee, your hand is up.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring back up something David Grush said in this hearing that I found very interesting, which was when he was speaking as to his filing his reports with the Inspector General of the Intelligence Community. He also mentioned that the DepSecDef was present there. Well, that's the Deputy Secretary of Defense, and that is Kathleen Hicks, because that happened post 2021 when he did it. So that's another avenue to look at. He didn't just report to the IGIC. Deputy Secretary of Defense was also there, present in that skiff or in that situation when he was reporting, which means that Lloyd Austin, a lot of people want to rail against him. There's an area of plausible deniability that exists within there, and it's the reason why the Deputy Secretary of Defense exists. She was present there, and that's probably standard operating procedure for those complaints. I don't know that for a fact, but I thought it was very interesting that he gave us a little bit more information, that it wasn't just the Inspector General of the Intelligence Community that was there when he filed that report. It was the Deputy Secretary of Defense, which is Kathleen Hicks.
Excellent observation there. That's
Feeding Cupcake, crushing up little cookies, making sure she can eat stuff for her breakfast. Jonathan, your hand is up.
Hey, Thomas. There was two hints that kind of gave away UFO in the Bible. First was the one where God said that none shall make an image or an idol from above space or below space or below sea. So if you date back to this time where Apollo, where they went to space, right? I think I recall where they said that there's a face on the moon and buildings there. So I don't know if I'm correct, but isn't a face that they make on the moon considered an idol and somewhat statue, but of a face? And the part where in Italy, I think my dad said where Jesus was getting crucified in the painting, I don't know where he explained this, but there was like a UFO above the cross, far distance, how it looked.
Sorry. Interesting situation with that UFO. You also, this whole thing reminds me of another piece of Jonathan, if you caught this during the conversation of the hearing today. When they were talking about the Tic Tacs, they talked about them up in the upper atmosphere, coming down, doing stuff for 3 hours, and then going back up to the upper atmosphere. Do you remember that in any of the conversations we've heard before about the Tic Tacs where they said they were leaving and going back up to space? I don't remember that.
Sometimes I can't remember so good.
I remember pretty well on that thing, and I never I remember them saying it took off and went out of the way or just zipped out of the place and it was gone. I've never heard them say that they went back up to space.
good point, Thomas. I don't remember. I never heard
It was in the SCU Nimitz report.
Well, he
compiled by Jay Stratton.
he established 80,000 feet as space, which is technically not outer space. It's low Earth orbit intersection point.
Stratosphere.
So, yeah, he established he said space, but he was very, very specific, saying it was above 80,000 feet.
Right. But either way, I've always heard about them being on the upper atmosphere, popping down from the upper atmosphere and doing stuff. But what I just don't remember in any of the conversations, my memory could be off, is them saying specifically it went back up after it was there for 3 hours. I'm going to have to go back and reread the report on that one, because that seems like something new for me.
Yeah,
the crazy part.
Not
Very
to jump the queue, but I just wanted to mention with Lee there that, yeah, I think Lee brings up a good point. The radar was set to 80,000 feet as a ceiling. And there are a few planes that can fly up there, like the SR-71 Blackbird, I think has a ceiling of 85,000 feet, but that can't go down to close to sea level and jump back up. There's no way that can happen. So yeah, I think when he said space, that was a loose term, but it could have been coming in from space. We just don't know above 80,000 feet because they weren't tracking up that high.
Yeah, and I don't think, and the SR-71 wasn't flying during that time period. The only other high altitude aircraft the Air Force had was a U-2B and the newer model U-2s, and I think they can go. I think their top is 75,000 feet.
Interesting. Thanks for clarifying that, Rick. Hey, Mike, your hand is up, and then we've got Cosmo before we wrap this up. Mike, go ahead.
Thanks, Thomas. Rick, let me ask you something. The Representative Burchett and Luna said after the hearing to the reporters that they were planning on having field hearing at the locations where the program is operating in various different private companies and military locations. If they don't have the clearance, which they obviously don't, they wouldn't be able to do a field hearing or follow through where this program may actually be located. So that statement that they made was technically incorrect according to your understanding and classifications, right?
Right. I mean, I don't know. They would have to get permission to go on Nellis Test and Training Range where Groom Lake or Area 51 is located or Tonopah Air Force Base is located. And they'd have to get permission from the Air Force to do that. And I don't know that the Air Force would let them do that. Now, there's another facility, and I'm kind of hesitant to even talk about it, but, Burchett brought up the fact that things probably moved out of Area 51, but I know that there's still some there. But there's another place in California called China Lake and Naval Air Testing Center. That has a underground facility there. I don't believe I'm disclosing anything classified because a Navy person talked about this on a podcast a few months ago. I didn't know about it. I mean, I knew China Lake was there, but I didn't know that they had an underground facility. So maybe that's another place that GRUSCH is talking about at China Lake.
Right. Now, one additional thing GRUSCH did say, I just put it up below. I typed this when you guys were talking. Within regards of those who are in possession of UAP, GRUSCH specifically said, not company. He said companies, meaning plural, meaning multiple DOD contractors or whatever they are, deep state contractors, we'll call them that, are in possession of this stuff. So it's not just Lockheed Skunk Works, it's them and a couple other ones. It could be old portions of the old Monsanto Corporation that did a lot of the security on this. If you're talking about potentially the men in black, the people out there going the threats, a lot of the disinformation, misinformation campaign, it was the security operations coming out of Monsanto. At least that's what I've got under very, very, very good reference on. Even Mike, you could even say you've heard that backed up by someone else recently as well.
Ross Coltart, who's a friend, close personal friend of mine. Yes, we were talking about this privately, and he brought up Monsanto. But I wanted to be technically correct here. I don't think these private companies are directly contracted by DOD. I think they're more contracted under the Department of Energy, DOE, specifically.
That's what I've been saying.
Good point. And let me just say something. There's a reason. I'm going to disclose something here, people. So listen up. There's a reason that I had one of these. A Department of the Energy badge, and it was cleared for the Nevada test site when I worked out there, is because a lot of the classified operations dealing with reverse engineering also occurs at it's called Nevada National Security Site now, but that's where we used to test nuclear weapons. But the Department of Energy had a big role, and they still do, I'm sure. I mean, this was back in the 80s, but I'm still sure they have a big role in the reverse engineering of these crafts.
Biggest thing from the companies, if I can answer this, biggest thing from the hearing was GRUSCH going and saying, let's go and talk about this in a skiff, and he's going to give them the names of the locations and the companies who have this stuff. He's going to give them a list of witnesses who are willing to cooperate. More importantly, he's willing to give a list of people who will be hostile witnesses to go ahead and bring it through. So, the hearing itself was just a blockbuster for the information. Kurt, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for asking about it. But it's any other major points from the hearing that you can bring out, Larry, since you're up on screen? What is it? I think for me, those are some of the bigger major points.
That was the one that I took away.
Yeah.
I have exact names and exact locations that I can give you. What that says, I have the location of extraterrestrial craft. And I can tell you where it is. I mean, how long is it?
Go on. Yeah.
How long does it take to go from there to craft?
Yeah. That is one additional interesting fact that came out today was that also right as Kirkpatrick was given and taken over the position, he had an initial meeting with Kirkpatrick and told him all the different stuff. But Kirkpatrick never followed up on any of it. It just shows how much of a shill, and Kirkpatrick is there for himself, for his own career. He's not there for the American people, and he must step down. John Kirkpatrick, you must step down. Where is Judge Janine when you need her?
I agree.
Can I just before we go to the next hand up, Kirkpatrick is hiding under the cover of that his scope really is about what's in the air and what may be a flight safety of flight hazard. That's all he's interested in. And all this talk about reverse engineered craft, yeah, I'll go take a look, but my heart's not in it.
Send us a copy of the manuscript. We'd love to check it out. Manuscript written by my grandfather, I believe, was very high up in the Navy, big names elite. He lived from 1893 to 1991. He speaks of craft that flew speed, tech that would not have existed at that time. So interesting. Share the information. We'd love to check it out, Rain or Shine. Follow the link to the email address for ThomasFesslerChannel@gmail.com. I'd love to go ahead and check out that document.
Patrick is just full of bullshit, and he's keeping out today. Literally, what a brat.
Oh, you're pissed at Kirkpatrick, yes.
But you know what's really annoying is literally they're hiding classification. We're talking about an extraterrestrial craft at some base, and you would think that would be the greatest discovery, but we have to wait because of the damn classification system.
Another thing you're going to find out, though, real quick, is that not all these crafts, not all these research and development places are here on U.S. soil.
Australia, mate.
You got that right, A-Rod.
Australia, Canada, probably Africa. I wanted to say, but the Vandenberg thing was insane, right? Just imagine you're just like a normal freaking, pilot, and you see this freaking gigantic red mothership thing that's the size of a football field, a red cube, just freaking flying for 45 seconds, coming out of the water, flying, and then going back in. What do you automatically think?
Give me a ride. That's what I'm thinking.
Give me a ride. Yeah.
I'm thinking the DEFCON would have been raised if it went up to the chain of command.
Oh, that's another thing that GRUSCH, when we spoke to GRUSCH in January, he talked about DEFCON. He talked about some incidents. He didn't give us those incidents, but he talked about incidents where DEFCON was raised. The defense condition was raised at NORAD. So that's something else. I thought that they were going to get into that, but no one asked him the question. But that's another thing that he talked about that he didn't talk about in his hearing.
So even the Aero numbers, that if Aero's getting reports from pilots from the Air Force and Navy and other members, right? It's only 5% from the real number. So even what Sean Kirkpatrick wants to look at and ignore everything else, he's fidgeting the data.
That's true.
What is saying is true. Right? I mean, Graves?
Yeah, I think so.
Right? So if what we got was 800, that's only 5%. So imagine the real number. My God, it's probably in the 10,000, in the what's it called? In like 100,000s or something. It's an absolutely insane number.
Good point.
Yeah, the data is already juked before it even gets to him, and I know because I had an incident, firsthand experience, and we didn't report it. We were encouraged not to report it. That's what happens, and this is back in the 90s.
Yeah, absolutely interesting to say the least. Cosmo, your hand is up.
Yeah, I wanted to say real quick before I actually have to head off to work here, so I'll be jumping off the call. But anyway, so I wanted to emphasize to everyone out in the public that what was astounding to me, that this all was said under oath. So that means David GRUSCH, he has receipts to back, or else he's going to jail, guys. This evidence has to come forward, and it will be revealed in a close.
Yeah, that's what.
So remember, the receipts, he has the receipts. So to all those debunkers out there, to all those skeptics, just wait and see. That's all I got to say.
Burchett said he's going to write a letter where he's going to have all the people in the committee and other committees sign it, saying the Inspector General has to release this information to the Congress and to the public. And if they get denied, I think they're going to start using it. I think Congress is really fed up at this point, and they're just going to start doing whatever power they can to defund and strip off rank.
Well,
Let
me remind you.
I head back to work now, so I will see you guys later. You guys have a good evening, and I'll miss you guys. Have a good show.
Thanks,
Take care, Cosmo.
Later.
Bye, Cosmo.
Have a good day, Cosmo.
Have a good one, Cosmo.
I hope Mick West is having an embolism trying to wrap his monkey brain around all this.
Oh, you know what he said? He said he said GRUSCH didn't say that under oath. He wasn't specific enough.
Yeah, his reality is more fragile than he believes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's freaking
Well, yeah, they're all balloons. They're just balloons from another civilization or possibly planet. So he's still right.
Yeah,
Yeah, the
Mylar
red-
balloons and flares. Yeah, that's right.
That's probably
just from another civilization.
Yeah.
He's probably going to say the Vandenberg was a giant freaking balloon, the red cube that went into the water and that all the pilots saw. It was just a giant balloon.
Absolutely.
Hot air balloon.
Wow.
I think technically it was a parakeet sitting on a radish.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Paul, your hand is up, my friend.
Toilet bowl.
I had that same thought, Sawan, and so I was waiting for him to say, and look, this thing was under propulsion.
It was moving. But he didn't say that.
Yeah.
So now the
What?
debunkers will,
Paul, your hand is up.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention to Rick about you mentioned Lockheed Skunk Works, and I remember back when Kelly Johnson ran the factory, and SR-71 was my favorite plane, probably a lot of people's favorite plane. And I know in one of his last speaking engagements, he had said that they had the technology to take ET home again. Do you have anything you could add to that?
Well, we the United States government always have technology more advanced than the public knows about. And although I don't know about what Randy Kramer talks about on Gaia and his shows, but we do have advanced craft. And in the 80s, the mid 80s, we had crafts that they were experimenting with, probably reverse engineering. I don't know that because I was never briefed into that part of it. But that was flying out around Area 51 in the 80s that then eventually became crafts, the 117 and some of the Aurora, the TRB. There's different versions of that. So there's always advanced technologies, and I'm not quite sure what he was talking about, but he might have been talking about something that is so far advanced, it's so classified that I wouldn't know about it, and the public certainly wouldn't know about it.
So another thing I want to mention, the HOC's involvement now going forward is huge because that's a real big thorn in the Senate and in the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, right? And the House Armed, who kind of doesn't want to really touch the subject besides Gates. So that means the Senate is going to have to be more forward leaning, right, Rick?
Yeah, I agree. Absolutely, Swan. I agree 100%.
Absolutely. Thank you. Appreciate that. Next, Patrick, your hand is up. Patrick.
Accident. Sorry. Didn't mean to have it up. Can you hear me?
Not a problem. Lee.
Thank you, Thomas. I appreciate it. And what I wanted to talk about is that there's obviously a diffusion and an issue that lies between GRUSH and Kirkpatrick. And we've all pretty much decided where the problem is, that Kirkpatrick is not taking GRUSH's information and looked into it. And that was spoken about today. There is a reason for that. And GRUSH said that he reported to the ICIG in I think it was like March of 2022. And then he met with Kirkpatrick in April of 2022. And this was before Kirkpatrick was actually assigned to RO, which happened shortly after. Now, there's something huge that happened in September of 2021 that kind of explains, and I'm not an apologist for Kirkpatrick, but it kind of explains why Kirkpatrick doesn't have all the information he needs. And what happened in September of 2021 was Novastar was created. And they took away contracts from 29 contractors in the United States government, and they funneled those contracts into 5 contractors. And while they did that, they moved classified documentation into 116 above top secret classified documents into that RFP. And I know this for a fact because it's in the RFP for Novastar. So the DOD, who created Novastar, they sequestered it and they created it, already moved all this information into above top secret classification system clearances prior to GRUSH filing his report and speaking to Kirkpatrick, and prior to Kirkpatrick even becoming the director of RO. So Kirkpatrick is sitting behind a classified wall that exists within Novastar, and the timing of this is not coincidental, guys. They knew that they needed to move these programs and projects, and they cut the contractors from 29 to 5. Okay. And this Novastar contract vehicle runs through 2032. That's how long it exists, and that's how long it'll be funded. So I'm not an apologist for Kirkpatrick, because report to what you're talking about, but at the same time, he was seined out of the information wall prior to even being put in his position, and that information wall hit prior to Grusch coming forward to the intelligence community IG.
Interesting.
That's interesting. That's very interesting. Very
Yeah.
interesting. Clay. Very.
Yeah. Kaz, your hand is up.
Hello. Hiya, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Kaz.
It was me who super chatted a little while ago. I found this document that my granddad's written. And yeah, I thought he worked for Telecom, to be honest. And yeah, he worked in the military for the Navy, and
Right.
he's talking like, yeah, mad things like they couldn't have existed. Just well, no, it couldn't have. It shouldn't have existed.
Yeah.
In his, he was born in 1891, and he
Right.
died in 1891, and died in 1991.
Oh, wow,
And
100 years.
I've got all of his. There's even newspaper clippings of like him being in there. But he speaks of going around picking up intelligence, like that have been like hit or damaged. And he also like I've tried to sort of debunk it by going on and like he speaks of different syndicates and things like that. You know, that he ended up involved with Wall Street. There's names in there like Ava Peron and her husband, the Lindenbergs. Yeah, he seemed quite sort of well in there. And he obviously wanted us to find this because he wrote it all. So, but yeah, it was basically hidden in my mum's room for like 25 years. So she passed away. I don't know if anyone wants to have a look at it.
Yeah. If you've got a cell phone, take pictures of the documents. Send them to us, please. We'd love to look at it.
How do I send it on here? Do I like?
There's an email address right underneath in the show description. There's an email address, ThomasFesslerChannel@gmail.com. Just take the pictures and email them if you can.
Wicked. No, excellent. I'll send them over. I'd love someone to have a look and tell me I'm not
we'd
going
love to see them.
crazy.
Yeah. Please do.
Excellent. I'll get some over to you ASAP. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, and
Thank
then
you so much.
I will have your contact info, and then after we go through it, we'll bring you back on and talk about it. Thank you for
Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
God bless. Bye.
Absolutely. Yeah. Interesting. You know.
Thomas, what did she have?
Her dad used to be in the Navy, and he wrote up documents about this a long time ago. He was born in 1891, died in 1991, lived to be 100 years old. Bless his soul.
My grandfather. He was not my father.
Grandfather, yeah.
Did you take photos?
I've got it all. It's 262 pages document. Yeah.
Oh,
Then
wow.
he's written it. Oh, yeah. There's also newspaper clippings. His photograph of his actual pass, like his ID from his flight aviator badge. There's all stuff about NATO in there.
So it's a bunch of research he was working on for years.
Well, yeah. So it's basically his life story. That's what it is.
Oh, wow.
But he started off in the Kitchener. That's who he went in through Kitchener regiment, which isn't really the military, is it really?
Yeah.
But it's ended up as a flight colonel when he left. So, yeah. But as I said, I thought he worked for Telecom. But I'd love someone to look at it because
we'd love to. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you, guys.
Kaz, this is
Yes.
Larry.
Yeah.
What you're going to have to do, Kaz, is you're going to have to look through these documents and pick out the good parts, and then photocopy. Photo those. Yeah.
Well, even just take pictures of it and send it across. Yeah.
What I do is if I because every page is just juicy. But what I do is if I send you like the table of content and a few bits, and then if you go right, I want to see this one, this one, and this one, something. Yeah, because it's like you can pretty much pick up looking at it, and he speaks about realms and things. But
oh wow,
I'll get it over to you.
Can't wait to see it.
It is fascinating.
Yeah.
I'll start
Wow.
now. No
That's
worries. I
that's
can't wait.
exciting.
It is really exciting. That's why I've been like, who do I go to with this?
Us, we'll take a look at it.
So-
Absolutely. Last person
I'll
with their
start sending it now. Thank you so much.
yeah. A-Rod, you're next and last.
Yeah. Yeah. So regarding Kaz, anything related to, take a look through there and see if there's anything related to Lake and Heath or Bentwaters. That would be very interesting.
Sorry, what's the names there a minute? What was that?
Lake and Heath or Bentwaters. See if he was involved with anything regarding Lake and Heath or Bentwaters.
Okay, I'll look through.
Sure. Cool.
Yeah. That's a notable encounter incident on English soil.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway.
Yeah, 'cause he was originally American, and then he came over to here. So, but he's done Australia all over, Canada, everywhere. So,
Oh wow.
yeah.
Great.
But yeah. So it's Lincoln Heath, and what was the other name? Sorry.
It's known as the Lake and Heath Bentwaters incident.
Oh, Bentwaters. There is one of Bentwaters. There is. I've seen.
Oh
I've
yeah.
definitely seen.
Everybody knows about that one.
Yeah. See, this is the thing. I'm quite sort of into stuff, but not like. Yeah, this just blew my head. This was like too much for me.
Yeah.
But,
There's a lot of firsthand testimony with that incident.
Well,
Rick Dottie might be able to actually speak to that one.
Yeah, that's what it'd be amazing if someone could, because there's it's just too much for me. It's like too much. It's this is the specialist thing. I'm like, where do you take it? So I'm so glad that I saw you guys tonight, so thank you.
Yeah. Anyway, I wanted to offer up because I think LM was talking about Sean Kirkpatrick, and he just seems to me, I don't know, this is just me personally, but he just seems to me like a stooge, like a guy where they just gave him limited information to make him think that he was in on it, and then they just put him out there. He just seems like a guy who's an obstructionist, and purposefully so. Like I compare him, I kind of group him with a NASA group, because NASA's been very obstructionist. I mean, like I said earlier, when you talk about the Apollo 11 crew, when they came back and they give their post-mission press conference, those guys don't look like triumphant individuals. They look like they were defeated in that press conference. And why is that? There's something there. And NASA has always been kind of, we'll get on this, we'll figure it out, but they always come back and they come back with nothing. And they've always been part and parcel of the secrecy, it just seems, with NASA.
Yeah.
And of course they would, because, hey, give us money to fund these, rocket projects. Meanwhile, we have technology that could just take us there in an instant, but we're not going to tell you about it. You know what I mean? It's just like, it just, I don't know. It just really bugs the shit out of me.
That's it in a nutshell. It's that obscene.
I've said
really
it a
is.
million times, and I'll say it more. NASA needs to be completely defunded, completely stripped.
Oh, we'll figure out stuff for them to do. We just need to clean up a bunch of mess with this fourth branch of government, the deep state, and they're overreaching. Remember, they may be being controlled and manipulated by the puppet masters above. And we just have to realize this. We've got a bunch of good agencies that could be there, but if they're being used in ways that goes beyond the scope, and they are being managed in ways that goes beyond the scope of what they've been doing, it's not their fault. It's up to us, the citizens and the taxpayers, to push back and demand the proper oversight and accountability for those who are actually there to do their job.
The good thing is the deep state took a major hit today.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely major.
Yeah.
They got kicked in the balls.
You're right. Yeah. They did.
Hey, I would say on that note, by the way, that Garcia, who I had a lot of suspicion about because I saw his most recent tweet. And in that tweet, he was actually responding to another tweet. And that other tweet was very optimistic that this is going to blow the doors off disclosure.
Good.
And then his response to it was, it's important that we be serious and focused on national security impacts. And I found that to be a real downer. Okay. So I was waiting for him to push that agenda, to narrow the discussion and limit your expectations. That's what he was really trying to say, you know? Well, and he came out with this very boring opening statement. And then guess what? He just got railroaded. Everybody else was on board. So I thought that was delicious.
Oh, it was a great hearing. There's tons of news
I
and other
think-
things going on and everything right now, but I kind of need to bring this to a close, so on.
Oh, okay.
Do you have one last thing here?
Yeah, I think Ruby was the worst. Rudy or Ruby or whatever, she was the worst, man. She cut off GRUSH.
Let's focus on the
GRUSH
good
was gonna
things.
comment on more, but it's fine. But if you're gonna do a show tonight, Schellenberger, I'm gonna sub to his Substack. He put out a massive bombshell article.
Sorry,
but it
yeah,
completely got
yeah.
dwarfed by the hearing.
I have to go to work. I have to go take care of Cupcake, get her outside first. Take care of her. I have to go to work for a number of hours, and we will be back on again tonight. Maybe sooner, maybe later, at least 7 o'clock Pacific, maybe earlier, depending on what's going on. Depends on when Cupcake goes down for a nap. So if she goes down at 5 o'clock, we'll start at 5. We'll let it go. But I know she's...
Can I just ask a question quickly before you go? I'm just trying to find the email. Do I need to subscribe to get?
No, it's in the description for the show itself.
Oh, is it? Okay, fantastic.
Yeah, it's
All right,
Thomas.
no
it's
worries.
it's my name, ThomasFesslerChannel at gmail.com.
Oh, okay. Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I'll get this over.
Thank you very
to
much, Curious Kaz.
Thank you.
Thank-
Bye.
Thank you, Kaz.
Bye. No
And on
worries.
that note, I want to go ahead
Really
and
looking forward to you guys seeing it.
on this note,
you.
I want to go ahead and thank all the people for the wonderful super chats, super scraps. Oh my God, coming in from Rain or Shine, Thomas Reynolds, Known Buddy. Thank you, Known Buddy. Appreciate that. Nicholas Max again. Thank you very much. Who else? Michelle. Thank you very much. Steve from Spaced Out Radio. Appreciate it. Nicholas Max again. I think it's the same one from Nicholas. I got 3 times for some reason. Thank you, YouTube. It's only one though. Rain Down Fire. Baba 200. Spaced Out Radio again. Owen from Ohio. Jackie Kovich. Matthew Bullock. Wildcat Mahone. Thank you guys. Appreciate it so much for your love and support. Ramsey A. Tony C. A-Rod. Thank you again. Just Phil. Rick Doty. Thank you, my friend, for your super chat as well. Holy cow. A-Rod again. A-Rod again. Paul Murphy up in Canada. A-Rod again and A-Rod again. He's an A-Rod again. My God, he had so many things thrown our way. Even Ant-Man threw something in there. Holy cow, when we dropped the mic. And Joanna's here. Yellow Tommy Tanker, also known as Andy. Didn't get through this all the way. Susan Ford. Thank you, Susan Ford. Appreciate that. Brett Clark. Thank you, Brett. Jamie B. Larry Gurnt. I miss JRD's here. Our time has come. No more cover-up. You better believe it. A lot of support from the United Kingdom. Thank you, everybody. Robert Charles Zem IV. The Gary Anderson. Marina was asking, where's Larry? He was here. Skull Warrior. Eli McGinnis. Lord Sub-Zero. Sang Bohm. Mike, thank you very much. A-Rod again. Michael Mooney. The Shermanator. Mind of Montram, Buddy and Spiffy, JRD again, Tony D, UFO, Majestic, Q Clearance, and starting off the super chats today, believe it or not, it was Marina. Also want to thank our friends who are still in the chat. How many people do we still have there? Oh, not too many. We can get through this pretty quick. I want to thank A-Rod, Aubrey McLeod, Kat. Let me change the music on this one. I want to thank Kat, Charles Kerr, Colette Dyson. Thanks for being in the chat today and being part of the program. Cosmic Utos, Exos Politica, Ghost, Grip Ripper, Ingrid Cole, Justin Lindsay, Kathy, thank you for coming out today, all of you. Kim Inari, King Frog, last of the finest, who's been in the chat as well. Thanks for coming around. Who else do we have out there? The Marcus Mandel has been here. Moody Mongol. Marina has been here. Justin Lindsay, thank you for being around. Raz Mataz. Owen from Ohio, random user. Sandy Mitchell. Sean Malone, Shermanator Osborne. Skockets has been here. Thor Panku. Tony D. 2head666. Renee Cruz. Constantine Caritas. And also W. Decker, who's been in the back as well. I think everybody. And then that takes us down to thanking everybody in the back. starting with our good friend Rick Doty. Thanks for coming out today. Wouldn't have been the same without you. What a great program today, or what? Great hearing. Do we think Disclosure is finally getting some motion behind it?
Absolutely. It's moving. It's moving in the right direction.
Yeah, it's about
Thanks for having
time.
me on. Fantastic show, Thomas. And everybody else there. Larry, Wes, A-Rod, Paul, Lee, Jonathan. Great show. Great contribution.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much, Rick. Alexander Donahue, thank you for coming out today. Alexander. Maybe not. A-Rod, thanks for coming around. Jonathan, thanks for being here.
Yeah, I'm glad to be here. I'm thankful to be here. And Rick Dottie, I'm glad to meet you here too. And everybody, you're awesome.
Awesome. Thank you, sir. LM, thanks for coming out today, Lee, as always.
Yeah, awesome. As always, I appreciate the fact that this exists, and it doesn't exist without you and the support of everybody else. So thank you.
Thank you for everybody. Larry Gerndt, Larry, a man whose hair is so fine, it has warrants in Texas and Florida. Apparently his hair's not letting him talk. Michael Suckla, thanks for coming out today, Michael.
It's been a historic day, Thomas.
Yes. Paul Murphy, the home of the asteroids. Thanks for coming out today, Paul.
Yeah, thanks for keep reminding me of that, because every time I have a flare up, I think of you now, Thomas. Thanks to everybody in the back. Great to see Rick again, and I'd like to just shout out to everybody in the front chat too, because without them, there's no one to listen to us. So.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much, Paul. Appreciate you being here as well. And remember, if you're going to drink alcohol, drink water to go along with it.
And eat, Sherry says.
And eat, yes. Some person, thanks for being here, some person. Appreciate it. We had Susan Goff's time-traveling Caucasian. Thanks for being in the back, my friend. The Tracy Scott. Thanks for being out today, Tracy.
Thank you. Amazing, brilliant, mind-blowing show.
Thank you, Tracy, for the love. Yes, absolutely. Wonderful show today. Wouldn't have been the same without you. Thank you for being here. Absolutely. Wes Decker, saving West for last. Thanks for being around today, West.
Hey, thank you. And thanks to everybody out there who's worked on this disclosure process. This is amazing. And again, I want to just thank Rick for all he's done and the group that he's working with. It really means a lot to so many of us. And I'm just excited to see what comes next.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Can't wait to see where it's going to go. Les, again, Rick Doty, thanks for coming out today. I wouldn't have been out the same without you. And as we usually say at the end of every one of our broadcasts, eyes open, no fear, be safe, everyone.
Go back to Party City where you belong.
Absolutely. We'll catch you on the flip side. See you later today. We'll be back, I promise. Good night, everybody. Love you. See ya. Bye-bye.